This is the time. The time when dreams come true and legends are born.
Oh my word!
This is the place.
Some seriously spicy stuff. An absolute masterclass!
The place where teams from across the globe come to battle it out for their shot at glory.
Oh, you're kidding!
And a piece of up to $2 million in prizing.
No pressure, guys. No pressure.
This is the feeling.
It's beautiful!
The once-in-a-lifetime feeling of lifting the trophy at the Brawl Stars World Finals.
Here comes the push. Here's the damage. This is now the crunch time.
This is the game.
Immediately taken down.
Still not going to fall. He refuses to die.
The game you love. This is the Brawl Stars Championship. Let's get ready to brawl.
That's right, folks. It's that time again for the Brawl Stars Championship powered by the Snapdragon Pro Series. I'm Uber here. We're back for another month of action. This is our third monthly finals, of course, kicking off with APAC. I'm here with Ready Set. I'm here with Kenny. Guys, great to be here. This is a volatile region. It's an exciting one without exception as we go from month to month here. This one, of course, not going to be any different, Ready Set. Conspicuously, a couple top teams, though, missing from our top 8. It's always great to start with APAC.
Oh, I mean, it's a great way to start off the month, and for us, it is nice and bright and early in the morning at 1 a.m., but the action never really stops at the Brawl Stars World Championships, so it's a nice way to wake up.
Yeah, 1 a.m. It's still yesterday for me, so, you know, we're working in different time zones. Of course, Kenny, great to have you back, man. There are only so many opportunities to earn circuit points here in the Brawl Stars Championship this year. We have 5 monthly finals. Things are starting to get pretty hectic now as that race for the top, couple of spots in each region starts to hit fever pitch.
Especially considering there's only about 4 spots in this region if you include LCQ, and 2 of those top 4 teams right now are out this month. A huge opportunity that cannot be wasted, especially considering we're already going to be past the midpoint after this month.
So let's talk about exactly how the Brawl Stars Championship works, especially for those who are newcomers. The match format is the power match format, so it's the exact same format you'll play when you jump into your ranked games. Easy. We just don't have the modifiers, because you know what? Some of them are pretty wacky. We'll work with an 8-team single elimination bracket. That means that if you lose, you are out. You win, you will advance to the next round. We start with quarterfinals, then of course semis and finals, and every single one of our series are a best of 5. Ready, set. Here's your leaderboard for the APAC region. We have one team, as usual, standing above the rest, but I tell you what, it's fevered fighting there from 2nd through 5th.
Yeah, it's quite interesting. This is what we said just a moment ago. Revenant Esports and Navi noticeably missing from the competition today. This is an opportunity for the other teams to get further ahead in the race for LCQ and for those World Final spots for the APAC region.
And let's have a look at today's bracket. Kenny, talk us through it here. A lot of returning names from last month. Some underdogs with some upset wins through the monthly qualifier to make it here.
For sure. I mean, Crazy Raccoon going to be a household name here, but we get some other ones with a real opportunity to rise up that leaderboard. Like I said, there are only 4 teams that are going to have a postseason here in this region. Teams like Angelic could really benefit from some of their opponents being out this month. Rival Esports can try and rise up the ranking. That Coco Loco 3R gaming match, huge, especially considering they're sitting at that 6th and 7th spot consecutively with that 35-point bump. So this is a really important one for our opening match of the day.
Absolutely. And again, we have 4 quarterfinals that are happening. They happen simultaneously in sort of groups and 2. You want to see all the action, head over to event.brawlstars.com. If you're already there, fantastic. If you haven't made your way over yet, I recommend you do so, because that's where you could put your predictions in and interact with the system throughout the course of the games to earn yourself some fantastic in-game swag. And of course, up in the top left corner, you can head over and check out our B stream. Wiggly Spoo is the one at the helm of our B stream this time around. He'll be covering those first couple of quarterfinals. So come on in, head back over there, see what the games are looking like. We'll be sending one of our casters to act as a correspondent for the B stream to keep us up to date here. So that's where you want to be. Event.brawlstars.com is where the actions is at. Let's talk predictions here, because we've made ours, not only here on the show, but also on event.brawlstars.com. And generally, guys, we're in agreement. Angelic have been a fixture of this region every single month. Safe bet. Rival here, I guess, are a team who recently have taken on this moniker. It has Milk Rio Shoe Melty, very strong team. Again, always in the mix. We differ when it comes to quarterfinal number 3, as it's you, Kenny, who thinks that it's 3R Gaming that will triumph over Coco Loco.
Yeah, I think me and Reddy actually maybe swapped here. I actually predicted Coco Loco, so Reddy, if you're the 3R Gaming predictor, I'll let you comment on it.
Yeah, I think I'm leading with my heart on predictions this month. In the other regions, you may know Trav is like the predictions master, so I'm no longer going for that title. I'm just predicting and trying to manifest who I would like to win, so I'm not ashamed to admit that I have some favorites here. I want to see Mameshi and Sakura, formerly IC, to make some waves here. I want to see IC get a redemption arc after he was booted from the Navi roster earlier on in the year. I just want to, see what the guy's really made of, considering that he made some pretty big moves last year, and now this year I'd like to see him get some points up on the board.
We talk about Meshi, right? A world champion who never set foot on the stage at that particular tournament, right? Obviously, a member of that Zeta Division squad who, was looking on back in 2021 while the rest of his team went on to win. Of course, he shared in that glory, but now gets to fight and try and attain that level of glory for himself. Our last one, Crazy Raccoon, I think is a pretty straightforward one. We'll talk a little bit more about them in just a moment, but they are definitely the front runner in this region. So let's have a look at our first game a little bit closer. Coco Loco. Now, we heard Ready Set talk about why he thinks 3R is going to make something happen. Kenny, let's talk Coco Loco. This team, again, we've seen them in multiple monthly finals, and they've always been there. These guys qualified by beating Team S2 in that upper bracket 2-1.
And right now they've got a 16-point lead on 3R Gaming as well. That's the difference of one extra round in the monthly finals, which they made it to last month. And unfortunately, along the way, got beaten, couldn't make it quite to a grand finals. But all three of these players have been around the block for a long time, whether it's the APAC region or past similar regions in years ago. They're veterans. They've been around the block, like I said. And I feel like this is a team that's due another big win. I think 3R Gaming is going to be a very competitive team for them. Of course, they're just separated by 16 points on this leaderboard. So I would expect big things from both of these teams.
Coco Loco losing 3-0 to Crazy Raccoon last month. Let's now have a little bit of a closer look at this 3R Gaming squad, who were able to take down FA Nidug, the team that vanquished Revenant Esports in the monthly qualifier. Reddy, we can bring you back on and talk a little bit more about this team. You want to see a redemption here, I think, from this squad. And of course, I personally want to see Mameshi show us a bit more as an individual what he has to offer.
It's like you pointed out, I mean, bench for a world champions team. There's a reason that the lyric in the song goes, you can be a mystery like Mameshi, because we didn't really get to see much of what the guy was made of back in
That's true, yeah.
back in 2021. So
that's such a nice way of putting it, really.
No, seriously. Mystery like Mameshi.
All right, I like that. We're going to catch up with you in just a second. Already set myself and Kenny going to jump into this one. Already going to be keeping an eye on this game and, of course, what's happening over on Wiggly Spoo's stream, that B stream. Over at event.brawlstars.com, you've made your predictions, you've made your votes, and many of you think that it is 3R that appear to be the stronger team here. Kenny, I think whichever way you slice it, this should be a pretty close game. Both of these teams, I would say, made it through the qualifiers, and I wouldn't say they did it flawlessly, right? The Coco Loco looked pretty good. They dropped that one set to Team S2, who are here today. They have qualified. 3R really had to do it the old-fashioned way after, dropping out against Crazy Raccoon in that upper bracket.
Which I don't fault them for. I mean, it's Crazy Raccoon after all, but it's going to be a tight one here. I mean, we've talked about it. In terms of leaderboard standings, they're right next to each other. It feels like in skill level, they're about the same. So this is going to be a big test for them. And honestly, in terms of event site predictions with you all at event.brawlstars.com, that might be the closest one I've seen in a long time, Uber.
Yeah, it is pretty tight. We're going to move here into our first set. It's going to be open business. And see, a lot of the classic bands you often sort of see on this map. Melody been taken away by both sides. Sandy, very hotly contested in general. No sign of Poco on the Pixel bands here at all. But Jesse, an easy pickup here for X9J. Very powerful brawler on Hot Zone in general.
The combo on the other end, though, Byron and Buster. Byron is somebody that we were really made aware of last month. Somebody that pros across the board have just kind of been keeping in their pocket. And finally, he emerged last month. And pairing that healing, the long range alongside Buster is very nice. I love this counter opportunity, though. Nita alongside Bruce the Bear is going to do an excellent job of getting up in the face of somebody like Byron. It traditionally does really well into tanks. This is a brawler that has skyrocketed since getting a hypercharge.
Yeah, definitely something to strike fear into the hearts of anyone who likes to get up close on a regular basis. Larry and Laurie going to be locked in here again. A Brawl probably suffering the largest amount of nerfs in all time. We have a kit icon here, so We'll have to double check that. In fact, it was a Larry Laurie, which is a very common choice on this map. And yes, Hiroshi will be on that obnoxious thrower. His X9J already looks to try and take a bit of space here through mid.
They're going to go with Carl on the other end as an opportunity to pierce through multiple objects, multiple opportunities when you include the spawners that both Larry and Lori and Dita have. So a really interesting one to kind of see unfold here. I think the heals from Byron going to be instrumental to this composition on the red end.
Bruce being hypercharged. Definitely scary. Very, very hard to shift that away. But the good poke on a response here. This allows Yume Goku to come forward. Used to flying hook, but there wasn't an opportunity to fully engage with the tailspin. So instead, it's just Mameshi getting to step up and get some free percentage. Now, though, Hiroshi trying to get aggressive, really using that oppressive damage offered here by Larry and Laurie, especially with that super active. 3R looking very comfortable here.
Fantastic 1-2 punch there as well. Byron threw down a super, and immediately you saw Carl dive in there for the finishing blow. Really impressive stuff to see that go down. Jay gonna fall as well. Just about 60 HP. It's a real back and forth right now. The percentages swinging each side, and those spawners are going to add up more and more quickly if they're not careful here. Response just doesn't have the range to keep up. A dive in, a tailspin as well, and Hiroshi just a sitting duck for him. Jay gonna be in trouble as well. Gets the finish, but it is still going to be even, and now 3R Gaming retaking position.
Nice to get Sucker out of that pretty brutal lane assignment, though. Slow-mo replay used to draw response in. That allows Mameshi to find the elimination. This is close, though. Coco Loco have now been able to surge back into control. I'd say largely on the pressure that Hiroshi is, displaying here against the Buster. It is a really hard matchup for that up-close and personal brawler to play. And his montage doesn't stop any of this damage outside of the Laurie shot to get thrown in. Yume Goku needs to keep diving, needs to keep getting aggressive, but X9J is allowed to live here at the bottom of your screen.
And Jay's just going to be forced away. Going to drop the hypercharge just out of desperation a little bit. Knows he's only one tag away and will get down the super Jesse turret. Scrappy now going to be deployed. Hiroshi sitting comfortably and get those final percentage points that they need to capitalize on game number one.
It's funny, isn't it? We've so often seen these, compositions that bring Carl in. They have to be aggressive. You have no choice. You can't play for poke. You can't try and sustain in lane. You have to fully commit, which is really volatile. It's a risky way to play Brawl Stars, and as aggressive as we saw that Carl play B, it wasn't enough to stop Coco Loco from slowly choking the game out.
I felt like there were just so many things that they had to deal with. You saw it towards the end of game number one. Byron and Carl had to tag team against Bruce the Bear and waste so many shots just to deal with him, especially with that shield gear, or gadget on Bruce. It's just too overwhelming at times. 3R Gaming, though, taking a stand here. They have to capitalize early on. They need as many percentage points before those super gets built up on the other end, because they've got Scrappy, Bruce, and Laurie that can all be put on the map at any given moment.
Nicely done by Mameshi. So much is going to depend on this Byron and rotating those supers and keeping Sakura topped up on this right-hand side. Because like we mentioned before, Hiroshi is basically not threatened at all by the Buster. Yume Goku able to win out there. That was just a head-to-head duel against the Nita, and the tailspin gives him the edge.
They're just running away with it right now. Complete positioning, they're not letting go. I think that's going to be their objective here. Without supers, this team is much weaker. They don't have necessarily the range to keep up with Byron. They have a ton of HP between Carl and Byron. A nice pull there. The heal's not enough to keep him up, though, as Hiroshi gets a flank on the right-hand end. Jay, though, gonna have to deal with multiple brawlers. Falls in the process. Hiroshi trying to hold on for dear life, but the aggression coming in from the gadget super combo is enough for Carl to get a kill. And now 3R Gaming well past 80%.
But like we're really starting to see the point of this composition here for 3R Gaming. Now they're getting a lot of value. The Byron is so oppressive, stopping healing as well for a set duration because of that ticking poison damage. Nicely done. Good bounce back. This is kind of a little bit more what we expected to see from 3R. With the composition though on paper just looks very, very strong. It's a question of how they get the Buster set up for success. Like, what is his function? Try and push aggressively that right-hand side? When are you trying to super? How do you make use of slow-mo replay in terms of getting close enough without getting blown up?
The mechanics there from 3R Gaming, too, were honestly awesome. They're actually going to switch it up here, too. Buster's going to go left-hand in, I think looking for that Larry matchup. He's just got so much HP that he bolsters, and typically into throwers, that's a pretty solid matchup. Nita on the other end, though, with an early victory so far in terms of positioning. Jay trying to keep up with Mameshi here. The tap's going down, a super connecting to response, and this is where things can start to get hairy. Sure, they've gotten a few early percentage points, but it's going to cost them a life here, and now complete takeover from 3R Gaming.
The response just had to go forward, and knowing that he'd be eliminated, just try and find some damage, try and build a super. If he can't get Bruce in play, it's probably going to be very, very hard for that Nita to have any impact. Super's up now. Yumagoko going in immediately though. Response though. Able to stave that off. Now Coco Loco get to move up with this Super Bear. Sakura here again, pretty unbothered, yeah, by Hiroshi in general. Thought it might be a tougher matchup for the Buster, but again, it takes a lot to bring him down with a lot of that sort of incremental damage. Here's the dive, nice gadget use there, but not enough for Hiroshi to get out of trouble. Still a slim lead gained by Coco Loco.
Jay, I think, making a great call there to not dropping that scrappy super. Was kind of hovering over it, didn't end up doing it. I think they're going to wait for an all-in opportunity here as a hypercharge goes down on the right-hand side. A Jesse turret deployed in the mid, and now a complete takeover. You're seeing how much work that hypercharged bear can do up in the faces of 3R Gaming, who don't do well into spawners. It makes all the difference in the world. That's a couple momentum swings that response has caused.
That's right. The faux fur for the extra durability on the bear, and bear with me to top response up and vice versa. You know, that link between Nita and the bear really being personified through that star power choice, and it is enough. Coco Loco convert that super into a nice lead. They stay ahead here. They need to build up another one. It really is coming down to, can they get Bruce on the field quickly?
Coco Loco need to hold their breath here. This is fantastic positioning for 3R Gaming. Jay now marching forward, though. Hiroshi looking to do some damage. A gadget swap there as well. It's going to get a pickup onto Buster. This is exactly what they needed here. 2 supers going down for the red roster. 1 takedown. Not enough to get a second, though, as Hiroshi and Jay should be sitting pretty here in the mid.
That's right, of course. A bit of a connection issue for our spectator, but from that point, it's going to be very, very hard to make it back into the game. And you can see here, it looks like these guys have finished playing. So safe bet with the Bruce getting deployed there, that Coco Loco we're going to take away that round. We'll wait for confirmation, of course, here, and you can, there we go. You can listen to the sounds in the background here.
Yeah, and I think just based on the look Momeshi's given right now, I think that's one of disappointment. I would have been really shocked, Uber, if they somehow dropped that on the Coco Loco side. I think that's going to be ending up a 2-1 victory, as we can see here on our match screen.
Absolutely, and you can see serious damage done by Hiroshi over the course of a fairly long round. You mentioned the Buster has enough HP that generally he doesn't have to worry too much about what Larry and Laurie can do, but he was being held at arm's length for quite some time, and the Laurie deployments were pretty crucial, not just for the extra help, but also now having the mobility via the gadget that allowed Hiroshi to push up that right-hand side.
They had so many body blocks and just so many opportunities to kind of scrutinize the other end. Byron, Buster, 2 brawlers, a single shot brawler for Byron, and then also Buster, who's a tank. They can't really focus multiple things at once, especially when you consider the extra health that shield provides for something like Bruce. Laurie can be really frustrating to deal with. I mean, that's a mini Griff just sprinting at Carl, and there's nothing he can do about it.
Yeah, great way of putting it here. You see, like, Sakura in response in that first round sort of get caught in a fight that seemed to have suited Sakura for the most part, but when the scrappy gets thrown down, also the slow field around it, that was where Coco Loco take away that first round. Second round, though, Carl really headlined, able to make some very effective dives and put a ton of pressure on throwers, and even Nita, who's otherwise quite durable.
They just didn't give up those supers. I think that was the biggest game changer. You saw in game number 3, too, a little interesting call there from, I think, the side of Coco Loco. They got really aggressive with Nita. You called it out. They just were forced to go forward. And I think part of that, too, is knowing that if they don't have supers, they're going to fall into that trap of what they fell in game number 2. Without those supers, they have no chance. But once they get that first super cycled, it's all uphill from there.
Yeah, definitely a sense that it was worth giving up, you know, your elimination to build that super. It's not easy to charge up Bruce as needed. You're quite short range. You're pretty telegraphed, right? Your attacks don't, you know, circumvent terrain or anything like that. So quite often you need to take damage in order to do it. Building up Bruce, especially with hypercharge, as soon as that comes around, is really valuable because all of your tools are about setting Bruce up, right? Extra durability off the gadget, you know, a super that lets him heal you or vice versa, right? You heal him with Nita's damage. It's important. Brawl Ball coming up next. It's going to be Sneaky Fields for our second set as Coco Loco take away the first. Again, it was competitive, Kenny. We like that. A 2-1 result as your blue side goes up in the lead.
Exactly what we'd expect from these two teams, especially considering they're right next to each other on the leaderboard. They've both had some success. Sneaky Fields entering the fray, though. Little brawl ball to mix things up, and Cordelia is going to be the first overall selection. Angelo is somebody that's very prevalent in the meta, but considering how close range this is, unless we just had a complete destruction of every wall, I don't really anticipating him being a threat. However, Melody makes a lot of sense to me that she still gets in the ban stage. I think Angelo and Melody are still kind of sitting at the peak of what we consider to be the best brawlers in the game right now, so I don't don't think that's going to be an exception here.
Extremely powerful. Melody has an almost, I don't know, a sense of, she's almost inexorable when she's able to build up those music notes. There's just no one who can really stand toe-to-toe with her in many of those situations. Requires you to play the game a little bit differently, and that's a bit much for some teams to handle when they're already trying to create a strong draft of their own. Here's the surge picked up here from Mameshi. Obviously, good bit of, invulnerability frames every time that super comes up. There's decent mobility. Of course, he hits like an absolute truck.
Colonel Ruff's actually a very popular brawler in this region, and honestly more across the world in recent history, especially in scrims leading up to this. Colonel Ruff's is one of the most played brawlers that I have personally logged when watching some of these pro teams play. It doesn't surprise me too much. You have the wall break functionality if you want, and Max, the most selected one I would say on this map for sure. I think this combination is going to be a very powerful one. You have Cordelius, who can kind of mess with any tanky ideas that 3R Gaming had, could be eluded by that Byron selection. Colonel Ruff's, Max, two great brawlers for just powering up allies and teammates. Max, of course, for the huge momentum swings and that hypercharge, but that is a lot of HP to deal with on the other end. If Jackie can get a good run with some nice heals, it's going to be difficult to deal with. And it looks like CL already starting things off strong. A wide open net and a quick 1-0 here for the blue side.
Yeah, they get off the line awfully fast there. Just an amount of damage that 3R weren't really equipped to handle here. Having some mild connection issues, so bear with us here, of course, as we see that Ruff's gadget thrown down. Surge here, an absolute bully though. I feel like, he can really face tank so much damage. Power Shield is pretty sweet because he just like halves incoming hits and then reloads off of them. Feels like a very strong duelist here when you just want to walk up on someone and win the fight outright.
Yeah, somebody like Surge, especially down those narrow lanes, it's really easy to kind of land those connections, and you also get a huge stopping opportunity when you can use the jump with his super. You can power him up, he gets longer and longer range, so if any enemies are going with that kind of wall break composition, which in this case we're not going to see from the CL side, it's not too bad. I mean, honestly, Surge, not the most relevant, I would say, across the board, but at least on this particular map, I think it's a huge opportunity to kind of deter people away from going tanks, which is kind of what happened there in this draft.
All right, I think Coco Loco might already be done. Not sure here. Looks like they are chilling, so we might have had a pretty quick first round going. And on the in-game side, we're going to be trying to rejoin them in a second, but we have confirmation that Coco Loco have won that first round on Brawl Ball. And again, we see a very displeased Mameshi here, very focused now, as this is not where Team 3R want to be going. They had to fight their way through the lower bracket. They did it against some pretty stiff competition. This Coco Loco team are running rings around them so far.
Considering how fast that game was, too, 3R Gaming are in a bit of a pickle here. They kind of need to see themselves get one. Otherwise, they're going to be down 2-0 in a very pivotal match for their season. This could be a make or break opportunity, of course, given that there's 2 LCQ spots, 2 guaranteed World Finals spots in this region. Getting that top 4 very crucial, and especially considering some of the leaders ahead of them, Revenant, Na'Vi, very notable teams in our preseason that we thought would be almost guaranteed to get those spots. They have an opportunity to dethrone them a little bit here. So I think 3R Gaming is going to be a real test for them right now.
Absolutely. I'll be hanging on here because I think also on our B stream we're having a couple of issues with those connections here, but the game is still proceeding apace. So we thank you in advance for your patience, folks. I know we want to see those games as well, but we can't necessarily sort of stop these guys in their tracks now, and sometimes getting that communication out to them that we would need them to wait can take a moment here. So we will be keeping you updated here as things go. And of course, over on the B stream, we'll be having those other matches run, and we'll be bringing Ready Set back into the booth after to fill us in on those games if they manage to get done here. But so far, it's 1 apiece here on Brawl Ball. So we've already seen Team 3R bounce back and take a round of their own here. A little hard, though, folks, to sort of comment on. Again, we mostly haven't seen here, but Coco Loco definitely look like they're prepared here to really put some pressure down on 3R.
Yeah, this is about to be a big moment in the match. I mean, 1-1 overall. 3R Gaming finally taking a game here in this set. And going down 2-0 versus being in a 1-1 tie is a huge difference, especially in a set 3, of course. We're in a best-of-5 situation, so you're either forced to reverse sweep if you go down too much. And against a really good team at a professional level, just about anybody's going to struggle to make that kind of reversal.
And what do you feel about the prevalence of Colonel Ruffs? You did mention that globally it's such a sort of strong brawler, but we definitely, ever since the start of our monthly finals this year, back in March, I want to say, we were seeing a lot of Colonel Ruffs picked up. Really versatile brawler. Is it that bounce damage off the walls that makes them so powerful, because the sandbags we see get less application now, given, you know, like the throwers that we are seeing on so many of these maps, especially when Larry and Laurie were strong. That didn't feel like as good a gadget. What are people really trying to leverage out of Colonel Ruffs at the moment?
I feel like Colonel Ruffs is just a lot of love more at a professional level. I think when I'm in my ranked games or on my everyday ladder, I don't think Colonel Ruffs is going to be that flashy brawler that people are going to want to pop off with. But at a professional level, he does the little things, right? You know, it's somebody like Max who's really risen with a hypercharge. The fact that you can give speed to teammates and just be a huge support, that's exactly what Colonel Ruffs is going to bring. He's got that bounce shot like you mentioned, but I don't think his offense is necessarily what bolsters him to be some kind of special brawler. I think at a professional level, they're just looking for a teammate who's going to be able to stay alive, land shots. He's got multiple different kits, like you mentioned, too, whether that's air superiority or dropping the sandbags. Single shot brawlers could be really popular as well. So I think just being able to boost the HP and the damage that your teammates can do, honestly, just a huge role player in what professional teams can do to elevate themselves in an individual set.
Really good over those rounds as they go longer and longer. He only gets better. We've asked the players to halt the game so far, folks, as we work out a little bit of a connection issue. So we're going to go to a short break. When we return, we will be jumping back into Brawl here between Coco, Loco, and Team 3R. So don't go too far. This is your Brawl Stars Championship monthly finals for May, featuring the APAC region.
People often ask, how can I do become a world championship winner? What must I do to get Arms of Steel and Fist of Fury? The answer? Gimnasio Primo! You will learn to summon strength, summon asteroids, and serve a spicy jalapeno knuckle sandwich to even the strongest of brawlers. Fight with El Fuego in your heart. It will not be easy, but as El Primo once said, no pain, no gain, no glory. Gimnasio Primo. It's showtime.
If your pistol's faulty or your shotgun's jammed, Jess and Pam are always here to lend a hand. If you want to be a star, fix your winning rate, Junker Garage will make your brawling great.
For weapon repairs, upgrades, or even a hug from Mama Pam.
Junker Garage.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Brawl Stars Championship for the APAC region. This is, of course, your May monthly finals. We had the set continue and just finish for our players while we were on a quick break there trying to get our connections sorted out. It turns out we have an evened up series here, so that surge pick looks like it was part of a key strategy that allowed Team 3R to win. We have stats, so we're going to do a fun game, Kenny, where we are going to take the stats and we're going to reverse engineer how the whole game went. Let's go.
Okay, I like that. First observation, pretty even distribution here for 3R Gaming. Honestly, seeing Byron pile up 7 kills and having more than somebody like a Surge is honestly pretty impressive to me, so I'm sure Mameshi played a very good set there. The support brawlers, though, I feel like maybe a lack of DPS, lack of damage coming in from maybe the side of Max and Colonel Ruffs. We mentioned it before, Colonel Ruffs is going to be very solid in the meta right now, I feel like, at a professional level specifically, but not necessarily a lot of ways other than Cordelia's Shadow Realm to really deal with that Jackie, which was what I consider to be a huge threat when we saw that pop up at that 6th pick. So I think it may have just overwhelmed them a little bit in terms of the healing and damage category on the other end.
It's really hard to bring that Jackie down. She's often counter crushing you if you're able to get any damage done. And bear in mind, Cordelia has to stand pretty much within counter crush radius to do damage. He is short-ranged here. And of course, let's not forget the hypercharge that Jackie can bring, which is not only just a massive boost to her raw stats, but makes her really frightening when she makes use of that super. So 3R Gaming able to even up the series. I'm glad we get to start with a really competitive match here, because this has basically been the story of this APAC region all the way through the monthly qualifiers. They've never been more competitive. It's great to see. The game is growing, and the amount of teams here ready to throw down to try and pave their own way to glory has also swelled drastically. It gets me excited, Kenny, for our world finals, for what awaits us. Even stuff like the LCQ, that's going to be pretty insane. We've got so many teams that might be on the outer, outside that top two, that have every right to be at a world finals, and will have their chance to fight for that later on. But I digress. We're moving on to safe zone here, folks. It's time for Heist, and yeah, you better watch out, because there's a couple brawlers here that are just extremely oppressive, and we kind of expect to appear through our picks and bans. I'm thinking choo-choo, ladies and gentlemen.
I don't blame you at all. And honestly, another one for me is going to be somebody like Colt, who obviously has that hyper charge, but I feel like has become more popular the last couple months specifically. I know in North America, he's become a real staple on this map. One of the more picked brawlers leading up in practices for the APAC region. For whatever reason, Eve is a very popular choice on this particular region too. And I think that may be due to the amount of single shot brawlers that she could be facing, and just the ability to traverse over that water, obviously super valuable.
Yeah, you've got to pick Chuck if he doesn't get banned. This guy is so good on this game type. And again, look at the ban rate, 92% banned. It is astonishing to me that, in fact, Sam, obviously, who's a very powerful tank that hits very hard and has good sort of crowd control abilities, does get banned. Fair enough, but Chuck getting through is a whole different kettle of fish. And we do at least see the Colt here. Very powerful, great range, good damage, can really harass that safe down without putting himself in harm's way.
I think a great selection here on the other end, too.
It's a counter pick.
Yeah, you have to address Chuck. The fact that as good as Melody and Angelo are, that Chuck was banned more frequently, honestly, I think shows the value that he can bring here. I love the opportunity on the other end, though, to kind of try and match up against this. I think going with a Piper, outranging somebody like Response and Jay on the Colt and the Cord is something that you're going to have to take care of if you want Chuck to thrive. Obviously, that Shadow Realm is going to remove any ability for Chuck to make contact with that high safe, which is what this composition is going to rely on. They're just going to pick two brawlers that also have that range, a little bit of diversification. You got the long range of Piper, you got the huge DPS output from somebody like Griff. I think it's going to be a really interesting one to see unfold, and I don't know, I could see this being a real base race type of situation.
The 8-bit C being picked up, of course, into Piper. That's always a fun matchup to see play out. Raw damage from Griff. He is such a frightening brawler. That super is devastating, but even just being able to throw out those, those basic attacks on a really low cooldown, that's very, very scary. So robust comps picked by both sides. I think that, 8-bit being able to move around the map a little bit easier, being able to, dash back to the location of that damage amplifier, going to be very, very important. Ah, yes, the red exclamation mark of doom. Not a huge fan of that, if I'm honest with you. Now, basically, you guys, so I want you to look at the game, close your eyes for 3 seconds, open your eyes again, and you look like you haven't missed anything. There it is. Response actually able to take out the Piper. And, oh man, this reminds me when I tried to play Brawl back in Australia. Big shout out to those servers not being around anymore.
Yeah, tough situation for sure, but looks like a little bit of damage coming in on the side of 3R Gaming. I think that draft kind of showed the chess match that this could really be. You saw the Piper pick to go against the Cord and the Colt, and then on the other end, the 8-bit to go into the Piper. There's a lot going on here. Looks like those train stations are being established as well, and that's what Chuck can do. You mentioned the pre-draft phase, but we talked about the counter opportunity that Cordelius has. Drag him down to the Shadow Realm, and he can't do a thing against that high safe.
There's a sucker who doesn't even really bother trying to damage Response. Chuck just cannot hang with Cordelius, not in the Shadow Realm with the inherent advantage that Cordelius has. But I want you to take note of how low 3R Gaming's safe is. In the next slide of this slideshow, it might in fact be down to 0. Hiroshi is here in a position now to get a lot of free damage. So either Yumagoku is getting pounded by this, or the safe's taking damage. There it is! Bam! 32 to 0. That's called burst damage, baby.
Wow, real surge there at the end. It looked like Coco Loco going to take advantage here in a very important set number 3. I feel like they won the chess match, obviously, that time. You know, the damage that the other end got really wasn't that much. I didn't feel like we saw Piper really break away the other end. Chuck did lead the charge a little bit, but once they had that Cordelia super established, there was just nothing they could do.
Yeah, we can see how this plays out now on our real. This is rather so we're in the game. I'm surprised by the smoothness of it, if I'm honest with you. Sakura here not quite able to get a lot of pressure down on that safe, despite having a lot of those poles erected. We will see 3R Gaming being forced to come off respawn, and now the damage amp of Jay is threatening. But there he goes. More Chuck damage on this safe. It begins.
It's going to be a battle on the bottom side of the map here, and looks like another Shadow Realm opportunity. Low HP for response, though, trying to heal up from those mushrooms, and it should be a takedown onto Chuck, buying his time. A more even matchup here to start out game number 2. Hiroshi's going to have his hands full into somebody like Piper, though. Single shot brawler with a high damage output opportunity. Mameshi with that super, too, has the ability to pierce through a lot of enemies here as well. Looks like that will be a pickup ultimately on the Colt there as well, and 3R Gaming should have some control.
All right, it is another damage amp put up by Jay. Good pressure there on the safe of 3R Gaming, almost evening things up. So that constant threat of the Chuck is being neutralized over and over by Response, who seems to have that super up just when it's required, which is impressive because getting free damage against Griffin Piper, not something that Cordelius can really do. So you basically have to build your super on the Chuck every time he dives in on your safe, which again means you're going to take a little bit of damage in order to build that up at all. That means that Hiroshi, for example, needs to be constantly pummeling that safe.
And just a reminder as well, not player connection, just a little bit of a watching error here in terms of the internet connection. So the players are playing just fine. This is not going to be some kind of connection issue for them. They're going to be playing this out like normal. So the competition, of course, going to be as fair as possible. And we appreciate you all just waiting with us, being patient, just seeing kind of what happens alongside the team.
Yeah, good point to make up. Like, obviously no competitive integrity issues here. In fact, like if you were trying to counter-strat either of these teams, you'd also be unable to do that. So we are really keeping a lock for these guys here. You get it in a series of short moments, and there it is again. Coco Loco take away that next set, going up 2-1 in this series. I've got to hand it to him. It's not easy to handle that Chuck. At this level, though, we do see more and more of these teams still maintain their confidence when they see that pick come in. They make a counter pick, they can neutralize the Chuck, and then in the 2v2, when Cordelius is obviously absent dealing with the Chuck, you're able to win out, which is some very strong brawlers. So nicely played.
It felt like the Cordelius was just a lockdown onto Chuck. There was simply nothing they can do when that super went down. And we've kind of known this in the Brawl community for a while. They still lock into Chuck, though, and the fact that Cordelius was open, I think is a no-brainer for the other team to get, because if they let that one slide, I think the other end's just going to draft it so they can avoid that. And I think that really was the game changer. I mean, there was a little bit in matchups between Piper, 8-bit, you know, Piper into Colt, but ultimately I think it came down to one thing, and it was just once Chuck was shut down, they were basically playing a 3v2 the entire time.
Yeah, I mean, so much of Chuck's damage comes from that super, right? Running over people or connecting with the safe as part of that super. His auto fire, his primary fire, not that impressive, really. It's relatively short range. It's kind of like a weak at M's shot. It's not that impressive. So again, you are already at a distinct disadvantage trying to fight Cordelius in Shadow Realm, obviously, because the ability makes Cordelius stronger. But then, if you only have that to go on the safe with, you're going to lose out in the damage race against someone else. This is sick, though. Response, we talked about this, right? Building up the super against Griffin Piper is dangerous. You have to take so much damage in order to do that. Response, though, didn't seem to have too much of an issue.
Response with 10 kills and Chuck with a 0. I mean, a little donut on that. I think really showing how that went down. I think that's obviously going to be a huge part of why this shaped up to be the way it was. But Jay and Hiroshi also doing their part as well. Again, for somebody like Colt, I think the matchup into Griff can be pretty solid, all things considered. 8-bit ideal into somebody like Piper. So I think just properly kind of playing those mid to long field engagements also allowed Coco Loco to get the damage, because it sure wasn't Cordelius really marching down the other end and getting those. He was kind of there just to play defense. So I think think a lot of credit due to Hiroshi and Jay as well.
Yeah, really, yeah, I couldn't agree more. Again, we saw Jay on multiple occasions being able to cycle so many of those damage amplifiers. Hiroshi, of course, can pressure the safe down from a distance that only Piper can really challenge you on, and even then, it's not a sure thing. I mean, Colt can obviously, move pretty flexibly as he fires and make those corrections in aim on the go, whereas for Piper, you can sometimes expose yourself in order to try and get a clean shot, and you only have so many charges of homemade recipe to secure and guarantee those particular hits. Still, I saw 3 hours comp and thought, wow, this is very, very powerful. You really get a lot of what you want to work with here. But we've talked about often the 8-bit in the Piper. 8-bit has got the durability here to sort of stand his ground and sort of, spray her away at times.
I mean, no joke for Chuck, too. All things considered, obviously didn't go through our gaming's way. And despite the 92% ban rate, it's crazy to me that one simple brawler kind of changed that up entirely. I think that's just a matchup we are going to have to keep ingrained in our brains for the future as well, because we really saw the ceiling of what Cordelius can do into somebody like Chuck, who typically thrives on this map.
Yeah, generally very powerful. I think that this is a really good example. A lot of people are saying, look, I find Chuck really impressive in a lot of my games. It's very, very hard to do anything about him because the reality is he's one of those brawlers that demands a counter pick or forces you into a race. And in general, you can race. You're basically, 3v1, against that Chuck if you can sort of dive in on the other two and you can ignore Chuck. That's a viable strategy, but that's assuming that the 2 remaining defenders are just going to fall over and let you smash that safe, which is rarely the case. So that's the riskier way to play it. More often than not, if you see him, you want to try and counter pick around him. But as we sort of know, like a lot of your power matches at home, you don't get to see the composition of your opponents, right? So that's why Chuck's very powerful, because you don't always have the chance to see him, to counter him. We're going to be jumping into the game in just a moment, folks. We have on our observer machines. Just make sure we power cycle those. The old turn it on and off again trick does wonders. I'm telling you, Esports has been built off the back of many a device reset. So stick around for that one. We'll be jumping in here in a few moments. And again, for these 2 teams, it's Coco, Loco that have moved to match point. And I reiterate, this is a single elimination competition. You lose, you are out. So 3R Gaming, who have been a part of our monthly finals, they've always been there. They've managed to accrue a decent amount of circuit points from turning up. Would love a lot more, because the amount of points that you can earn really starts to skyrocket if you can hang. You make a semi-final, then we're starting to cook. Very, very important if you want to avoid being one of those teams that gets banished to an LCQ, or God forbid, not even being able to compete for a spot at Worlds. Kenny, it's Hard Rock Mine gem grab time for set number 4.
I'm going to mention a couple brawlers that we unfortunately didn't really get to see play out, but I think are very relevant here. It is going to be Max and Colonel Ruffs. We have some of our typical candidates that I'm sure we'll see in things like the ban phase, but those are ones that typically just escape the ban phase and do make it into play here. 8-bit, a little sneaky shout that I'm going to give here too. It's one that's shown up a ton in previous metas, previous years as well. I think it's still very relevant here, and there's a couple really good bans. Sandy, of course, somebody outside of those Angela and Melody kind of brawlers that we always mention, is also so threatening right now. With that hypercharge, I think Sandy has kind of earned being a top 5 overall brawler.
Yeah, incredibly powerful. Not to mention the stopping power of the Sweet Dreams gadget, which, there are all that many abilities in Brawl that give you a straight up stun, right? I think Dynamite has the gadget that allows you to do that as well, but it's harder to hit. Whereas Sandy, you can basically guarantee an elimination or at least a lot of free damage if you can hit that. So it's dangerous, especially on Hard Rock Mine, because that super makes it really hard to safely navigate this map at all and step up and contest the gems. Nita, again, makes an appearance. We saw her on Brawl Ball. We saw her just how effective, on Hot Zone, rather, just how effective she can be with that hypercharge. Bruce has never been more frightening to face down.
I'm wondering if we do. Yeah, this is exactly what I was about to bring up. Rico, it just makes a lot of sense to me here. Obviously, in monthly qualifiers data, the most banned brawler here, but I think with the range that Rico can bring in the high DPS, if he can just kind of stay back and take on that Nita lane and never really give Nita that opportunity, that could be a huge advantage. And this is going to be another brawler that can kind of stand back and have a ton of area control on the map. Amber going to be a good selection here too. It's going to be Max, Nita, and they're going to need one more brawler to kind of pair with this here. I don't know if I have an idea in mind of one brawler that kind of fixes the trick, but this one is certainly a fun one.
Yeah, BB may not be the answer necessarily, but look, Spitball can find some real purchase, especially with that hypercharge when you send out multiple of them. Very, very powerful. She is tanky, but Coco Loco appear to have picked some very, very powerful side laners. 3R are going for a tankier setup, which is fine. They don't have the healing to back that up, though, so they're going to have to take map control early and often.
Yeah, BB and Rosa, I think a couple brawlers here that are on the more aggressive, tanky side that I think can do well up close, but getting to the other end is the huge question mark, but an easy pickup there for the red roster does make things easier. Now BB can be a nuisance. Hide in this grass, just take coverage and get up in the faces of enemies. A nice bounce back from great reflexes there and good game awareness, not falling for the same tricks, and unfortunately, it didn't matter. BB has enough HP to deal with it all.
Now, I like the lamp blowout to knock Sakura out of the bushes here, but BB just takes that space, and now Hiroshi is not in a great spot. You need time to ramp up as Amber. When your opponents are playing close by, you don't have that opportunity to really get to critical mass on that burning damage as it comes across. Mameshi is looking good. 7 gems and a dream. 3R Gaming are off to the dream start here. Jay has that magic hand. There's no easy catch here. Phase Shifter can help Mameshi get out of trouble, to dodge a magic hand potentially. And even if it does hit, there's no guarantee that you can really lock down that max. With that shield gadget has like 7,500 HP.
Yeah, and I mean, all things considered too, if they pull Nita, that's an easy burst to bear that they could throw down with a super. BB has so much HP, it's hard to deal with very quickly. Another lamp blowout as well as 3R.
That's 2.
1 gem away here from picking it up. Nice takedown, a little super combination there. Max left all alone, so first real opportunity of Coco Loco kind of establishing some dominance here on the map.
But they can't give up this map control, Kenny. They cannot allow those side laners of 3R, the tanky ones, to get in and get up in their face. Jay here, of course, with that hypercharge available, which sometimes is more than a curse and a blessing. You don't necessarily want to hook 2 players in. You don't want to hook the majority of your opponent's team in when you throw that super. You just want to guarantee the catch on 1. In this case, of course, it would be Mameshi, the gem carrier. Jay also needs to keep that lamp blowout because, you know, that extra sort of CC after you pull a target in is really important. So that last charge is something he's probably going to have to sit on.
Yeah, it's a tough opportunity here. I mean, with Jay having those supers available, you got to be really careful with how you use them. I think what got Coco Loco into trouble early on was that very first sign of a pickup that 3R Gaming got. If you don't have to burn all of those extra gadgets from Meshi too, it's just easy to use those phase shifts as a get out of jail free card to stay safe and kind of progress throughout that game. Not 100% sure of how things went down there, but I would say the red roster were certainly favorites to win that game.
Yeah, a very competitive round in general, but we just saw how weak Amber looks when you take her map away. A little bit tough as well for the Jean. We don't normally see Jean getting picked up that easily, but yeah, once the BB steps up and can just throw, throw those bat swings at you, you're going to struggle. Red side, 3R Gaming were able to take their first round away here. We're going to jump into that second already. Coco Loco with a couple of gems to their name, but Sakura has gotten into the back line.
Backline's a scary opposition as well. BB just kind of maybe cycling out here, waiting for teammates to probably approach in. The max speed going to help out. They go for this massive pull here, though. That's certainly going to help the cause. It's going to be Hiroshi burning it up and tearing through that grass. Will make them a little more visible, but I think they'll take it, all things considered, that they have their spawn lines back for themselves.
The damage is really good this time from Coco Loco. Kenny, look at this. Great purchase with so many of these shots. They have that map control, but Sakura constantly threatens to take it away from them. Again into the back line. Jay knocked into the middle part of the map. Now this is dangerous. It's going to be time to pounce at your maximum mesh. You're going to go in. Hypercharge even popped there for the extra raw stats, and I think you can see how this one is going to go down. Hiroshi would be lucky to escape in this situation, especially with Sakura's move speed boost having a full home run bar. So the Amber would have to get out here, and this would at least put 3R ahead by 1 gem.
Gotta think this is just moments before disaster for somebody like Amber, right? Really tough situation to deal with, and I think when that draft went down, getting down to that final pick, picking BB makes a lot of sense. I just think something sort of aggressive with a lot of HP. I think BB is kind of in an underrated spot right now, probably by the average Joe at home like me. BB with a hypercharge, just those extra stats for a tank. So important. Sure, the double bounce from the bubble is nice. Getting an extra one's cool and all, but I think just the extra speed and aggression that you can get from that, I think it's a reason why Rosa, for example, became so good as well. Those were a couple brawlers that came to mind as kind of good options, and I think you can read the room a little bit on their faces, putting the iPad or device straight to the ground, and just a little upset there. Meshi seems much less upset. I'm guessing a red roster win there, Uber.
I think you might be right. I do love that we are now stepping into the realm of of sort of trying to judge body language, which, by the way, is something that varies so much geographically, but there is one universal, obviously, look for victory, and I think that is what team, obviously, 3R are wearing right now. But Meshi as well, I mean, I've got to say, that could be a school uniform, you know what I mean? There's no tie on, so I'm not sure. He could have been he could be a bank clerk at this point. He looks like he's done some real business today, and is coming now to give the business to Coco Loco as we've evened up the series and we're going to a 5th set.
He certainly gave him the business in set number 4. Again, I think the hero of that draft was going to end up being that baby pick. Just once up in the faces of the enemies, they didn't really have a great way to deal with it. I think the high HP, the speed going down that left or right hand lanes, and just the aggressiveness swinging a baseball bat, too much to handle for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's cool to see that this composition works out, because I think, to quote myself, I said, oh, Coco Loco are very strong side laners, which in theory is true if they have those long lines, those long lanes to play down, but they were denied those pretty entirely. So I've got to hand it to the 3R. This, again, is, a team that features a world champion player. These guys know exactly how to navigate this kind of situation, and for all the damage that Response was able to do, the health pools, especially of Yuma Goku and Sakura, were way too big, so they didn't have to do that much damage. Create the space for Meshi to step up, get gems, find a couple of key kills here and there, and you take the round away. Good looks for 3R Gaming. They are going to take this now to a decider set. I'm all about this. This is what we want to see in this APAC region. Some real close games. And I'm looking forward to set 5 because it's knockout. That's really going to put our players to the test.
This is going to be a stressful set. The ramifications of this match were already pretty big. There are 16 points that separate these two teams. They're sitting in 6th and 7th. No Na'Vi, no Revenant. This is an opportunity with a special run this month for them to take over and possibly give themselves an outside chance of something like last chance qualifier. Ultimately, making the postseason is the goal right now. Sure, the World Finals would be great, but there's a team like CR Gaming that I feel like are a very big thing to overcome. So for now, you just got to settle for the opponent in front of you. Improving that you can beat the other team here, I think, is the first step in really establishing whether or not you are going to be a worthy adversary for all these other regions at LCQ.
Absolutely. I mean, our last chance qualifier is happening, towards the end of August, and that is, I think, for EMEA and China, they get 3 slots. APAC gets 2 slots, so it's those 3rd and 4th teams, our runner-up teams, that qualify via those BSC points here. So great that, of course, like the top 4 teams from so many of these regions all have a shot. And, we saw, God, was it STMN that actually went all the way to the silver medal last year in the World Championships? They had to qualify through the LCQ. So even if you have a slow start, even if you struggle at the beginning of the year, you have a chance, of course, to come back and make a big impact when it really counts. Buster getting locked in here. Gold Arm Gulch. Whenever I see Buster, I wonder, are we just sitting? Are we going to wait until we build super towards the end of the round and then explode behind that montage and have a whale of a time?
I think that's pretty good analysis, to be honest with you, especially considering that Kit's gone and Byron is gone. Picking Buster as the first overall selection still, I think, is something of confidence for this team. Clearly, they are comfortable with this, even if the other end decides to open up the map, go with a tank counter. That's a bold call, I think, this early on in the draft, especially considering those typical pairings aren't necessarily there, and now they don't have Max as an option for last-minute aggression with that max speed and Buster oomph that you get from all that HP. I think Gray can be threatening as well. Like I mentioned, tearing down this map could be good. The dimensional doors, access to get in and out of really tricky situations. So I think 3R Gaming just kind of playing it safe so far.
Yeah, look, it's a composition that's pretty solid in general. Now Coco Loco have to decide whether they really have the option. They're doing it. They are absolute. They are doing the comp. It's a little cheesy, but very powerful, where, the Melody probably doesn't want to be that active early in the round, but as the map starts to close up, you can guarantee more of those hits, and you can build up those, music notes. And once you have 3, you're good to go. Charlie as well, just to take a brawler out of the fight entirely. Now, obviously, that hypercharge isn't the most powerful, right? But the fact that it spawns spiderlings when you do connect that cocoon, it is very important against a lot of those single-shot brawlers. Gray, for example, doesn't like dealing with spiderlings. It's a bit of a nuisance for him to clear. So 3R have to consider that with their next brawler. Maybe hope they have something that can clear those a little bit more effectively. But there's still the question, Kenny, of how they are going to deal with a Melody that will be untouchable behind a Buster Super, and then will have a ridiculously large shield to soak up that damage as she gets in your face.
It's a hard decision here for 3R Gaming. They end up selecting Colette, especially with the spiderlings that Charlie can bring. Once I saw them not select Charlie, given how popular Charlie is as a counter option to somebody like a Buster on this map, I feel like Coco Loco, it's a no-brainer. It's hard to resist a Melody pick, and then pairing that with Charlie as one of, if not the biggest counter opportunities that also plays well into this map and into Buster, and stealing that from 3R Gaming, I think is a big deal. The other composition here with 3R Gaming, they have that range with Colette. They have that range with Gray, but they are a little bit squishy on the Max and Gray side. I think if they get overrun or dashed on by somebody like Melody, there could be trouble for 3R Gaming.
Yeah, I just fear that comp. As soon as I see Buster, whenever you have a brawler that is, able to charge that super up without actually doing any damage, right? Buster will generate his super based on proximity to his teammates. He'll build that up. And, slow-mo replay is very good in a pinch here. Being able to yank someone back into position, really, really powerful. And if, the squad of 3R Gaming don't see or don't have the opportunity to safely pressure Coco Loco, they can't really build their supers and have a big impact. I will say, I wonder, if we do see some actual terrain destruction here, Walking Cane can do it, but we've seen in very niche corner cases the Grand Piano gadget picked up here by Gray just to open up the map. Fortunately, Gold Arm Gulch is pretty open anyway. We got a bit of aggression here from Hiroshi. Ooh, does get connected with by a Walking Cane, and that put a lot of threat down. Mameshi able to go for time to collect here. Good damage done. Cocoon thrown out. Response is very low. Hey, you can cast the freeze frame, Kenny. How about that? You earned it. You earned it, buddy.
I really appreciate you with that fun toss, Uber. To be honest with you, we're just going to show what we can. Again, just to reiterate, the actual competition these guys are facing, the Wi-Fi is totally fine for them. It's purely a spectator thing and internet connectivity on our side. So these players are fighting just like normal. We're going to do what we can and enjoy the ride alongside it. Obviously, this is a thrill of a match, and we obviously want to bring that to you all. But 2-2 situation, all we can kind of do at this point is judge off their facial expressions, Uber, and they just look kind of locked in. Hard to say right now, but I think we gave enough credit to the left hand in there, right? That composition looked like a very tough one to deal with, and especially when you consider the spawners getting the mix with Charlie too. I just think it was such a perfect combination to kind of take away from the other end.
I do think though that Golden Gulch, excuse me, is not like, what is it, out in the open or some of those other maps where you can actually hide, on the corners of the map, where you kind of get exposed. You don't really have a place that you can hole up that, basically means instant death for your opponents if they try and push you there. So you actually saw that, Coco Loco had to be pretty proactive, actually. They had to move up the map. They had to try and put pressure down. I'm seeing some very pleased Coco Loco players here right now, so sounds like that first set might have gone in their favor. And I think that, if we're not doing any late round cheese, because it doesn't look like you really can on that map, then, yeah, you get Charlie, Melody, Buster. That's just a very powerful team, and taking a player out of the fight instantly, Melody deleting someone if she's able to get up in your face. I don't know. They've managed to, navigate a really good draft here. It's great to see this as well. Now, non-veteran teams, Kenny, crafting some really good compositions here. And it was Coco Loco that took that first round away.
Yep, we got confirmation of that hopping into a game 2 now, and already some destruction going down. Aggression coming in from Jay, looking for a pull. A lot of damage going his way. A charging of a super reflection as well to get a pickup there. What a cheeky little kill to start things off.
And again, now you're in deep trouble. You don't really have Dimensional Door to engage, and more likely disengage now against this kind of composition. Colette needs backup. She can't do it on her own. And it's not the tankiest composition that she's going up against. Most of the durability for Melody comes from her shields, which Colette really can't interact with in the same way, even if she herself can sort of build it up. She wants to punish the Buster for getting too close at all. So I think without the Grey, you're in a lot of trouble. You don't have the disruption of Walking Cane. You don't have the reposition of that Dimensional Door. It's not a great start for the red side here. So Coco Loco again, looking pretty good. I feel like, we should get you guys out here. We should get on the couch, co-stream this. Hiroshi, yep, Melody's kind of busted. She's kind of filthy. She kind of doesn't care if she's in a 1v3 or not. She has 3 of those music notes going down.
We couldn't have asked for a better, 5-second segment to prove why Melody is that brawler. I mean,
so good.
Also consider, too, they were in a 1v2 situation. Somehow, some way, 3R Gaming clawed their way back into that. Being down 3-2 that early is typically devastating.
Yeah, generally, losing a player early is really rough. So 3R clawed it back. Don't even know how they managed to do that. It's not easy with Max and Colette. You don't have burst damage at all, so that is impressive. Still, we have Montage up. We have, of course, Melody. She hit a shot, so she has that super available. The mobility is going to be there. And again, it's not exactly the late round cheese, but Coco Loco aren't exactly proactively taking space in the middle of the map, Housing market, not really doing it for them right now, so they're staying out. Here's a montage just to give you map control. Hiroshi dashes in, going to get caught by that walking Kane, and this time the Melody can't be that oppressive force that she's often known to be.
The response going to be sitting in the fog. It's just Jay. They're going to be running it all the way back. A little spin as well to concede this round. I think kind of seeing the writing on the wall there, right? But rather than hand off some supers, put themselves in an even further disadvantage in this round 3, they're just going to toss it away. I think an intelligent decision. And now a little reset here as we have the entire blue and red rosters on this right-hand din. Charlie holding back on a hypercharged super as well, which could be a game changer.
Response caught by the walking Kane. Had to be Spiderlings there to block some of the damage coming in after it. No harm, no foul. The Charlie still stands for the time being. Jay moves up, throws the montage up. Mameshi, more than happy to give it a little bit of room here. Hypercharge available here, though, crucially for that Charlie. And Yuma Goku, importantly, can charge up Mameshi's hypercharge with his own hypercharge. Very powerful thing that Max now has access to. It's going to be pretty oppressive. Again, these longer rounds, those hypercharged brawlers, if they're able to build 1, maybe 2 over the course of a set, can really make a big difference here. On your screen, Coco Loco comfortably easing into the second half of this round.
Yeah, I think we'll know if a player goes down 2. If they put down their tablets, we'll know that they're kind of out of their round, right? So we'll see how quickly this all unfolds. Love the communication, though. I mean, I feel like it's something we've seen a few times now. Hey, that's some excitement. I think something good just happened for the blue roster. Probably a match finish there, to be honest with you.
Little pop-off. We like a little pop-off here, and I can't believe it because I predicted them, fam. But it is going to be Coco Loco advancing here with a win. Is that peace sign? That's upside down. Is that like...
Yeah, I'm not sure what to make of that one.
The number 11? Legs, perhaps? Either way, yeah, great. Look, they picked a really strong composition. That Melody Charlie set up with the Buster, it's just very, very, very good. We can see here, of course, your scorebox. Yeah, a 2-0 victory on Gold Arm Gulch, but a super back-and-forth series here. 3R with great showings on both Brawl Ball and Gem Grab, respectively, kept it competitive, but ultimately it wasn't enough to get them over the line.
I felt like the drafts were a huge factor here across the board. It just felt like there were a lot of 5th or 6th picks that went around for both ends, to be honest with you. That kind of made the difference for me. I mean, especially in that one, stealing Charlie was a big deal. Getting a free square with Melody. Those are the kinds of things that add up rather quickly. That's a brawler that's very threatening. So the fact that it escaped the ban stage, wasn't a first overall pick, it's kind of a no-brainer on the other end, right? We saw it earlier with BB and Jim Grab. There have been plenty of opportunities for both these teams to kind of capitalize, and I think they have. It makes sense to me why this one went down to the wire.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that, again, Team 3R looked very, very good. We saw them, prioritize a lot of those very powerful brawlers, right? They went for the chuck when it was available, but they did walk into a counter. I won't put their lack of success here in this series on drafting at all, but they got pretty outcomped in this particular matchup. We did see, though, like, the Melody actually go down first. So Coco Loco had to win that 2 versus 3. In order to take the round away, which is not easy. It probably explains sort of why we saw a bit of a pop-off from them. So again, great individual skill, great moments here from, again, this pretty young squad who are really looking to make a big impact, make a splash, make a semi-final, if not more here. And a victory here for them means that Coco Loco go up against the winner of Crazy Raccoon and Master Entertainer. Now, I thought the direct translation was Master Comedian, but again, that's going to be a challenging match. We know Crazy Raccoon, very, very dangerous. But Coco Loco, they are definitely one of the top 4 teams in this region. They beat FA Nidug, they beat Team S2, who, 2-0'd Revenant. So they're definitely a cut above here. Good to see him still, in the mix big time. And getting to the semis is going to be very, very good for their circuit points.
For sure. I mean, this is a huge opportunity that they need to cling on to, an opportunity for revenge against a team like Crazy Raccoon as well, assuming that they win. This is tough either way, and if Crazy Raccoon end up getting upset, even a bigger opportunity for them as well. So Coco Loco doing exactly what they need to do here. And of course, the people at home at event.brawlstars.com, you all have selected Response as your MVP. Hard to kind of say who the best player was, at least that last set for me, but I think he's definitely been a part of this roster, and especially BSC for a long time. I mean, a very veteran and skilled player.
A response, yeah, been around for absolute donkey's years at this point. A great showing, of course. Response, a Singaporean player that we saw on Team Flash and Team Starward, I think, at times. So we're talking about a player who, ever since like 2021, has been a part of the Brawl Stars Championship. Thank you very much over at event.brawlstars.com for putting your MVP forward. We'd like to hear what you guys think and your predictions as well. So keep them coming over at that website. And remember, you can be joining us here watching these matches. And Wiggly Spoo, of course, our B streamer for today, is covering the other quarterfinals 1 and 2 over on his stream. So don't be afraid to jump in between. You'll be able to interact on the event.brawlstars.com site in terms of, getting yourself those tokens, getting those star drops in games. So hang around for that one. Of course, and there's still much more to see. We've only done one quarterfinal. We've still got another whole one to go. We do love, kicking it off with a big 5-setter, Kenny. Really feels like it's getting me warmed up for a huge monthly final here in the APAC region.
For sure. I mean, no other way to have it. Of course, we're going to get to see somebody like CR take off here in a moment, too. So really excited to see what we do. We're going to go to a short break real quick here, but stay tuned. Quarterfinal number 4 is on the way.
The Snapdragon Pro Series Brawl Stars Championship is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Brawl Stars Championship, powered by the Snapdragon Pro Series. And, of course, Snapdragon Elite Gaming getting on board to bring you the very best of Brawl Stars around the world. Right, ready, set. We had you over on the B stream, watching, seeing how things were going. I don't know if you had a slideshow, if you had a full feature film there. How do things go in that other quarterfinal?
I got hungry. I eated the spectator machine. Things are back up and running. And I did get to catch a good amount of that coverage on the B stream. Yes, in fact, Angelic took down Team S2 3-1. And there were some pretty cool drafts, some cool highlights to go through as well.
So we have a very competitive bracket already, right? We've seen Coco Loco, a very close matchup. Although the sets themselves weren't that close, Kenny. I feel like there were just some game types that either team really looked a lot stronger on, had a lot more functional drafts on. So Coco Loco probably wants to brush up on a couple of those if they want to put a dent in Crazy Raccoon, who we'll be heading over to next.
It felt like the drafts were kind of make or break a lot of those sets. Those 6th picks were very crucial and kind of dictated how the rest of the set would play out for the match that we saw. And Crazy Raccoon, of course, no stranger to the spotlight in our very next one. Master Entertainer going to have a huge task at hand on the other end with them.
Yeah, it's going to be tough here. We've seen pretty close games. Obviously, the rival Esports versus Why We Lose game is in progress right now. Ironic name, considering I think it was Why We Lose that knocked out Na'Vi in the end. Yeah, 2-1 there. So, that question's going to have to wait because they haven't had to answer it just yet. But rival Esports are a team that surely is going to put them under the pump. Angelic making another semifinals. This team is pretty sick. I feel like we've always seen great games from them. I think it was our first monthly final where they had like a 5-set game against Crazy Raccoon, a really close one. And again, even without someone like Na'Vi here, we still have some incredibly strong teams that are turning up. But it does mean, folks, that we have to turn our attention towards this next game here. And I guess a little bit of a lesser-known team in Master Entertainer. This is a team that made it through the lower bracket of this tournament, losing out to rival Esports in the monthly qualifier, then managing to basically run through a few lesser known teams to get through. I would suggest they run through that lower bracket, didn't feature any of those big names here. So question marks already set for us, I think, about this team in general, especially now facing the true titan of this whole region.
You're spot on about Master Entertainer because, I mean, of course, I did my research before this, and I couldn't find them really facing anything super noteworthy in that lower bracket run. They've gotten basically the worst hand that they could possibly be dealt, facing Crazy Raccoon in the quarterfinals of that. Basically a 1-in-4 chance of this happening, especially with teams like Navi and Revenant being out of the competition this month. That said, though, they have been around, like in April, for instance. They lost to Never Back Down in the upper bracket, who lost to, and then they followed that by losing to How in the lower bracket, that wound up losing to Angelic. Maybe by some kind of proxy, they ended up losing to a team that made it on to the monthly finals, and they're actually pretty good, but this is their first time that we've actually seen them in a monthly final.
But, Kenny, Crazy Raccoon are anything but an unknown quantity. We know what this team are capable of. They did end up falling to Na'Vi in a 5-set extravaganza in the previous month, where Na'Vi basically exploded onto the scene, made this big impact. But I feel like this team now, with a lot of those previous names not really present, I'm seeing like Angelic is maybe a legitimate threat for them right now, but they had an easy time in the monthly qualifiers. They should probably steamroll this game.
I think they're huge favorites here. I mean, no disrespect, of course, to Master Entertainer, but like Reddy said, this is a more new team here, and the other end has 2-time world champions, or at least finals appearances. I mean, they're pretty established, and the accolades are limitless with this team. They're the blue bloods of Brawl Stars. What can I say? I think Crazy Raccoon are probably 90% favorites here. I mean, to be honest with you, and if Master Entertainer can put up a good fight, I think it can showcase what they can possibly do. But my expectation is certainly that CR take care of business, get the job done, and kind of meet expectations here.
There was like a narrative around this team, especially last year at the World Finals, where they were like incredibly good individual players, Reddy said, just like amazing in-game, but their drafts were kind of weird. And sometimes like we feel like they lost, sometimes because of their drafts, which is kind of crazy to say, just because their coaching staff is, like a real veteran player in Rely. I mean, this guy has, who was like the PSG coach. He's been with these guys for quite some time. So, as we take a look back here, we'll get onto that because, again, well worth sort of recapping this previous game. Again, we saw this sort of dive set up here with with the Carl on this hot zone game. This was a really back and forth one.
Yeah, that one in particular, Hot Zone, I actually like the draft for 3R better. I think really the main thing for Coco Loco that made that possible there was the Nita just being so good into the Buster. But aside from that, I love to see the Byron. I like the Carl for the Larry and Laurie as well. I was a little surprised that that one ended up not working out for them. Of course, you saw my predictions. I predicted with my heart this time. I wanted to see what 3R Gaming could muster. They did make it all the way on to set number 5. Ultimately, it did end up going to Coco Loco. I did definitely favor their draft and set number 5.
So that's the story so far here in this, monthly final, so far the first quarterfinal. But Kenny, I'm going to circle back to you about this because we had some things to say about Crazy Raccoon's drafts. But this year, in the race for the World Finals, in this region, they haven't really shown that particular weakness or any really at all.
I think that's a huge thing to address. I think a huge kind of question mark left at the end of the year, that set 5 against Zeta Division, who ended up being the world champions, is a very memorable one. I think a lot of pro players on Twitter and in conversations kind of discussed, hey, some of these are a little bit shaky, not sure about that one, putting all your faith in X composition. Those are the kind of question marks that you kind of hear about, and I don't think anybody on planet Earth is disrespecting the mechanics that the guys have, but at the same time, these are all professional players across the world, and this skill level in Brawl Stars has risen to just another level every single year, and I think that's being showcased by this region as well. I mean, heck, Revenant, Navi, 2 teams in the preseason that I think all 3 of us, at least speaking for myself, would absolutely put in this top 4 consideration, and now they're teams that aren't even here because of the competition on the other end. It's getting harder and harder every year, so the draft is something that is a must. It's not a question mark. Mechanics can only get you so far, and I think that was proven in the World Finals. I think Crazy Raccoon have done a great job of addressing that so far this year.
It's funny how the game's evolved. We used to to just plonk the players in game, you know, with like kind of blind drafts, right? It was blind draft, right? Which is not that uncommon, but it created like these really lopsided results where teams just had no idea where they were going, and we often saw drafts just be about like the safest comp. Here's the game that happened on our B stream, right, where Team S2 actually got out to like quite a lead here early on. Wang Meshi, just a 10 out of 10 name, honestly. Huge fan of that one. But yeah, they looked really, really good, but Angelic were able to sort of find their feet here. And on Brawl Ball, ready, set, they started to really ease into it.
I expected as much from Angelic. They're a much more well-known team than Team S2 for good reason. They've been around the sphere so far. This is their 3rd month here being in BSC and APAC. And as you remarked earlier on, just several minutes ago, about their performance versus Crazy Raccoon in month 1, they got very deep into that monthly finals run. But ultimately, they pulled it out on Canal Grand versus S2. As I said, expected as much from that team.
Big chillin', I need those pants. Those look unbelievably comfy. I'm saying MC Hammer could never. Again, if you're with us right now, which is great. There is another game going on right now on that B stream. So event.brawlstars.com, that's the easiest way. Head over to that website, go to the top left corner. You can sort of select the stream that you're watching, and you click that drop-down menu. You can then change your language if you want to, but you can select the stream. You can go between us. We're Brawl Stars 2024. We've got Wiggly Spoo. We've also got Japanese and Korean localized streams there, so you go and check them out. You can also subscribe to the stream in that same window. Make sure to keep your predictions coming in, though. You can also vote on MVP. There are also a bunch of trivia questions that come up, and those are clutch, by the way, if you really want to gain those tokens and get as many of those star drops in game as possible, because again, there's a lot of star drops to be gotten. There's like 30 different drops that you can get, and each month you can sort of get more. Anyway, on that note, keep an eye on that. We're going to go to a break here as we get some gremlins ironed out of the technical system, and I'm not talking about those things that are infecting Ready Set's attic. No, technical gremlins. So we'll be back after this, everybody, for more of your Brawl Stars monthly finals in the APAC region. So don't go too far.
likes soda.
My headshot. My headshot.
Spy likes soda.
My headshot.
Spy likes soda.
Hey guys, how's it going? Appreciate you sticking with us so far as we work out a couple mild technical issues. This is my close-up, by the way. Yeah, I've actually manufactured myself. There you go. You can look at me now as I just give you the news here. This is less a doctor's prognosis and more a friend talking to another friend, telling you as my friend that we are still working on some of our technical issues. But in order for me to make a living, I have to get on camera and talk a little bit. That is okay though, because I love the sound of my own voice, probably more than is remotely appropriate. What's going on right now, to be very clear to you, is that the spectator servers are experiencing some latency issues and some choppiness, right? That is something that we're trying to rectify on our side, but it seems that it may not be an issue necessarily on our side. So we're still working on that. We are still trying to diagnose the problem. Our good friends over at Supercell also aware of that, so we are working avidly, might I say, to get that sort of ironed out for you guys and continue with the tournament. So this is more us coming back from break. As much as we'd like, you know, lo-fi beats to study and Brawl to with Sakura Spike, we're going to keep you waiting a little bit longer as we sit back and eagerly await our opportunity to cast some more of this fantastic monthly final for the APAC region. But in the meantime, sit tight. We'll keep you updated because you know I can't not have a bit of camera time here and there. And we'll see you guys after another break. Do you guys want to say anything? Do you want to earn your money, or you guys good? Kenny, ready?
I just think that was mad parasocial of you to say, like, hey, friends.
Yes.
You know, I know we've never seen each other and met each other.
That's right.
You're a friend.
No, yeah, I am actually big on cultivating extremely parasocial relationships and then directing them to you. You know, basically, like, it's like a spirit bomb that I'm passing and you can't really hold it because you don't have the appropriate gloves. That's what I'm throwing over to you. So everyone, make sure you go and follow Ready Set over on X and tweet him your thoughts about this game, your favorite brawler. What do you think about Sakura Spike? What do you think about what's on Sakura Spike's desk? How would you name those objects? That's what we want to know because Reddy's really excited to tell you what he calls them. But we're going to be back after the break with a bit more of this. So thanks for sticking with us so far, guys. We appreciate your patience. We would love to jump into some more games and we'll be doing that as soon as we can. So we'll see you soon. Welcome back, everybody, to the Brawl Stars Championship powered by the Snapdragon Pro Series. I'm using my voice to make you think we're jumping into game, but we're not. Let me just make that clear. I really do think that, like, in order for our parasocial relationship to continue to deepen, I think setting expectations is really important because, you know, if I give you guys the wrong expectation and then pull the rug out from under you, it's just going to delay us, you know, becoming closer as friends, you know, more than just acquaintances, which is kind of the purpose of this show for the time being. I'm here, of course, with Ready, Set, and Kenny. Before we dive into what is bound to be a scintillating bit of discussion, I'm just letting you know we are still working on our connection issues. What is going to happen is at some point, we can't hold the players in this holding pattern. All right, and we'll sort of confer with Supercell on that. Eventually, we're going to have to allow them to play their matches. So if you're a real parasocial fan, and that obviously is still to be determined, we have not made that call yet. If you're a real parasocial fan, you've got these players added on your Brawl Stars app, and you can go and spectate them. If you aren't, then it's a skill issue, I'm afraid, and you'll have to sort of spend some more time with us sort of waiting. Guys, I do want to quickly talk about something because we got something a little bit else going on in the Brawl world right now. The much anticipated Brawl Ball League comes back for its 7th season. Obviously, SK Gaming in the EMEA region, bringing us some great extra Brawl Stars coverage. You guys have been involved in the show, so why don't you let us know how that's been going for you guys so far? Because I'll be honest with you, I was skeptical when I heard that they were just playing Brawl Ball. I was like, okay, that's pretty intense. And I think you had 3 reverse sweeps out of 4 games already here. So that's a lot of Brawl Ball, boys. How's it been so far, Kenny? Because I know you have been getting stuck in.
I was going to say, day one, actually, Trav kind of abducted my Twitch channel, so he led the brigade there. Him and Sonny, of course, another co-caster of ours, kind of took over for day one. But we'll be rotating. There will be some good fun in there as well throughout the season. And yeah, it's kind of been coined as the Reverse Sweep League. 3 of 4 matches to start off the season were all reverse sweeps. And honestly, my favorite game mode is Brawl Ball for sure. I just think the big playmaking abilities are so apparent. It's been a lot of fun. I mean, love to see the insane support that another third-party tournament for Brawl Stars has, and awesome to see that all you guys at home are eating it up this year, which is such a cool thing.
Yeah, I mean, that runs over like 7 different match days. The next one is on May the 30th, a Thursday. So bookmark your calendars for that one. It features top teams such as Zeta Division, Humble, Totem, SK Gaming, Oceanus Gaming, Foot Esports. Yeah, I put them in that list as well, even if this has been a little bit of a rocky year for that particular squad. An ambitious project that we've yet to see come to fruition. So obviously good luck to Foot Esports, who did drop their first game to Zeta Division. And also, Ready Set, you have been grinding out. You've been pumping out a bunch of your own tournaments, man. How's that been going?
I mean, it's wonderful. It's a lot of fun. I'm sure that, you know, with all the Brawl Ball League stuff going on in the EU, I've been trying to, like, you know, keep things balanced and bring some attention in North America. I've been hosting a lot of North American stuff on Matcherino. If you don't know of that tournament platform, you absolutely should. If you're an aspiring player, it's a great way to get some games in and get some earnings as well. If you're a fan of, like, $60 tournaments, then that is where you got to go. And I think the biggest development for the tournaments that I've been hosting is we have draft on there now. Matcherino's API has been a huge help in that. So we got like actual production quality on the Matcherino stream. So those are always a lot of fun if you're a North American player.
You've been solo casting that stuff, right? You've just been cranking games one after another.
It's been a huge grind, but it's a whole lot of fun because I know that I'm, you know, giving some stuff to North America, lining the pockets of Tribe Gaming and Esports 3 times a week.
Yeah. Yeah, just let's loading the homies up, of course. Now, like you're so without being too paras, I'm not going to give you a social security number, but you're based in like Central America here. You're often you have extremely good ping to the NA servers at your apartment, right? That has definitely attracted some pro players to your vicinity in recent times.
Don't switch up like that. You called them gremlins earlier. Gremlins.
I wasn't referring to those gremlins.
Oh.
Those guys. Oh. Bobby, I'm sorry, bro. Listen, you could maybe get some more sun, but you're not a gremlin. You know what I'm saying, brother? Like I ain't trying to talk that kind of smack on you, man. No, I mean actual like, you know, like raccoons. What do you have, raccoons and stuff in your roofs here? In Australia, we get possums in our roofs, and they go scratching around all the time. It's kind of crazy. I'm sure you have that there, right? Even in a big city, like.
family of raccoons that lives in my walls, and they whisper, draft suggestions to me to help me out during my project.
Yeah, you might want to get that checked out, and I don't mean the walls, mate.
Personally, I don't have that problem.
No, none of the Kentucky raccoons, mate, just getting up in your walls and
I
such.
don't know what to tell you. We usually don't have that problem here. I realized that was such an Aussie and
no, okay, well, no, look, possums, okay, so possums are way cuter than raccoons, personally. Like, just generally, like, if you want to, like, I'm sorry, guys.
That's a take. That's a take.
You guys think raccoons are... Okay, I'm getting a possum picture I'm showing you all right now. You guys think raccoons are cute? Is that the general consensus here?
Yes. Yes.
Have you ever faced down a raccoon, like, outside, like, at night? Have you ever, like...
No, but I have faced down a possum, and it was mean, and it was ugly.
No. Possum, not you guys have opossums, right? It's
yes,
yeah. Those are feral. Those look like failed experiments. Those look like the crazy raccoon drafts from like circa 2022, right? No, these are Australian possums. Omega cute. They are
okay.
I'm showing y'all a photo. I don't really care about
It's not spelled with an O. It's like a completely different name.
Look, bro.
That's fair.
Come on, man.
That thing.
See that?
That's pretty fair.
Yeah, our possums are sick. Don't
like the equivalent of Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, but like. For those guys, or do they all have that?
They probably all have pink noses, man. I haven't actually asked them. I was
just curious.
No, I was legit. Anyway, our possum's cute. Your possum's absolutely pusillanimous looking. But when they get in the roof, they get like distinctly less cute because they do make a lot of noise. And in a lot of houses in Australia, what people don't understand about this, still a developing country in some ways, like our infrastructure. We have tin roofs still, right? You guys don't really have that. You guys have like the proper, Groundhog Day looking
infrastructure and like running water.
Yeah, okay. We have running water too, all right? That's not. Settle down here, boys. Okay,
What's going on?
Well, I tell you what. Like, if you get a possum on a tin roof, mate, you'll know about it because it is extremely, extremely loud. So I don't recommend it here. Anyway, we're still waiting. I mean, there are a number of like we could try and find controversial topics to talk about, but that's way less fun than just like throwing these guys random curveballs and having them sort of ad-lib it on. So we're going to be back after a short break. We are still waiting, of course. Thanks for joining what has now basically become a glorified podcast, but we are still, of course, waiting on this Crazy Raccoon versus Master Entertainer match to start. If we can't get our observer solution sorted out, we may eventually let them play through, and we'll try and jump into the tournament at a later point. But thanks for sticking back with us. We are invariably going to be dragged back in front of the camera to deliver the news to you again after a short break, so don't go too far. We'll keep you updated. We'll be here waiting again.
back on the grind. Boring!
We fell down from the top, but we wouldn't let it stop us. Felt my heart drop, but I picked myself up and didn't let it show. And I knew I had to go. Be resilient, I'm never one to quit. Yeah, perseverance is my one-word story. You'll never see me back down from the glory. But in time, I would save what's mine. They try to sucker punch me, knock me out, never see me backing down. We're gonna put up a fight, believe it's our time to break out and rise, achieve whatever we choose. They know it's our time, they know it's our time to rise up to the top like we always do. We're gonna take back what's ours, we're the champions. Break out, they'll never get the best of us. 'Cause they know it's our time, they know it's our time to rise up to the top like we always do. Rise up to the top. Keep on fighting, I will never run away. Learn my lesson, defense is part of making plays. I'm not gonna let you down today. I'll be by your side, yeah, I'm here to stay. Hyper focus, this isn't just a game we play. We will rise above every enemy we face. I'm not gonna let us down today. We're meant for victory. They try to sucker punch me, knock me out, but I stay on my feet, ready for another round. You'll never see me backing down. We're gonna put up a fight, believe it's our time to break out and rise, achieve whatever we choose. They know it's our time, they know it's our time to rise up to the top like we always do. We're gonna show 'em who we are, we're the champions. Make sure they don't forget our name because they know it's our time, they know it's our time to rise up to the top like we always do. Tell me that it's not too late. Tell me that we didn't break under the weight. We just have to stand back up and show them what we are all capable of. I'll play Edgar like Shidampo. You can play rough like a choppy. Let's go just like Tensai. They'll say goodbye. You'll be a mystery like Mameshi. We won't give up. We're gonna put up a fight, believe it's our time to break out and rise, achieve whatever we choose. Right now is our time, right now is our time to rise up to the top like we always do. We're gonna take back what's ours, we're the champions. Make sure they don't forget our names because right now is our time, right now is our time to rise up to the top like we always do. To the top.
control, but we're stuck here together. So join me and let's go into this trophy shredder. If you ever feel you're fighting alone, count on me wherever you go. As long as defeat is our main goal. We're brawling through this night together. We're stuck here just failing forever. I knew from the start we're falling apart. Whenever you lose, we'll be. We're brawling through this night together. We're stuck here just failing forever. I'm not very smart, but it comes from the heart. So embrace this whole death spree. I knew from the start we're falling apart. Whenever you lose, we'll be together. Hello, my friend, is it your first time here? I'm Trash Coco, yeah, the support that you fear. You've been expecting to trouble, but I have taken an oath never to heal allies. Your defeat is my prize. Trust me, I'm right behind you. You're not the first I've lied to. I'm sorry to say goodbye, but the truth is that I let you die. At the top of your lungs, you ask why. You know you fell for the healing lies. Hello again, I hope I made things clear. Today's the day, yeah, I will end your career. I've been busy getting aggro just when you needed a clutch, but I didn't even try. Just another healing lie. Trust me, I'm right behind you. You're not the first I've lied to. I'm sorry to say goodbye, but the truth is that I let you die.
Welcome back, folks. Great to have you here with us still for the Brawl Stars Championship for May. It is our APAC monthly finals. We start off with APAC, which is always a great way to take the temperature of our teams internationally as the race for the global finals continues. Now, I've been told that we've had a little bit of a cheeky server reset in the backside there, so we might be in a position to see some more gameplay, which is very, very exciting, because of course we are waiting to jump into our last quarterfinal between Crazy Raccoon and Master Entertainer, which, again, expectations very important for you and I out there at home. We expect to be a pretty one-sided game, but let's catch you up on the bracket as it stands so far. So during that wait, Rival Esports were able to get their second set. Big shout out to Wiggly and Knight, who I think stayed on camera the whole time, so unreal respect to those guys. Obviously, running the production themselves on the B stream. We got to take a break. But we are obviously at an Angelic takedown Team S2, which is a matchup we've seen a few times play out. Rival look like they're poised to join them in that semi-final. We casted Coco Loco with a very close game against 3R. And now, Mentalgen. We have Crazy Raccoon going up against Master Entertainer. And we can rehash this conversation a little bit. We have a little bit of time. Ready, set. Because Crazy Raccoon here are the absolute favourites, not only for this game, but probably for the whole tournament, especially in the absence of Navi.
Certainly for me, I would expect Crazy Raccoon to be the #1 team in this tournament today, especially, as you said, with the absence of some of the other top teams in the competition. Of course, Angelic awaits them for a potential Grand Finals matchup. We'll see how things play out. I feel like it's important to actually touch on Master Entertainer, considering that this is more of the unknown quantity here. Getting into the May monthly final here, they lost to Rival Esports in the upper bracket. In the lower bracket, they had pretty much an open bracket. None really noteworthy opponents in that lower bracket. Of course, they are up against Crazy Raccoon, such a stacked roster that doesn't need that much of an introduction.
No, absolutely. Crazy Raccoon, Master Entertainer going head-to-head here. And Kenny, there's a reason why we expect so much of this team, because we kind of touched on it. There used to be this pervasive narrative of, like, this team is cracked, very good individually, but their drafts kind of stink on a global level. Those drafts, though, seem very, very good. I would say we're in an era of Brawl Stars where you can't ban out all the incredibly powerful Yo, that guy. We're at a cafe? Dude.
Hotel lobby?
We are big chilling. Oh, of course. So, again, the servers for APAC are based in Hong Kong, right? This guy has a river view. How are you able to concentrate on playing Brawl Stars? You are at a... I'm sorry. I'm just loving this. Tensai, again, realizes it's less likely he puts his fist through a wall when he doesn't own the walls or doesn't lease the space. So now, what's up, Juice? Brother! You are chilling! Wow, the life for some of these guys is great. Why am I casting at bloody 1 a.m. sat in this chair? I could be anywhere right now. Oh, midlife crisis hit me so hard right now. Anyway, Master Entertainer on the other side of things. Yeah, a lesser-known team, but Kenny, look, I mean, they've made it here. They made it to the top 8. They are a legitimate challenger, but we feel like their run through the qualifiers, especially in the lower bracket, did not feature any of those top teams. They probably have one of the easier paths to make it here.
I think that's fair considering how the leaderboard's shaping up and things like that. But obviously, Master Entertainer worked with the hand that was dealt with him. Can't fault them for getting the wins, of course. But if they somehow came out of that entire bracket and then toppled it with a Crazy Raccoon victory, I think it's safe to say they're a pretty good team. So this is going to be one that they can really prove it right here. I think, again, they're going to be massive underdogs considering the history that these players for Crazy Raccoon have and the freshness of Master Entertainment to the scene. But hey, never say never.
No, that's it. Never say what?
Never say what?
I'm so tired. I can't even do the Nick A30 line properly. I'm struggling.
Yeah, good try.
Never what? Oh, God help me. All right, you know what? Get out of here, Kenny. Come up with some topics for our next podcast as we'll come back and we'll shoot the breeze a bit. I'm going to be here with Ready, Set, folks, jumping into Bounty. It is time for Shooting Star. As Crazy Raccoon look to show us that they've gone from strength to strength here over the course of the year, because Tensai, my guy, so much vitamin C in that one cup in front of you, you had best be handing those L's out.
He's got a great view from where he is, but he can't get too distracted. Piper is going to be the first selection here from Crazy Raccoon. Really strong pick. Let's look at the bans as well. I don't see RT banned out, and I think that would be a very strong selection for Master Entertainer right now. It's a good counter to Piper. We see that Nanny has been banned by Crazy Raccoon. Jean is a selection. Jean often gets banned by the team that has last pick, since it can be such a strong first pick I also don't see Tick anywhere in these bans. I think that could also be a pretty prudent one for Master Entertainer. Meg is their selection, and Meg is a great response to that Piper.
Absolutely. Meg can soak up a lot of that damage and also just kind of oppress a lane by spamming a lot of that damage straight down it. She also has technically a second life, because being knocked out of mech doesn't mean that you're giving over those stars at all. You can walk away, you can regenerate that super, get back into mech, and you will maintain those stars. It's also a real favorite pick of Crazy Raccoon. We always see Shitapo try and secure the mech here. So Tensai now, as he looks out over his $1 million view with literal boats going up the canal, is going to help put together the next part of this draft as put forward by Rely. Presumably the whole team's there with them. So Crazy Raccoon here. This is play the game, see the world, folks. That's the Brawl Stars dream for you. Lola getting locked in. Great. We'll round out this composition.
I look to Lola to be a way to deal with this Meg. I also look at Master Entertainer. I feel like Byron could be a decent way to round out their selection. Gray's going to be good for pulling a thrower if it's picked. We'll see Carl is the final selection. Not totally sure what he's going to be doing here. I guess into that Lola, then you can get some good close-up damage if you gadget in. But typically Carl is used for a different purpose. He'll be to like punish an early thrower pick or to prevent a thrower pick.
Yeah, look, it's not a thrower pick, but he does throw picks, right? He can close
this is true.
He can close the gap as well. Very effective at doing so. There are just so many elements here on Crazy Raccoon's side already that allow you to evade that full dive, that all-in engage, right? You've got Piper Super. Gray can also get out of those situations in a pinch. Lola just has a pretty ridiculous amount of damage and can be considered oppressive in her own right. Such a powerful side laner. We've seen her picked up in those roles many a time here. So Shooting Star kind of have a little bit of everything, but we have not seen any of those throwers emerge here. We've seen so much Larry and Laurie, so much Tick on this map, especially Tick with that hypercharge now. Against single shot brawlers, really hard to deal with. Lola, though, can break that Tick head comfortably enough. Crazy Raccoon have really taken a lot of map control here. The squeeze has begun as Master Entertainer got that blue star.
We'll see what Meg does. I feel like Meg's going to find most of her value versus that Piper, but instead she's going over to the right lane where I think she doesn't have as good of a matchup. The long pull on the left side. What a combo to kill Isana. We see Hotaru fire back with a kill on Stetampo, and Moya picks up the kill on Hotaru. Crazy Raccoon lead. Just 1 star for now. If Master Entertainer can lock in that Meg on the Piper lane, then I feel like they'll be able to push up much more effectively. But it seems like Crazy Raccoon are being diligent about their lane matchups, getting Moya on that Meg lane, which is what I believe the Lola was mostly here for anyway.
And playing Piper on the left side isn't great, right? Those boxes in front of her don't give her as much of a route to retreat from if Meg starts to walk up on her. We've already seen 2 walking canes used by Tensai here. That has enabled Crazy Raccoon to get the lead, so it's definitely been worth it. Vengeful Spirits here for just some poke and nothing else. It's a very polarizing gadget. You don't always really see it used to its full effect here. But still, Asada trying to throw in as much extra damage as is physically possible. Ori goes low. Asada looks to block that, and the Magic Puffs go to work, getting Meg shored up inside that neck.
Hotaru tries to spearhead a charge on this right side. Amayori looking for some value, but still getting shut down by Moya, even though he's on the complete other side of the map.
Hello.
Nice TP in from Tensai. A kill misses from Amayori as Tensai and Moya get to make it away free on the left side. Hotaru also no real value there with the gadget and the super. All out of gadgets. Another kill for Tensai. And this one's already in the books. Crazy Raccoon pick up 2 more kills to finish out game 1.
Oh, God, Meg, very powerful, right? But when you don't have that Meg, my goodness, you may as well be a porter, a Mr. P porter, in terms of your effectiveness. Like, it is crazy, just like the 2 different sides of the coin that you exist on there. When you got the gems, when you got the stars and you're in Meg, you're feeling very powerful. When you're knocked out of it, then you lose a teammate like that to some sort of dive, it feels like you don't have the ability to have a huge impact over the course of the round. So having those magic puffs going, keeping Meg in the mech, so important, especially now because she used to decay in health when she got in the mech, right? She would start outside of it, and then that health would like decay down that you had to counteract with gadgets. So now you really need to stay in it. There's no excuse not to if you can.
And this is kind of why I believe just the health aspect of Meg. Wow, nice taps for Stetampo. Good work from Isana to try and keep Amayori safe. We'll see Moya look for that kill versus Amayori.
Oh, it's so free.
Trying to come in clutch, but no kill. there from anyone on Master Entertainer. Crazy Raccoon still lead. I think really what we need to see is this Meg on the Piper lane, and we just see every single time Meg gets on the Piper lane, Stetampo changes lanes. It is like musical chairs, except it's lanes. Call it musical lanes if you want. This is a strat for Crazy Raccoon that keeps him in the lead.
Yeah, I mean, it's horrible for Carl to try and play into this. You see, Hotaru wants to step up. As soon as you use a flying hook, okay, you just see Piper super used. She gets out of range. She's comfortable again. There we go. Stetampo worried about it there, but good response from Hotaru as they double back and they go with a bit of a tailspin. And oh, I hope that Kenny's been working on that list of topics, because you better believe we're into the Twilight Zone this time around. Bear with us here as we get to see Tensai very much locked in on the game. Again.
Well, maybe we can watch like the reflections.
I actually am. Like, that looks like some blue skies outside. I'm not kidding. I can literally see the reflection of some sort of like a marina canal. I mean, this gentleman here looks like he's an optometrist. Tensai, though, you know, lives far above those pedestrian vocations. Actual pro gamer vibes here. You are wearing your gaming jersey in that hotel lobby. You need people to know that you mean business. And
it says Tensai on the back, which means genius in Japanese. So
that's
walking around with a sign that says genius on your back is definitely a cool way to attract attention. Seems like he's not the only one here either. Looks like a disappointing outcome, or maybe just the expected.
I mean, you know it's a nice hotel because there's retirees like, you know, on screen behind you.
True.
Like, that's when you know, like, they got the full all-inclusive tour and they ended up at this hotel. That's how you know, like, you're in the right place. You know, there won't be any late night parties. You know what I mean? It'll be very straightforward stuff here. We'll see our scorecard in just a second. How you doing? It's 2-0 for Crazy Raccoon here after that first round. A very strong showing. And again, we see the limitations, I feel, of the Meg and Carl composition. It's all well and good to dive in, but Gray doesn't really give you that option. He also has a lot of kill pressure of his own with that walking cane, and the Lola's damage output is just ferocious. We just basically saw her walk up the right side, take a free kill, collapse on the Meg, knock her out of Meg. She had 3 stars, and yeah, Bob's your uncle. By then, it was basically over.
I think really just what it came down to is, yes, it is intelligent to draft that Meg into the Piper, but you can't let that be your only option. If you draft that Carl, Piper can just switch to auto-aimer and get knockback on you. And that's like the one thing that is good into Carl is knockback. It is basically the reason for every single brawler that counters him is because they have knockback, and that's an easy swap for Piper. It was picked early on in the draft. I feel like there were better options available to Master Entertainer. If you ask me, I think Byron's an extraordinary brawler. I think that this is one that the APAC region is very well acquainted with. Maybe I missed something and it was actually banned out, but I think it would have been a great accent for that Meg. You just repeatedly spam heal the Meg, who has a ton of health. You push the Piper back, or even the Lola back if you like.
Here we go. Some highlights from the round that was here. Some moments for Carl to be able to respond, get aggressive, but in general, you see the Lola being able to push up here. Dimensional door use, collapse on to Isana, and no Meg. So Hotaru has very little assistance here. This was that first round as it came to a close.
This is quite good for Crazy Raccoon. I think they were quite intelligent about getting those lane swaps going, always putting Piper on the correct lane. It's a lot easier, I think, for Piper to swap lanes because she has a long range, so even when she's swapping lanes, yeah, you're going behind an indestructible here on Shooting Star, but you're still able to leverage your long range to help out that lane that you're leaving a void in while your teammate swaps with you.
Yeah, you can play diagonally as well. Like, you're not locked into playing that 1 versus 1. You can have good pressure to collapse onto mid, something that we see Belle do quite often. She often is the mid, collapses onto side lanes to sort of help those matchup play out. So a little bit of choppiness there earlier on with the Observer, but we're still jumping in here to Hot Zone, so should be resolved. Thank you, of course, again, for your patience as always. Dueling Beetles comes up now, and again, Crazy Raccoon want to punch that ticket to a semi-final, and so far, doesn't look like that's going to be too heavy a lift for them.
Not quite. We'll get into these picks and bans. Bans-wise, I think you should expect kind of the same stuff repeatedly, though I'm a little bit surprised here. I think some of the best brawlers around right now, you can see those ban rates too. Sandy, Melody. This is a free Angelo, I think, for the opposing team here for... from Master Entertainer. But Crazy Raccoon, I think, are quite wise about this. They're going to go something that's really tanky and then be able to deal with an Angelo that way. They obviously left it open. Melody is their selection. Melody, just another really strong brawler. I think this is quite curious from both teams to leave these open. Master Entertainer, of course, are aware that yeah, we'll leave these brawlers open so that we can get one of them. And
oh, man.
We left both of them open. Yeah, the Sandy plus the Melody is going to be remarkably strong. I don't think Angelo is going to be able to deal with that Melody too well here on Beatles. Just the geography doesn't lend itself to his advantage.
Jesse's up, Amber's up. Coco, okay. That gets locked in here. There's also Pam available still for Crazy Raccoon. That is an option. Master Entertainer can go that way as well. Angelo, of course, can be really darn impressive and tough to push into when that super is available. Is also extremely mobile. 8-bit will round out the composition for Master Entertainer.
I'm not super sure about this 8-bit. I feel like Melody will easily be able to get up in the face of 8-bit, not necessarily to deal damage to him, but to take down the turret. Like, yeah, 8-bit has a bunch of health, some decent damage, but he's super slow. Basically, the only thing that makes 8-bit good is, in fact, his turret. So that'll be good for Angelo, but when you have a Sandy, when you have a Melody constantly running at your face, then that's going to be quite difficult for Angelo to pump out enough damage to deal with. If anything, though, it's going to be good for Coco. He'll be able to kind of use the way that the mid at Dueling Beetles looks, kind of that range, to cover a good amount of it with his attack. I don't really see anything from Crazy Raccoon that's going to be good for Coco just yet. He'll be farming super off of these targets, charging themselves at him quite often. Rosa, final selection from Crazy Raccoon. This is a remarkable pick. You can plant bushes at mid. There's not any wall break from Master Entertainer, so I honestly think that this is a Crazy Raccoon draft.
Yeah, really dangerous here. You're dealing with Sandy and a Rosa that can emerge from the bushes at any sort of time. Grow Light, just very powerful here to extend some of the map control. You can see it's already starting to go to work. Yep, that vegetation is encroaching rapidly. Moya able to close the gap. Coronac flattened. Amayori here in a bit of trouble. As handy as Poco can be in some of those clutch situations, with no one to heal, he doesn't do a whole lot. Chitapo with 3 music notes here would love to close the gap, and so they do. Big shield, enough to allow them to get away after that pressure came back in from the 8-bit.
I think you can tell that Crazy Raccoon are well aware of the kind of game that they have here, given that State Tampo just moments ago went all the way to the spawn of Master Entertainer. There was absolutely no benefit to it, just kind of going for touchdowns, going for bonus points, KD, if you will. From the side of Master Entertainer, I want to remark again on the draft, I'm a little surprised that they didn't go for something like Amber here, given that it's such a good brawler. It could prevent something like this with the Rosa running at you. And also, it's quite effective at just getting rid of brawlers that run at you, period, because you can just hold down auto aim, get a bunch of damage locked in, get free supers, and get even more damage that way.
Yeah, but you counter Grow Light because your ability to clear those bushes every time your super comes up really matters. Also, like, you're an impressive side laner as well, because it's pretty narrow. So to sort of try and strafe away from, you know, Amber's damage, the sort of flamethrower that comes in, becomes quite challenging. And again, you can always collapse on towards the mid and be a nuisance in that sense. I think like 8-bit offers you some of that same, you know, oppressive laning, but doesn't, you know, have the bush clear that, you know, Rosa really abuses in so many of those cases. And again, Sandy already has the ability to cover the map with that super. When you add the Grow Light in there as well, it's really hard for Master Entertainer to know where that Rosa is at all times.
We'll see what they can do here now. Hotaru already has that super down. It's going to be Tensai's responsibility to get rid of it for now. Coronac looks for the kill. A miss on a Stetampo, but Hotaru picks it up instead. We see Tensai's gotten his super down. This is going to force Master Entertainer out if they wish to escape with their lives. Amayori gets a bit of damage there on Amoya. He's trying to fight this 1v2, and honestly, it's kind of working so far. If only he were able to get that last damage on Tensai. Currently versus Amoya here, getting quite a bit of damage, but still, you're not going to be able to out-DPS the Rosa shield as a Poco.
No, and again, like, when that hypercharge starts to become a factor, the grasping roots are really hard to deal with. Rosa can become an absolute monster. And, yeah, take those... Yeah, definitely don't leave your bag unattended in the lobby, my friend. I mean, okay, you're just going to stand there? That's actually fair. You're pretty close by. That is a big bag. Is that a box of tissues you pulled out? Oh, it's a lunchbox?
Is that lunch?
What is it for lunch? Okay. Oh, no. Are those paintbrushes?
Those appear to be chopsticks. He's having...
okay. It is... it is actually lunch. Pardon me. Okay, now I'm kind of bought into this narrative here. I love the vintage... I think that's a Paris tin. I think that's what it sort of said on there. So, yeah. Oh, come on. Really? I want to... Okay, fair enough. We have games to play. Yeah, I'm locked in. Again, the same issues, right? That oppression from the Rosa is going to give Crazy Raccoon here this second set quite comfortably. Master Entertainer struggling to keep pace here with this... Oh, what is it? I want to see what's in the lunchbox. Struggling to keep pace with these absolute world beaters as Crazy Raccoon comfortable here. They are the top seed, taking on the bottom seed. So they do look like they have a pretty safe path here towards these semis.
I mean, I'll be a critic of the draft once again. Hindsight is 20/20, right? You see the Rosa come up and you go, darn, like I wish I had an Amber for that. But at least coming from the North American region, Amber is one of those brawlers that gets picked out first if it's not banned for reasons like this. You have brawlers that run it down at you and you pick the Amber into it because you get free damage and you get supers and you can break bushes, blah, 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 blah. It's a good brawler. It wasn't picked here. Apparently 8-Bit was favored over other selections. I wasn't really that much fan. You see actually quite a bit of DPS coming in for Master Entertainer. It's what you should expect when they're facing a comp that just runs it down repeatedly, but nothing that gets enough DPS to actually kill them. I think it's quite prudent from Crazy Raccoon to leave those brawlers open. I think it's also a bit of ego, knowing like, yeah, we can leave those open versus Master Entertainer because we are Crazy Raccoon.
And when a tank has over 500 DPS, you know that you have not been able to shut them down. That probably stands out to me the most here. The fact that like Poco's doing most of the DPS as well, also not ideal. Poco obviously frequently not the target, not the priority target in a lot of these fights here, right? Moya's looking to walk through, probably on the damage amp a lot of the time, onto the turret, but also onto the Angelo, onto the 8-bit here. So Poco, yeah, is able to hang around, throw some of that damage in, of course, still is a threat. And again, like, you can be pretty annoying damage-wise if you take Screeching solo. I would have expected DeCapo if you're seeing enemy tanks run in, and that extra healing off each of your like sort of auto attacks is really important here. But yeah, no Amber, no win for Master Entertainer. It seemed like the Rosa pick was really easy for, you better sit that juice, my guy, because you ain't going to be here for much longer by the looks of things. You are racing through this game.
Bro's going to be hanging on to those electrolytes because he is not breaking a sweat against Master Entertainer.
That's right.
That could very well change, honestly. Master Entertainer, I feel like they have potential here. Okay, so they've banned the Amber this time. First pick available to Crazy Raccoon. This is quite, once again, interesting because we don't see those best brawlers in the game. The Angelo, the Melody banned out. We're heading to Gym Fort for this one. Meta here is a little bit different. You're going to want to hang out at mid for as long as you can. Crow is a selection from Crazy Raccoon, and I've seen some Crow haters around. I think this is actually a quite good brawler that's really slept on recently. Nita, also for Master Entertainer, is going to occupy mid. Crazy Raccoon have a couple of opportunities to break open mid and diminish the value of Nita, but for now, they're going to have to be wise about whether they pick a tank or not.
Byron comes in. Very powerful and hotly contested pick that we saw banned in that previous game. But in a map like Gen 4, a very safe mid, one that can also use those walls and be that pseudo thrower when that super is available. We're racing the game, they're wasting no more time. So we can see, what, is that a Janet? The Tensai? Okay.
Watch the birdie.
Oh, the buzz.
This is, in fact, Janet.
There's a buzz here as well, though. Coronac straight away throws that gadget in, has super up here. Tensai must respect this. Janet obviously does the same amount of damage, whether it's a short or long range shot, which makes her really flexible, really versatile. It's definitely an unexpected pick here, though.
I think more than anything, well, firstly, Tensai can throw down and drop the base, and
it's annoying.
Like it does just now, find out where the enemies are. It's very easily dealt with, clearly. Amayori seemed to expend a super on that. Looks like we're speed running.
Oh, no, okay, that was the previous game. That was the previous game.
Oh.
We're still here. Yeah, I looked at the comps. So, yeah, look, they drop the base is good. It does decay down, so it doesn't stay forever, but it's annoying. It's so much so that Coronac is, more than happy to use that gadget again to close on it. But the Sandy, still a problem, Ready. Very impressive. So much of this map is covered up, and Moya is a problem. I'd say the buzz is a little scary for Crazy Raccoon, but Tensai is going on a bombing run here, dropping Coronac down to a very small amount of HP.
Wow, and we see Moya as well with the hypercharge, getting the kill, and Master Entertainer spawn. They're running it back with 12 gems and 12 seconds left for Master Entertainer to try and bring this back. Wataru now throwing down the super. It's not going to do much. Tensai and Moya get to just back away, but actually Tensai falls to that final shot from Amayori. Coronac trying to escape, and Amayori keeping him alive. Maybe this is what the Crow was supposed to help with, was a possible pick of Byron. For Master Entertainer, he's going to be diminishing the healing that is available to Byron, but Byron still heals a ton. See on the right side, actually a pinch between Tensai and Moya that appear to be Tensai's final gadget as well. Master Entertainer approach 10 gems. They only need one more to start their countdown of their own.
Tensai needs to respect this Byron, though. That was a super there used for defensive purposes, I think. Tensai wants to get the gems! They've been dropped, but Coronac's a problem. This is going to get them to threshold here. Crazy Raccoon now have 10. Coronac, it is a speculative super there. Now, of course, that super gets reset every time Coronac hits a wall, but he missed one, so, okay. Not ideal. The Buzz no longer can charge across the map here. There was no opportunity for Amayori to reset the countdown with that super. There was only one gem that went loose, and I'm telling you, that Buzz hits another wall with that second super. That goes very differently.
I'm quite surprised that didn't make contact with the Indestructible there, because if it had, then I think certainly they would have gotten a countdown reset at minimum. And even then some could have made away with those gems. Even just a reset there would have been very valuable. Master Entertainer only needed an extra gem in order to tie up the countdown and keep that game going. With Crazy Raccoon, of course, having surrendered all control of mid. We'll see Coronac actually stunned mid-super onto the Sandy. He's now approaching them from behind. Coronac now looking for the value. Has a good old-fashioned...
Oh, Rude Sands!
See Byron spawn, excuse me, despawn, if you will. Drop all those gems on the ground for Tensai to pick up, now approaching 5.
Again, like drop the base and Rude Sands, both do damage, right? A small amount of damage. So if you get someone low enough, you throw that down, you can actually basically secure yourself a free kill. Nice from Shitapo here. Tensai really hard to touch. When Janna has that super available, trying to lock her down is basically impossible. And now Coronac's not really in a position to threaten anybody. Tensai, obviously the optimal gem carry because of that safety in that super. And good damage from Shitapo, just bursting there out of that sandstorm. Moya does not mind going down to Coronac. It's tough to win out against the Buzz at the best of times. Now Coronac does have that super up, so Tensai doesn't have one available. Do need to fear the Buzz, but Coronac is low, currently being topped up.
Coronac needs some value here. Oh! Super on a Tensai, the stun, but no kill. 403 health left, and not a teammate in sight. From Master Entertainer, Crazy Raccoon close things out, and they're going on to the semifinals.
Yeah, that is going to do it here. Crazy Raccoon make it a 3-0 sweep of their opponents. Master Entertainer, talk about a baptism of fire here. Finally making it to a monthly final and having to walk into the final bosses themselves. And they were ready. They were warmed up. They were hydrated. They had electrolytes in their system. No shortage of vitamin C. They probably had the continental buffet, but that's fine. I'm not jealous. You know, that's probably what you do when you're at a hotel. They're probably going for a guided tour of the city later on. Maybe like a canal experience. Yeah, it's cool. No worries. You know, we're here. We got more to talk about. Crazy Raccoon, they won't be doing all those things until they get done here with these monthly finals. Good start so far. They punched their ticket to the semis as we expected in a pretty one-sided game. Some would call it unclose.
Unclose. That's a pretty good way of putting it. I mean, yes, it was a 6-0 sweep. We're, you know, typically talking in terms of sets here, but I'll make a special exception when it's a flawless victory. Not a single game has been dropped from Crazy Raccoon. And when they'll do this at the World Finals, we saw two separate teams that were in their group stage, then you should expect the same to happen when you're mastering them in their home region.
But they had, what, SK and Foot in the same team, right? God bless them, because they gave us that SK Foot matchup that will go down in Brawl history as one of the most hyped games ever. But finally, we got to the game because they both got pooped on by Crazy Raccoon. That's, you know, a side story. Hopefully we have more, you know, narratives like that emerging from this year's World Finals. With Crazy Raccoon here, again, they have had a similarly straightforward performance against Master Entertainer here. The Buzz is scary. It is so frightening. Tensai had like 100 HP after Coronac run down the middle of the map with that hypercharged super spree, but couldn't force him to part with the gems.
It cannot be a one-man army. Crazy Raccoon takes all of the glory. We see that Crow first pick really coming in clutch to deal with the Byron. I think Crazy Raccoon are hyper-aware of what's going on in the meta. They don't want to really reveal anything versus Master Entertainer. Of course, they had that grand final in their sights, and they can't be revealing their bans or their picks, so they've actually even decided to just not ban the Melody or the Angela, which I think is honestly a little hilarious, which has led to some great moments in those previous couple of sets. It ends up with Crazy Raccoon getting a 2-0 in every single one of them.
Yeah, one side, like you said, basically been a flawless run for this Crazy Raccoon team, which is fine. I mean, this team, this Crazy Raccoon squad are not unbeatable. We've seen them bleed on multiple occasions, and we do expect them to have some pretty stiff competition here. Like, looking at the bracket, we've seen Angelic make it through. Like, that's maybe to be expected. Not a huge surprise there. there are a number of these teams, though, that can put pressure on them. So I do want to know what you all at home are thinking. You know, we've really started to cultivate this parasocial relationship now. I want to know who you think's going to win. And you can do that over at event.brawlstars.com by throwing your predictions up. They might be closed by now, but hopefully you've got them in already. You can also vote, like, it will literally ask you on the side, who do you think is going to win this game? Even if you haven't put your preds in, you still have a chance to get yourself some tokens. So if you missed out on that, stick around because there's a ton of ways for you to interact. Like giving us your MVP, which we're going to talk about, obviously, you know, pretty soon. Great way to vote on who you thought had the biggest impact on the game, and you'll be rewarded with more star drops. I scratch your back, you scratch mine. That's how we roll. We're going to go to a break now, though. We will, of course, be catching our first semi-final. It'll be Angelic versus Rival Esports right after this.
The Snapdragon Pro Series Brawl Stars Championship is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Just have to do stuff.
This is the time. The time when dreams come true and legends are born.
Oh my word!
This is the place.
Some seriously spicy stuff. An absolute masterclass!
The place where teams from across the globe come to battle it out for their shot at glory.
Oh, you're kidding!
And a piece of up to $2 million in prizing.
No pressure, guys. No pressure.
This is the feeling.
It's beautiful!
The once-in-a-lifetime feeling of lifting the trophy at the Brawl Stars World Finals.
Here comes the push. Here's the damage. This is now the crunch time.
This is the game.
Immediately taken down.
Still not going to fall. He refuses to die.
The game you love. This is the Brawl Stars Championship. Let's get ready to brawl.
The Snapdragon Pros.
Welcome back, everybody. Would you believe it? It's the Brawl Stars Championship powered by none other than the Snapdragon Pro Series. I get paid every time I say that. A lot of money. So it allows me to live in California, so I'm going to keep doing it. Great to have you back. This is APAC, of course, our May monthly finals, and watch out, I'm getting a bit close to the camera there. We are heading into our semis, so we've managed to get our quarterfinals out of the way. Thanks for sticking with us so far. And the first quarterfinal we covered on this stream, pretty one-sided, I think it's safe to say. That'll be, a matchup we look at down in our second semi. But our first semi-final features two games that happened, or two teams rather, that came out of their games on the B stream. We had Angelic take down Team S2. It was a 3-1 score. Rival Esports over Why We Lose, the team that vanquished Na'Vi in the qualifiers. They fell. And now we have this matchup, Angelic versus Rival. Lower side of the bracket, folks, Coco, Loco. The first game we covered at Advance over 3R. They'll be taking on Crazy Raccoon, who had a very easy start to their monthly finals campaign. So let's drill down a little bit on this game. And I also kind of want to talk about our predictions, because I don't know if we're really on the same page for this one, guys, for this first semi-final. I'm a little Angelic pilled, not going to lie. I'm predicting Crazy Raccoon for the semi-final too, so we can fill that in at some point. I think that's a pretty safe one. You guys both think it's going to be Rival.
I'm going with Rival here just because, I don't know, I feel like we didn't see everything from Angelic last month. I also am just kind of voting with my heart for Rival. I would like to see them do well. I think also this match right here is going to basically determine who gets in second place for this month, who's going to stay, who's going to be dropping down to a lower place, and I just would like to see Rival win. It's plain and simple. That's all.
You guys think? Okay, so obviously, but the Preds say this. You think no matter who wins this game, they likely won't be able to get over Crazy Raccoon. Do we think that there's anyone here, Kenny, within this bracket that can handle this CR team? We've only seen one game from them so far, and it was against the lowest seed, but we seem like we're pretty on board with another Crazy Raccoon monthly finals win.
They've had some close encounters the past couple months, but to be honest with you, I just think it's the safest and makes the most sense given the history that these guys have. I mean, the typical candidates that probably would upset them aren't here right now, but maybe that goes to show that the competition we've got here is bigger and better, at least given the month we're in right now. I think Crazy Raccoon should be favorites, though. I mean, I would agree with Reddy. Whoever ends up winning this matchup likely plays Crazy Raccoon in my mind, and then Crazy Raccoon likely ends up winning it. But who knows? It's been a crazy night. Crazy things can happen.
No, it has. We've been getting a little bit crazy here in the booth as well. I want to say that first monthly final had like a 5-set game between Angelic and Crazy Raccoon. It was a really close one. I think that's what, yeah, okay, I'm getting nods here from the panels. That's good. Okay, here's the thing that we do. We put the two teams on the screen together because they're playing against each other. That's right. Angelic versus Rival Esports. Now, recently renamed. I mean, this Rival Esports squad features, you know, Melty, Milkreo Shu, but Angelic, Kanga, Soda, Megu have been monthly finalists basically every single month, and they have a lot of circuit points. These guys are like in second right now through the entire region. That's ahead of like all your big names, like your Revenants, like your Navis, like all your side. Yo, homie with
this
the watermelon, bro.
Yeah,
okay,
yep.
you know what? I was kind of simping for the juice, but this guy with a legit half watermelon getting in there. I'm a huge fan. I'm hungry, but still, huge fan. Let's talk about this team, though. You guys have them to win. I think it's a fair prediction because Milkreo and Melty Shu have been well and truly in the mix basically every monthly final.
Oh, there we go. There's Milkreo. See, I see
kawaii.
Does bro think he's Milkreo? Milkreo is the king of the cam. This guy is probably my favorite to watch. I think this is really why I voted for them, is I wanted to see Milkreo pop off. But after seeing the watermelon and the kind of jamming that was going on, might be a close contender for best APAC cam.
I've got to say, you've got to be feeling pretty, you know, I don't know how people feel like, you know, eating on camera in general. Some people are uncomfortable about it. Homie just took a whole half watermelon and just started tucking into it. Like, talk about being not only hydrated, nourished, flourishing in your lane, unbothered, moisturized, ready to throw down and win some Brawl here. All right, I appreciate the jawline here. I mean, this Rival Esports team will never back down, right? Who, you know, were kind of always like an easy top 4 team in this region. This might be the most compelling matchup, Kenny, that we are going to have this month. And I'm going to let you and Ready Set take it away as we head into Gem Grab.
I agree, and I think the people at home are probably going to reflect that. They're going to go with the side of Rival alongside you and I, Ready, but I'm not going to lie to you. My confidence was wavering a little bit, seeing a man just take a full spoonful out of an entire watermelon, and then our guy on the other end countered with a great player cam. I think we're okay. I think we're going to be all right.
For a moment there, I thought you were saying that you started to lose confidence in him after he pulled out that watermelon and devoured an entire spoonful of it, because, yeah, I was thinking quite the opposite, but, you know, we brought it back at the end. This is surely going to be nourishing for the upcoming match. That's Soda on the screen, by the way. We've seen Angelic do really well in these previous months. I want to note that last month they actually got 3-0'd by Revenant in the quarterfinals. Now it is time for Rival Esports to see what they can get up to. A first pick of Colonel Ruffs, definitely a great lane on this map. Some bans that I want to note that are not here. Byron, yes, that's #1. Also, I got to talk about that 8-bit. I think 8-bit Byron could be a very strong combo for Angelic to go for early on.
I'm really glad you mentioned that too, at least in practices for NA specifically. I've seen Byron combined with a lot of aggressive brawlers here too, but the Byron 8-bit is nasty. However, when you have an opportunity to pick arguably the #1 brawler in the game, I think you just grab it. I think it's that simple.
Pardon me, yes, I forgot that Melody was actually not banned. You get so accustomed to things watching so much.
Yeah,
you know,
completely forgot.
As Melody is basically always banned out by the team that has last pick, you just get accustomed to it and kind of assume that it's going to be there. We'll see that Buster selected from Rival Esports and a Gus final selection, so that will be their mid brawler. Who's going to be on that lane versus Buster? What does Angelic want? I think that Melody's going to be effective for rushing things down. I think that they risk feeding that Ruffs, but I think she's also going to be quite good into that Buster. Ash, another brawler that will be fantastic into the Buster. This is what Buster struggles at, is killing brawlers that he doesn't 3-shot. He just has terrible reload speed. His super is good, but if he wants to get kills, then he's going to have to 3-shot a brawler. Can't do that with Melody, can't do that with Ash. Byron Ash, we were already aware over a year ago, honestly, that this is an OP combo. So I like this draft for Angelic way more than for Rival Esports.
I do too, and even though it's not as common in something like APAC, and I've seen it a few times in practices for North America, this was kind of the counter I anticipated once we saw that Buster Gus 4-5 turn there in terms of the pick selection. I mean, all good brawlers for Rival Esports, but the combination and how it molds together with Angelic on top of just getting arguably the most busted brawler in the game right now, that is a huge swing for AGC, so I think a very strong showing for them in the draft.
Okay, Soda looking to make his first moves on mid, being forced over to the right by Shu, but still no one can grab those gems. Melty picking up a couple of them, but 2 more await on the side of Angelic. Another gadget from Shu to keep these guys back. Looks like Rival Esports want to get these first few gems for free. They're not going to be able to pick up the 3 that Soda just acquired. And there's a gadget, but no kill from Milkrio. This is what I'm talking about. You have a Byron that's constantly healing them, and also, my friends, it's literally just Melody. She's going to be able to tank all this damage. You're not going to be killing that as a buster. You see a kill for Soda also on the back right there for Shu. Angelic lead with 3 gems, but it now narrows to just a 2-gem lead as Rival Esports picks up 1.
Pretty even fight going down as well. Shu being very oppressive with that air superiority gadget. Gus can now take over in the mid here too. It's going to be a pretty even matchup, I would say, in terms of range between the Gus and the Byron. And Ganga going to come in swinging here. This is a matchup that Milcreo can struggle with, backing up just enough here. Melty distributing a shield as well. And Ganga just trying to get a few swipes in on him as Shu, once again, dropping this gadget. It automatically forces Angelic away as well. So they're going to be in their back lines while Shu gets really aggressive as a Colonel Ruffs.
Okay, Shu kind of voluntarily pinching himself on the right side, but Soda and Megu were not able to capitalize. Shu was able to get out of there without taking too much damage, acquiring a super. Things are all good. Broke open some walls that are quite useful for Angelic along the way. Every single member of Rival Esports is buffed by Colonel Refs at the moment. Kanga looks for the kill on the left side also, but no dice there. Megu's best bet, honestly, is going to be rushing down Melty. He's holding 9 gems. He has a super, and also Gus is able to knock him back. There it is. It happened before our very eyes. Megu's going to have to fight for yet another super. Meanwhile, Melty focuses on getting one of his own. Soda can't get these 2 gems. It's going to be Kanga's responsibility. But the countdown belongs to the opposing team for now. Red running away with all of these gems.
Rival Esports with an advantage here in game number 1 of our first semifinals as we try and piece together how this in-game is going to go down. Looking like they're sitting comfortable for now. An 11th gem, a very important one there with a couple seconds on the clock, should secure things, and we get confirmation of that. That red team did end up winning that. At that point, they were just simply backing away. Once you get an 11th gem, there just wasn't enough time to tie things up, at least from the gem mine ready. So I think once they established that control, got that 11th, it was pretty much done and dusted.
Well, excuse me for questioning the draft. They had that Melody open and they went for the Colonel Refs anyway. And what did they make of it? Well, they got 3 supers and all of them stayed alive, basically. I thought that Melody was going to be running it down more, but when Melty had that super, there wasn't really much Megu could do. The knockback was quite effective. You make yourself more tanky by getting the shield on yourself. You get even more damage, assuming that this Gus is running Spirit Animal. We'll see Megu once again equipped with the super. Kanga tries to rush it down the left side. Super popped by Melty. It looks like his strategy is just going to be pop these on himself as Milcreo and Shu try to lock down the lanes. Now Melody goes all the way for the back lines, possibly looking to heal up before a big push in to steal these gems from Melty.
And Kanga getting powered up by all those heals. It allows him to be more aggressive. Milcreo, though, stomping the foot, not allowing him to progress any further. Melty lobbing up some extra shots and a bubble as well. The aggression continues. Rival Esports, complete map control, winning the kill category. Just everything going right for them right now. Even Colonel Russ getting in the mix.
Kanga needs to get this kill on the right side. Looks like Milcreo somehow survived, as Ash just didn't have enough damage to make it work. Melty keeps Milcreo alive as well with that shield. Soda's trying to chip down Milcreo on the right as well. Soda's probably quite close to that super too. Rats down, easy for Milcreo to take down, but Kanga gets the aggression. Right into Shu though, who charges a super off of him for free. Still taken down by Soda. Mid belongs to Angelic for now. Melty could shift the balances by using a super onto Milcreo or just onto himself. Megu is too threatening, which does not appear to be the case. Rival Esports continue to compound their lead here, still taking down Kanga repeatedly with a combo of Gus and Buster.
Megu gonna have to pop off here with this brawler. Dashes in, gets immediately eliminated though. Shu taking a few taps here, will lose that gem, so it's gonna be at least a countdown reset for now. Only 7 gems in the pocket of Angelic though, so they likely need a kill.
10 seconds left. Soda could use a super here. Not enough time to wait for these gems to spawn, so they need to take down. Onto Melty, onto Milcreo. Really anyone. Megu needs this super. How close is he? Not close enough. As the clock ticks down, Rival Esports get their 2nd game win to close out set 1.
And a big celebration. Okay, Yoda pop off King. He's having a time. Oh, fueling back up though on the other end. I think we're going to be all right. Watermelon clearly the fuel that powers this team on the left-hand end. And you know, a lot of credit given to this red roster, right? On paper, I am with you. I really do feel like they had the draft composition. However, I feel like Rival Esports did such a good job of kind of addressing Ash. When Ash isn't on the map, Buster can prevail. When Buster's up in the faces of Byron and Melody, there's not as much that they can do, right? As much credit as we give Melody, that regular shot doesn't do a crazy amount of damage. It's really the musical notes that makes her thrive, the amount of, you know, traversing she can do across the map with that super. So I think those are the big building blocks for them, and they just couldn't necessarily get that with Ash gone constantly.
Yeah, well, what I neglected to account for is, first of all, that Byron's going to be stretched thin. You know, the Byron is needed for the Melody, and it's needed for the Ash. He's got to deal with both of them. He's going to be on low health because he's always spending that time shooting his teammates, trying to keep them alive. We saw Megu get some pretty good aggression here, but was frequently shut down by the Gus shields being popped onto the Buster, which completely changed that interaction. Thank you, Milkrio, for that stellar post-game celebration. If they wind up winning this match, this guy's probably going to do a backflip, honestly.
If he does a backflip, I'll go crazy for him too.
Yeah.
Might have to switch my prediction. If anybody can do a backflip on the player cam, I think I'll have to automatically back him. It's the ultimate flex. And like we said there, the kill category simply going to Rival Esports. I mean, that one really wasn't close. I felt like the gym count pretty fair across the board. I mean, you always saw them within 3-4 striking distance, but I never really felt like there was a moment where I felt like Angelic were just overcoming this obstacle or making a comeback. It always felt like Rival Esports were in the driver's seat.
Yeah, it was a couple of factors for me. I touched on the first one, which is that I think the Byron was necessary for both Melody and for Ash, but was only able to combo with one of them at a time, was only able to give like half of the attention to both of them, which just doesn't work. For Rival Esports, they have two brawlers that benefit massively from, two support-ish brawlers that benefit a lot from players just repeatedly running at them. That's Gus and that's Colonel Ruffs, where you're going to get the Ruffs treats or supply drop, whatever you want to call it. You can call it the Scooby snack if you want as well. And then you have Gus as well, who's going to be completely changing that Buster interaction with other tanks by giving him the super, giving him more damage, if provided he's running Spirit Animal, and a bit more health to tank for long enough to get his next attack. Move into Gold Arm Gulch for our second set of this matchup. It's a new introduction to the map pool once again, and honestly, can I just say, like, I'm not a huge fan of Gold Arm Gulch. The way that it plays typically is you just rush the left lane, and then you fight east versus west for the entire time. You wait for things to close you in. You just try and, like, you know, get some picks there before the final poison closes in, and then that's when all the action happens.
Well, some bans immediately going through that catch my eye. We see Kit for both sides, neither end wanting to deal with that. Once again, Melody, I think, sliding through, though. I caught Angelo on that left-hand end, which means Gene's going to be left open. Tick, a very pesky one to deal with. Even at a professional level, we've all been there. We don't like dealing with those mines either. And then Charlie going to be the other one thrown out here from Rival Esports.
Okay, reaction of Ruffs from Angelic. I like that sandbag gadget. We'll be able to block out some of those Gene supers. I think it'll be quite effective for blocking sharpshooters as well. And can break walls if necessary. Rival Esports, of course, can still go for a thrower pick if they want to. That would be quite easily punished by Angelic. RT, also, note that Piper has not been banned, so I think RT is going to be good into Piper and good just basically everywhere else. Sprout, here's the early thrower pick. I think that Colonel Ruffs will be pretty effective for this. He just needs to get the supers to begin with. Sprout also is able to take down those sandbags in just like a single shot with splash damage. I want to finish the discussion of RT though. Had a gadget change, now gets a super for free, and you also heal a little bit by going back to like your normal form. You're basically able to become Jackie, then become a sharpshooter again if you want.
Max going to be the last selection here as well, so that very historical Max Gene combination. Certainly prevalent right now, considering they both got hypercharges. I do like the Sprout pick as well, especially if you can get that wall break down for the side of Angelic. They can certainly deal with that a little bit easier. And I think you bring up some great points with RT. I think he's not the first sharpshooter that comes to mind per se, but obviously in the specific matchups that we'd be kind of looking out for, the Pipers of the world, like you mentioned, I think it'd certainly work out.
Hey, final pick from Angelic. What are they going to do? Mortis? I guess. Yeah, why not? The last time I saw Angelic run the Mortis, though, it actually didn't work. So we'll see if they can make it happen this time. Into that Sprout is definitely going to be effective. Jean has CC, you're going to be knocked away, probably by the Magic Puffs. I guess it keeps Angelic safe from Jean running Vengeful Spirits, but I don't think that's usually how the mentality goes. We're not really trying to avoid the 1,000 damage she's able to do with Vengeful Spirits. Mortis is going to be able to take down that Sprout quite easily. And they might just like go for a gank early on, low-key. They could wait for the final seconds and then get it going from there. I think also another important synergy to note that we talk about all the time is that Max in Jean combo, where you can essentially get a free pull. It's not going to be as free, though, when Soda has these sandbags ready to go at a moment's notice.
Great observation as well, and this super going to, or excuse me, this star power going to be able to power up teammates as well. So the closer they stay herded together here, the more HP they're going to be able to gain throughout this entire round. So this is certainly going to be more of a passive playstyle, I think, at least off the beginning for AGC, and then maybe they let Kanga loose like we see right now.
Okay, this is what I think was going on. Megu almost got that last mark onto, I believe it was Milk Rio. He managed to mark both of the other members of Rival Esports, and Kanga was there ready to take advantage of every single teammate being marked and then go for some kind of like team wipe there. I believe that's what the mentality was. See Kanga try to sneak towards the top of this left side. It's not going to be successful as Sprout blocks things off. Milk Rio and Shu keep these guys locked into spawn. With a poison at their backs, they have to move though. They don't have any other options. Megu looks to get some marks here. He's still going to have to work for these. Kanga also trying to create the pressure onto Melty. We see Milk Rio has this super. Could be free. There it is. The lamp blowout. Still a kill. Kanga into the poison. Okay, sure. Did he get a super? I guess we'll find out in a second whether it was a worthwhile venture into the poison.
Well, on the other end, it looks like Sprout's already got a hypercharge ready to go. Obviously deploying that wall there. Jean's got a pull. And the side of Angelic, I mean, they dive in, they get aggressive, but I feel like the side of Rival Esports played that very intelligently, very kind of getting in front of things, right? They played that more aggressive play style early on, especially for a composition that doesn't really look to be that. I think they know what they have to do considering the defensive stance that the side of Angelic took.
I think both teams here pretty much have to play aggro because, yes, like 2/3 of your team isn't Mortis, but that 1/3 of your team that is Mortis is only really going to succeed when he's playing the aggro. For the opposing side, you can punish his Jean, you can punish anyone that's getting too close to you with that super, and also you can just keep things back, push people into their spawn, constantly chipping them down. They don't find opportunities to heal, and I think Sprout was also quite useful for making sure that no one like slipped higher up on that left lane from the side of Angelic.
I thought the wall placement was really solid in that round number 1. I mean, considering that Sprout, Jean, Max, that doesn't necessarily on paper look like an aggressive composition. I think the play style and the adjustment that Rival Esports made was a very solid one. And I think even though on paper we see somebody like Mortis who traditionally does really well into those opposing brawlers, particularly Sprout, other throwers, squishy brawlers like we're used to seeing him do, I think it was a little bit harder and not as easy as we thought it could be possibly, given what that historically has been. Mortis going to be somebody that you really have to play properly, and as much fun as a lot of people have on ladder with him, he's definitely still hard to win with here at our professional level.
Yeah, typically you just see the Mortis picked when it's like, guys, like Mortis here would be awesome. Is that a Mortis in the background? Did I see a Mortis on the player cam as well? I think that was like a Mortis poster in the background. Yeah, is that Rogue Mortis in the background? Or maybe it's just someone else with a sword. It just kind of looks like a Mortis.
Yeah, I wonder who won based on those player reactions. Kind of hard to tell already.
Tough question.
Yeah, I'm going to presume the other end probably ended up winning that one, and that's the confirmation we're going to get here. Red victory, so Rival Esports going to be up 1-0 in our second set.
Okay, Angelic are taking a bit of a different approach this time. Typically, you rush the left lane, and Angelic are quite aware of this. They did in the last game. Now they're having Kanga push up that right side, but it's actually really quickly abandoned as he wasn't able to handle the smoke from every single member of Rival Esports standing their ground on the right side. Here comes Melty, same exact move. Places that hedge on the left side. Now you can't move up there. Now you're not fully concealed by those bushes. Kanga would like to try and get behind the enemy team and create pressure that way, but it's simply not an option for him anymore.
Yeah, and another choke point there as well, and I believe that's going to be what happened previously. I think likely still in the middle of that round for game number 2. But the more choke points that they can kind of get every single time they place that Sprout wall down in that grass, that's just a little more visibility that they have, and that's very important to assassins like Mortis. If you can't see him, it's hard to deal with him, and oh, poor Mortis going to be all by himself here, likely going to be throwing in the towel.
I want to feel bad for him, but at the same time, no. You did this to yourself. you picked Mortis thinking, we're the all Hong Kong roster. Look at us. We're going to ping diff everyone. But it just doesn't work when you're into something like that. Gene, who's able to use Lamp Blowout. Melty also is really the only thing that Kanga's going to be good into here. You see he takes a decent amount of damage on the right side. He's forced to retreat. They're hanging on to whatever bushes they have left. But Rival Esports have this Sprout up their sleeve, and it's heavily defended by Milcreo and Shu.
And he's got that revolving hypercharge when he wants to use it too. There's another cutoff. I mean, less and less grass that they're going to be able to work with. At this point, Kanga said, I'm just going to try the other end, man. It's not working out over here. I guess using him more as an aggressor, a distraction. We're going to see him on that right-hand side while Milcreo and Shu deal with this. Melty deciding to drop that hypercharge here. A huge choke point on this left-hand end. And Kanga, Megu going to be forced down to the very bottom of the map where that fog is going to start to close in.
Okay, Sprout still looking for yet another super. Excellent pull there from Milcreo. It's not all over yet for Angelic, but it might as well be. They're nearly out of options. Melty can't recover this wall because he doesn't have a gadget. Soda all the way estranged on the right side. There's a Lamp Blowout and Kanga. No dice, no options at all. Not a single casualty on the side of Rival Esports. Thank you again for that excellent. Milcreo, is this going to be the Milcreo or is this called something else?
Yeah, maybe it's I missed something on the internet. I'm not getting it. If it's a reference, I don't get it. Maybe this is just Milcreo being Milcreo, and I can also appreciate that as well, if I'm being honest. I mean, very animated to say the least, and even when we don't get to see the in-game, we always know who's winning or losing based on his reaction.
This is true. Meanwhile, you take a team like a Crazy Raccoon, whether if you look at Tensi's face, you're not really sure whether they won or lost or not. It's just like a sigh after every single game, whether they win or lose. So thank you. Thank you, Rivals, for making it quite clear to us. That is their second 2-0 in a row. So they'll be headed into set number 3 already with a wind at their backs. They could finish this one out flawlessly. A no-hitter, if you will.
No-hitter would be a tough look here, too, especially considering the success that AGC have had early on in this year. They got to be able to take advantage of that, considering that Revenant's not here, Navi's not here. You know, this could be kind of their way of isolating and getting themselves into that top 4 consideration for the rest of the year. And sure, they made a semifinals. That's great, but the extra points that you can get just by making that grand final is a pretty big deal, especially considering it would be their second one.
Yeah, speaking of second, I feel like we ought to clarify the tail of the tape here. When I say that these teams are fighting for second place, I don't mean that they're fighting for the opportunity to go to the grand finals and then get swept by Crazy Raccoon. No, that is not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying that points-wise, they are fighting for second place. Angelic is currently in second place, but if Rival Esports can take this, then they will advance beyond Angelic in terms of points. And as we know, just from who qualifies for World Finals, who goes to LCQ, the standings in that region, that's massively valuable to be in the upper ranking so high as second place.
Especially considered how big of a Titan Crazy Raccoon have been. I mean, I think a lot of people are kind of counting on them being that first seed. So this 2 through 4 spots, very important. Obviously, just the difference between second and third place is whether you're guaranteed to go to Worlds or whether you have to duke it out with the rest of the world and try and get one of those valuable LCQ spots.
Yeah, someone open a window or something. Looking at these Angelic stats make me a little bit sad. We see Kanga get some points up on the board there. Megu here just not really offering too much as that RT. And I praised it, honestly. I liked the RT. I think it prevented some stuff that Rival Esports could have done pretty well with. But I think the Mortis just was no help for Angelic. When you, as Mortis, all you're really doing is feeding some damage to the enemy team, feeding the Gene Supers, feeding the Sprout Supers, even of all things, then you're essentially dooming your team to fight that 2v3, which I think accounts for the lack of stats on the side of Angelic.
Little off the wall pick for sure. I mean, that's the boom bust potential that Mortis brings to the table, and obviously it was a bust in that set. Now a lot of work to be done for the Angelics, and they're down 2-0 in a very important match right now. They're gonna have to claw their way back if they even want a chance at this grand finals. It's gonna have to be a reverse sweep that starts here on Sneaky Fields.
Sneaky Fields, a new map in the rotation once again, but a familiar one if you have been around Brawl Esports for a while. And fun fact, this map, if you're a fan of YouTubers, was actually designed by Lex. So shout out Lex for bringing us Sneaky Fields, a bush map here in Brawl Ball. And honestly, with these bush maps coming back into the competitive rotation, it has shifted the balances of what's good and what's not in terms of the draft. We see Angelic actually getting rid of some of the best ones. Shelly, Sandy, and Nita all being banned out. Sandy, we were already aware was quite good, but the Nita and the Shelly basically are good because of the tanks and the bushes enabling things like that. We'll see Rival Esports start things off with that Charlie first pick. Yeah, I guess not exactly what I had in mind for a first pick here.
Probably not what I did either, but I think considering that Nita's off the board and Ems is off the board, that might be why they want to try and lock in one of those more countering tank kind of brawlers. You know, they can kind of lock that in, and obviously Charlie is a standalone, very solid at that, but the options become more and more limited, obviously, with that ban stage. On the other end, though, they're just going to pick some darn good brawlers. I feel like Spike is somebody we don't see all the time anymore, but I certainly don't think he's a bad shout here. Again, a high DPS option for those quick frags. Max, so prevalent in the meta right now, can power up allies, so I think all of that can be paired together. They could go for a more aggressive 6-pick here, try and get one of those more tanky options, and on Rival Esports end, still plenty to deal with on the table. They're going to lock in a Cordelius here, so any idea of a tank for the left-hand side is going to be a tough one at this point.
If you're not getting Cocoon, you're getting sent to the Realm, dude. Like, from Rival Esports, they've got, like, the 2 banishes, essentially. I did kind of frown at the sight of Charlie for a first selection. It's not a bad first selection. It's just I was expecting more of something like Max, which is what Angelic went for. Now, though, with that Spike, I question it once again. It's a good brawler, yes, but something like a BB, for instance, running at you is going to out-heal the damage that you're able to output a Spike. There's a reason that we don't see it as much anymore. It's simply because there are other brawlers that can counter tanks more effectively than Spike, who just relies on damage. Here's the Melody from Rival Esports. So there's basically nothing that Angelic have that can actually counter Melody here, unless they go something with knockback, and even then, it's not going to be like a Melody hard counter. I'm a little surprised that it made it this far in the draft. Typically, though, she does get outdone by other tanks that occupy the bushes here, so maybe that's what Angelic are thinking. Rico, nope, not at all. Not even going to go close to Charlie and the Cord with a tank.
Rico was the first one that came to mind, just based on what I've seen from practices going down this week and the leftover brawlers we've got. I think just diverting from any idea of a take is a good call, just considering they've got Charlie and Cordelius on the other end. Like you said, it's the ultimate, like, halt button, right? There's no way you're going to be able to pop a hypercharge anyways, because you got 2 brawlers that can deal with it, so might as well go for just some insane DPS and see what you can do. I think Angelic were kind of locked into a spot there where if they wanted to dare to get aggressive, they were going to get shut down pretty easily, so I'm glad they didn't go for any off-the-wall picks there. I think especially considering how that second set went, I think a safer approach in set 3 might be the way to go.
Okay, viewing these brawlers before we get into the game, Angelic and Rival Esports. We see Rival Esports now leading with 2 sets. Just want to close it out here in a draft that I personally favor. I think just the brawlers that are currently good right now, that they've locked in some stuff that is quite good into Melody, eliminated those brawlers from their opponent's hands. I think they have a lot more mobility here, though we don't know how this mid matchup is entirely going to go. If the running it down is not effective, then Angelic can get good value there. We see Soda, Kanga locking down the lanes, Megu just trying to create the speed to keep Rival Esports back in spawn.
Not going to be running that curveball either here. Melty with a little dive in. Ooh, a beautiful shot there too. Melty with a nice little pop-off play on the right-hand end, who's hovering over that super button as well. Could drag Megu or Kanga if they so choose. Try and set up Shu and Mocreo for an easier goal opportunity. The extra spawner is going to be a real threat into Kanga as Melty clears the way once again. It's just a lone Megu standing. 3 red brawlers encircling him now. The only thing left to do is to grab this ball and push forward. And I think they're going to hesitate for just a moment. They have a super with Charlie that they can stun the enemy out if they want, but for now they're just going to try and set themselves up.
Like the ball positioning a moment ago, set up Shu to pass that ball over the left side where someone will easily be able to access it. Nice taps here from Shu, and a wonderful lineup as he dribbles the ball. Rival Esports start things off with their first goal. The hypercharge popped from Megu, cleared things out on the right. Melty took down Soda. This push all but stymied. We see Kanga try and rush in. Megu went for it. Kanga was ready to receive a pass, but Shu was too ready to defend.
And Mocreo and Melty, I think, going to be able to get that stop just in the nick of time. That could have been an absolutely filthy play, to be honest with you, if they get that pass off. Like I said, too, they may have had Melody get back in time. It's hard to say, but just love the playmaking ability that Melody can bring to the table on that goal. You really saw what she could do and why so many pro players are so good with her. It's that creation of just plays out of nothing that super brings to the table. You get 3 dashes with 1 super, just incredible value for your shots.
I'll hopefully get back into the game shortly. I will still stand by what I said. Enabling the Melody to do what she does best. Even if you get stuck with, I mean, guys, who would want to get stuck with a Charlie and a Cordelius? Ugh, those brawlers are so bad in the current meta. But seriously, taking those brawlers out of your opponent's hands, having these just darn good brawlers on your team, opening the doors for Melody, I think is quite wise from them. Still need to see them score a goal here. Shu is looking for that opportunity. Ball pass to Soda. Yeah, lock it up in the corner, keep it away from Shu. But if this 2v2 goes the way of Rival Esports, it's a goal for sure.
They're going to get one super off. They've got multiple trying to get in. Kanga blasts him down, though, and it won't be enough to get a goal yet. A little super speed in the mix here, too. Just trying to get any momentum swing. Angelic really needs this one. We haven't seen them take a lot of games yet here so far, and they're down at 2-0. They're on match point. They got to do something big.
Rival Esports go for the pinch on Soda, who's emerging from the realm now. 3-on-1 taken down. Rival Esports occupy these bushes. I just don't see a whole lot of potential for Angelic to bring it back. We see Kanga, though, with a massive super, now aiming across the bushes at Shu. No takedown. Melty now with that hyper and the super. A banish onto Kanga, and a takedown, possibly another on a Soda, but he's not going for the home run. He's just trying to get this one passed over to Shu to get the goal-scoring combo that way.
They eliminate that left hand in. Kanga has to waste some shots, but another valuable super and a kick away there, too. It's just Soda and Kanga now. Mocreo with low HP. Sue diving in, a super through the net, and Rival Esports one goal away from being grand finalists.
Not just a grand finalist, but being locked for second place in this region, and also doing so in a no-hitter fashion. As he Shu charge forward, he has at least one more gadget to go. Hypercharge super popped by Max. Value for Kanga. No takedown into Shu. Shu and Melty have to run back to that back right. Final gadget from Kanga, but still no kills. 25 seconds left on the clock. Big kills for Kanga. Milkreo needs to fall, and the lineup from Kanga is good as it goes down the center. We see 15 seconds on the clock before these bushes break down, along with all the obstacles. 1-1 on the scoreline.
Kanga's been a star player here in game number 2. The amount of Rico supers we've seen him pull has been insane. He's getting so many frags, so much damage, and that's kind of the ceiling outcome that you get from that Rico pick. You can kind of keep your distance into somebody like Charlie, like Cordelius, and it looks like in overtime somebody is celebrating big. I'm taking an educated guess here, Ready. Hot take. I think Rival Esports may have gotten it.
You know, I'm not sure. He didn't look excited enough, Kenny.
Okay.
That was, I don't think that was a grand finals reaction. I think that was a, we just lost a game reaction, right? Don't you get excited after losing?
I'd buy it.
But nonetheless, stellar there for Milkreo. No backflip, unfortunately.
Still on the bucket list. If somebody pulls it off, I will back you in my predictions. That is an assurance. That is a Kenny Cass guarantee. Just impressive stuff, though, to say the least. A no-hitter, as you put it. Rival Esports 3-0 over a team that challenged Crazy Raccoon, world champions in month number 1. I don't think they can be underestimated at this point. I mean, a 3-0 victory against a team that's been very solid throughout our first 3 months is something that I certainly wasn't expecting. I thought this would be much closer. I know the predictions were about 65-35 from y'all at event.brawlstars.com. I think a very fair prediction, too. I mean, I had Rival Esports by a little bit, but certainly not in a 3-0 fashion.
Oh, well, we saw Angelic get 3-0'd by Revenant Esports last month. I think we're all just sort of entranced by how Angelic took Crazy Raccoon to a 2-3 all the way to set 5 in month 1, completely upsetting us. And now if you're an Angelic fan, I wouldn't blame you for being upset once again. A 3-0, not a single game it picked up versus Rival Esports is quite a way to go here. Though not quite as early as it was in the last monthly final. Some pretty good stats, honestly, for Angelic as far as DPS. Let's just conveniently not look at how Melty got 14 kills there. And I think, yeah, actually, wow, really even set.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. I mean, if we just remove the fact that Melty was Himothy and literally dropped 14 as a cord, I mean, 4-1, 3-3-5, that's about even, Ready.
Yeah, it seems to be about so, though nonetheless, I think Melty, if anyone, deserves an MVP here for 14 kills. Closing things out, I mean, it's no secret that Cordelius is a crazy good brawler right now. I like the strat from Rival Esports. I'm not even sure how they were allowed to get away with this with the Cordelius and the Charlie. You have Charlie that puts someone in the cocoon. You have Cordelius that's able to remove someone from the map. If anyone on Angelic even thought about countering that Melody, then they can even wave that thought goodbye, because a single counter is not going to be good enough when you can get put in cocoon and you can get sent to the Shadow Realm. And when I look at Angelic, I just don't even see a brawler that was there for it. Milkreo, your MVP and MVP of the cams. I know y'all didn't vote for that one on event.brawlstars.com, but since I get to talk on the stream will put forth my, thank you for the celebration from Milkria. Can we get that like 3 more times? Oh, okay.
That's actually his live reaction for getting MVP. That was completely different from... He just does that. Yeah, that's just who he is. I think as long as they're winning matches, though, no matter how good Melty plays, I mean, 14 kills. The guy did literally all he could to win your all's vote for MVP. Nonetheless, you still go with Milcreo. I mean, I get it. He's fun. But, man, shout out to my guy Melty with 14 kills.
Well, of course, if you vote in the MVP just then, you did so on event.brawlstars.com, which I encourage you to vote on if you're not already there. You can get some cool in-game rewards. There appears to be some sort of egg that you can get this month, and I know I'm certainly putting forth my predictions for it. So far, I think we're doing pretty well as well, but of course, we're going to come back soon. Make sure you get your predictions locked in, and we'll be back after a short break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series Brawl Stars Championship is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Can you guys hear me now? Yeah, we hear you. Back. Okay, cool. Can I do it again? Let's start from the top. All right, hold on.
Take 2.
Hold on.
Places, everyone.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Brawl Stars Championship powered by the Snapdragon Pro Series. We are 1 semi-final down. We got 1 more to go, of course. And I'm not going to lie. I picked Angelic, of course, you know, to look pretty good in that semi-final. So much of the discussion was that, okay, maybe you guys expected Rival to be the stronger team, but a 3-0 blowout is not what we was expecting at all. All of a sudden, a legitimate challenger appears, one that could put some pressure on Crazy Raccoon, should Crazy Raccoon obviously triumph in this next semi-final. Coco Loco, though, ready set, not a team that we want to be counting out.
Not at all. I think also the kind of tail of the tape with Coco Loco versus 3R is that Coco Loco have kept themselves in the race for LCQ later on this year. 3R Gaming, it's going to be remarkably difficult for them to even think about making it to LCQ. So already Coco Loco have gotten themselves a pretty good dub making it to this stage. They could cement that even further if they take down Crazy Raccoon. I don't need to, pretend like we don't know how unlikely that is, though, given the sort of magnitude that Crazy Raccoon is playing at.
Right. I mean, they looked very, very good in their matchup against Master Entertainer, but it's almost certain that things are going to get a bit more difficult for them now heading into this semi-final. And this is a team that, does not typically run straight through these tournaments. We definitely see drop sets. We've even seen drop matches when it comes to grand finals against teams like Na'Vi. So we are, looking at a very competitive field here, Kenny. Crazy Raccoon, though, are a team that don't have a lot of glaring weaknesses, at least not that we've really seen.
None really yet so far. I mean, outside of last month, maybe dropping to Na'Vi, it seemed like, at least based on the reactions, that internet was a little bit of an issue for them. So I think, assuming all things are squared away, it's even playing field in that front. Hard to bet against these guys. I mean, Tensai, Moyagoku, Satampo, these are household Brawl names. I would even gander to say that Tensai and Satampo are probably Mount Rushmore brawlers, if you want to put it that way. They're very, very solid players. That, of course, going to be Tensai on the screen there. We were eager to see what the lunch was behind him, though, Uber. I wonder if we have...
Oh, we don't know. I mean, his cups... He's got water in a cup here, so, not messing with any of that juice there, which is a real shame. Yeah, kind of quite crazy to really think about. When you have that option, you still go for water. That is Shaolin monk level discipline over there. Me, I could never. Coco Loco are a team that have always been a fixture in our monthly finals. They've always been competitive, and today they've looked especially good. Now, though, again, if they want to take a monthly final away, they have to beat Crazy Raccoon at some point or another. Whether it's in a semi here, whether it's in a grand final, it doesn't matter. It has to happen at some point, so it may as well happen now. This matchup was one of the first that we sort of saw on stream. Obviously, some mild interruptions there as we sort of tried to follow. But in general, we felt that they were a very, very strong contender. That first matchup they played, it was a 5-set banger up against 3R Gaming, where they traded sets pretty aggressively. They ended up winning Hot Zone, they won Heist, and they won Knockout pretty convincingly. Those look very good for them there, especially Safe Zone, Gold Arm, Gold, respectively. So this is a team very, very well drilled, very solid. And of course, you know, we have seen much of these guys before. We are talking about guys like Response who were, you know, on Team Flash, on Star Wars. So we're going to let Ready take a breather here. Myself and Kenny are going to run straight into last stop here because Gem Grab will be beginning the series. And over on event.brawlstars.com, you made it pretty clear to us that Crazy Raccoon are the favorites in this game. I know we all would have predicted it. I think that's a pretty safe bet here. We're all expecting Crazy Raccoon to be in yet another grand final of a monthly final, but still, Coco Loco, no pushover. Think we've made that pretty clear to everyone by now.
Very important matchup still for Coco Loco, of course. I mean, if they somehow do the unthinkable and grab this upset, which Crazy Raccoon have lost this year, that is not an impossibility. This is a good team as well with some veteran players that have been around for a long time. This could really skyrocket them up. I mean, bringing Crazy Raccoon down, pushing themselves up. This is an opportunity to prove themselves here. I'm sure they've done their homework on these particular maps because somebody like Otis, not a brawler we're really used to seeing, even as a first pick on.
What is first pick Otis? What is that supposed to imply?
I'm honestly not 100% sure. In terms of practices, this isn't a super common one. I mean, I've seen it a little bit in North America. I think it's going to be able to be a great option at kind of taking down those lane matchups. This image, of course, not going to be that last stop. Traditionally, a little bit of grass on that left lane, that right lane. You got the launch pad going on as well. I think this could prevent any ideas of tanks. The mute button going to be very helpful at disabling enemies, but Crazy Raccoon just kind of going with what we more know and love, right? I mean, Crow, somebody that Reddy mentioned that he actually thinks is a little underrated right now. You see Piper coming in. That's one of the better brawlers, I would say, in most scenarios in the game. I love this counter opportunity, though. I think Nani into Piper and Crow in particular is actually going to be pretty solid. Carl coming in as well. But yeah, I'm with you. Kind of interesting. Otis certainly not somebody on my bingo card that I would have had in this map.
Yeah, maybe, you know, again, obviously very powerful duelist. It could be to answer like a Meg, for example, something that's very powerful because Otis is so good at winning those 1v1 matchups. And you're right. I mean, this is last stop, but that image obviously isn't what last stop sort of looks like. So we are looking at a gem grab map with, you know, a lot of those bushes surrounding the sides of the map. So those lane matchups are extremely relevant. Another need to pick. She really has skyrocketed in popularity here. And once more, we are seeing Coco Loco go for the Carl. We saw this in their first series. And this is a rematch, by the way. Last month, Crazy Raccoon managed to take a 3-0 victory over this Coco Loco team. So, you know, bear that in mind here. Crazy Raccoon have already demonstrated their prowess against this particular opponent. Coco Loco know exactly what they're running into. We have Crow, Piper, Nita for Crazy Raccoon, Carl, Nani, and of course the Otis to round out this Coco Loco composition.
Really interesting one on our left-hand end. On the right side, though, again, really more traditional. I mean, Nita doesn't shock me. Piper doesn't shock me. Crow, not as popular as he used to be, per se, but I think a great use of area control. Obviously has the dive mechanic where you can get in and out if they need gyms or to steal gyms in a pickle. I think it's just not as safe on the Coco Loco side. I mean, you kind of have to take those risks, though, when you're playing a team like Crazy Raccoon. You saw what the people at home said. 95-5 in terms of predictions. Coco Loco need all of the advantages they can get their hands on.
Yeah, look, and I think one of them originates from the Nani pick into the Piper. Obviously, tends to be a strong brawler to pick into Piper, another sharpshooter that has the ability to close the gap, and also that peep is very important. Crucial as well for maybe forcing out that super from the Piper. Obviously, peep hits very, very hard and almost one hits a Piper, so something you want to be pretty aware of. In general, it's a composition that's pretty good at keeping the Nita at arm's length, but, you know, last stop is the kind of map where Nita can use those bushes to gain a lot of control, to move up on you, so there has to be a lot of spam. And Crow, not the first time we've seen it, right? Slowing Toxin can be very effective if that's the way you want to go here. The hypercharge is also terrifying. As those sort of knives get drawn back towards you. Already, though, we are seeing a Bruce here sort of being deployed. That is a scary prospect indeed. Shitapo, though, traded out as Crazy Raccoon have a big gem lead.
And Jay just trying to do his best to get around these walls, make some connections on Piper. Hiroshi diving right in on the action as Crazy Raccoon gets the gym count. A hyper bared Bruce is coming out, though, and that is a tough thing to deal with. Hiroshi all alone trying to work against Tensai and Crow. Sitting comfortably in the back of their spawn. Jay getting in the mix here, too, with about 7 seconds on the clock, though. We'll see how it all unfolds, and I'm assuming that's a loss as he was able to get up unless he just stopped playing the game all of a sudden. I'm going to take a gander and say CR ended up winning that. that.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I did also see like the red team win graphic on the tablet there, so we have a decent idea. Hey, maybe keep that broom here by Tensai. We might need it if this is going to be so one-sided. Looking at a little bit of a sweep here for Crazy Raccoon to make a strong statement here. Already have done so. And again, it didn't seem like it required all that much from them, right? We did jump in fairness to the game a little bit further down, but they are operating on the Crow mid-axis, which, you know, is relatively safe. Even if you don't necessarily have the range, you have the speed, you have an escape there pretty comfortably built into your kit, as of course does the Piper. So Crazy Raccoon will be hard to pin down.
Nice start once again for Crazy Raccoon. The positioning in their favor. Hiroshi trying to deal with now 2 brawlers incoming, and this is a tough matchup for him. I mean, Piper's going to outrange him a good bit. Now we've got a spawner with extra shield on the map. Jay and Response are going to have to deal with this, and Satampo playing this very aggressively, considering he is outranged. Response, I think, going to capitalize on this situation. Actually nearly gets up punished for it, and so Tensai finally forced it back away, but the damage may already be done, Uber. 7 gems for Crazy Raccoon.
You know that's hitting Jay as well. He's about to get a face full of butterfly in just a moment. The suspense is absolutely killing me. I kind of enjoy this. Maybe I can see the game in the reflection of this player's glasses. I mean, that's kind of like, that's what I'm willing to do in order to see what's going on. These guys, they're in a hotel too. My goodness, everyone's just, okay, fly us to Hong Kong. Honestly, get me up there. I'll fly, coach. I don't mind. Tensai under some pressure here, but Response has found himself deep in enemy territory without a way to really get out. And Moya is such a threat from mid. He says, I'll just scoop up the last of these gems and let Bruce create most of this space. 10k HP plus the damage reduction offered to you by that faux fur means like it's, you know, it's basically a bigger Frank that you have to try and make your way through there. Bear with me is incredibly powerful. Shitapo says, you know what, I'll throw myself out there. I will soak some of these shots for my team and make sure we get ourselves a comfortable, quick first set.
Comfortable is a great word to describe how that went down. It didn't really seem like they were phased too much. Not a lot of adversity they've had to deal with yet in this monthly finals. Kind of waiting for somebody like Coco Loco in this semifinals to wake them up a little bit. It's a tough challenge, an interesting draft as well, but it didn't seem to affect Crazy Raccoon's gameplay. Pretty swift swim in there.
Yeah, absolutely. The comp was pretty interesting, I think, from Coco Loco, right? The Nani, like, seems fine, like, in general. You know, again, like, the dealing with the Nita definitely seemed to be a problem. Even without hypercharge, whenever Bruce gets thrown down, you can see the space. It's like 2 brawlers worth of spacing that immediately one team has to give. They just have to step back. When you have Piper that's playing in mid and also the Crow that can move into that space and just constantly harass with, you know, that ticking sort of poison damage, it's very hard to ever find yourself in a position where you have enough health to get close enough to Tensai to threaten those gems away from him. Good damage from Jay. Response also has to take some risks and try and pick some spots to go aggressive, but unfortunately never really putting real pressure on the gem carrier. And when you fall behind in gems and you can't do that, you can't win.
Yeah, and even though the kill category is leaning towards Coco Loco, I mean, just strictly from watching that match, it never really felt like Crazy Raccoon were fully outside of that mid. I mean, game number 2, they kind of started out with a 7-0 lead. A little back and forth in game number 1, but ultimately they end up getting those gems and just kind of walking away. And obviously that objective gameplay is really what matters. The kill category, nice, but Nita was very impressive. I mean, there were a lot of great things going for Crazy Raccoon.
All right, well, Hot Zone going to be our next map here. Parallel plays is where it's all going to go down. So, again, a curious map where you do have a home and away zone, and you have to balance, you know, your attention between the two of them. We've seen quite a few different options on this map. I think that Sprout is a brawler that we've actually seen brought in here occasionally. Of course, 8-bit's still pretty strong. Anyone with that good range that can operate the diagonal effectively also will be coveted.
Definitely an interesting map. I mean, having that second hot zone just adds a whole nother layer to it. Obviously, one hot zone is already enough to deal with for these teams, so now 2 on opposite ends can be absolutely crazy. Sometimes you're going to see really aggressive play styles where people try and all in to get to the other end first, but a lot of times you'll see people stay at that home base, typically the left hand in from our perspective, the right hand in at the top. Those are kind of home bases, right? That's the easy quote-unquote 50%, and then from there they'll work their way up, try and chip away at the opposing side with maybe a more aggressive brawler, somebody with more HP. However, they can kind of get in the faces of the enemy.
Here's your draft now. Sandy going to be picked up pretty early on. Again, it's a large map with some open space, so being able to cut some of that up a little bit with the sandstorm going to be important for Coco Loco to make those aggressive reaches across the map. See, Crazy Raccoon don't want to deal with Kit or the Larry and Laurie pick. Again, just can feel oppressive, and they love Nita. Crazy Raccoon, a fan at times of unconventional picks. There definitely are some signature brawlers that we really associate with them. I think that like Meg, especially in her heyday, is one of them. Carl as well, a big Shitapo pick. Now though, Nita starting to join the ranks of those brawlers and buy her into a company makes this a very durable core being built out by Crazy Raccoon.
I like the Nita selection into Sandy specifically here too. Having Bruce the Bear as an ally into somebody like Sandy is a really big deal, but they're just going to immediately pair this with Max. Max and Sandy have been a long-known combo. We get things like Max, Sandy, Jean that have been synergies in the blind format days long before we had draft, and now they're still going to be relevant today. And of course, Melody left on the table, and they're going to grab it for themselves.
Okay, very powerful brawler here. We have high mobility for Coco Loco. And we have some stopping power in the form of that Sandy gadget. Also, just a very hard team to pin down in general. Hoping to run circles around it because Crazy Raccoon, oh dear, double tank healer composition. Absolutely bloody terrifying. And Crazy Raccoon here are going to, yeah, again, there will be no mercy offered here. Melody may not have the opportunity to build up those music notes and also their durability. Why not even help her? Because she needs a bit of time to get through the opponents. First of all, to have those damage spikes, Kenny, you've got to close the gap. That's scary against two tanks.
Well, they're going to actually send two brawlers down this left-hand din. Tensai is going to be glued to Satompo.
So healthy.
Yeah, and he's just going to be able to just walk on through. This is that more aggressive...
Shoot the Byron!
Talking about. He's trying to deal with this, and now Tensai is just going to be able to sit put while Satompo puts in all this work. Tensai wants some kills for himself, though. Going to be running straight at response, while Hiroshi just tries to work on this right-hand din. Satompo, though, plenty of space to work with, and with this indestructible wall, literally is just going to play Ring Around the Rosies.
All right, I'm going to throw the spitball out there. Tensai doing so much work to set up Shitampo down in the bottom there. Basically, no one looking at the Byron, and it was an unkillable Viva that I was able to set up. Still, though, got to do something about this right-hand side. Hiroshi flattened there on the bottom. Shitampo wins that duel out. Jay is definitely a threat as long as there's gadgets available. We've not seen Bruce built up yet. But now Crazy Raccoon can collapse onto this top right hot zone after dominating the bottom left.
And the home side is significantly easier as well. Hiroshi's going to have to pull some magic out of his hat if they even want to chance this. And unfortunately, no mercy being shown. Tensai vibing right now. Moyogoku now has Bruce the Bear on top of all things. Jay response trying to do something here, but here comes 9,000 HP from BB alongside Moyogoku. It's just easy pickings from him. Crazy Raccoon just walking through opponents here today.
And again, we see a lot of teams do this, right? This is kind of the general strat. Fight for the away base first because you have a significant advantage in terms of your proximity for the home base. You spawn right there. It's much easier to run back. You almost have a virtual numbers advantage based on how quickly you can get there. So set up the BB with immense amounts of healing from the Byron, and eventually the Byron can turn his attention towards home base, which Tampa was entrenched. I don't know how Response is supposed to deal with this.
I'm not sure either, and I think they just kind of give up on that objective, right? They send Jay to the other end, and now Tensai, aware of this, has set up BB enough to where she can get established and is just going to divert his attention to home side as well. They might be able to take both sides immediately if they end up getting the win like earlier.
All right, it's brutal stuff here. Byron also, with the less than 50% win rate on this particular map type, still looking very, very good in the right hands. When you see like a healer, you know, combined with those double tanks, that's where you can really see where Byron shines. And again, being able to circumvent these walls with that throw of power, you can see here, it's a pretty close one. As I think at the home base, like we saw Nita having to fight solo, the Crazy Raccoon's position now, as we read the tea leaves, so to speak, looks quite strong. They're ready to sort of put pressure on that away base.
Yeah, there's a little mini check in there too. I think Crazy Raccoon likely going to be okay. Oh, and that's a sad face.
Ooh, we don't like that. Oh, we like that though.
Oh no, he's smiling too. He doesn't normally.
And he's smiling. Unreal moment there from Tensai. And he's laughing as well. My goodness, must have been some pretty insane gameplay to precipitate such a palpable reaction. And he's reaching for the water as well. It's the bloody trifecta of victory.
And on the other end, this one's not as much fun to play-by-play Uber. I'll keep it
No.
This one's a little more dreary.
The vibes are a bit maudlin, you know? A little glum, if you will.
Hate that for him too. I mean, look, this is a tough team to deal with. They steamroll opponents. It's what they do, and that is no exception here, even in a semi-final. It's pretty crazy, to be honest with you. That BB gameplay was just filthy. I mean, there's no way around it. They were able to just simply swing a baseball bat, throw some spitballs, and win a set. It's actually insane.
And there's a real question about whether there's like a much counterplay to that. You can try and play something that's good at countering tanks, right? Like we know Colette is powerful, but she needs help. So you almost have to play her in like a 2v2, 2v1 situation, which means you need like a very, very good solo brawler to go for the away base, most likely, and they're probably going to be dealing with the tank themselves. Again, great damage here. I don't care. Tensai's been covering all of it up on the side of Coco Loco by making Chitapo literally unkillable, because not only does the vitamin booster gadget exist, we just see Byron constantly funneling heals and supers into Chitapo. It's worth pointing out that Byron can't build super by healing teammates. That's like one of the weaknesses. So Tensai does have to get involved in other ways and actually put some, attacking pressure down. But Byron kind of does it all right now. Very subtly powerful. Just in his modality. You can be aggressive. You're very annoying when you do start to hit some of those shots, especially if you can penetrate through multiple players with it. The super is very powerful. It really turns fights on their head instantly, because if people are like in close quarters, not only does it damage opponents, it heals teammates. So the virtual differential in HP that it provides when you're hitting a teammate and an enemy at the same time is double.
I think it's a great point. I mean, Byron, honestly, just so valuable in the current meta. I think a lot of pro players have caught on to this, and even though the balance changes haven't been crazy for, say, somebody like Byron, I think just given the current rotation of brawlers that people are used to dealing with, he's honestly ended up being a great synergy for a lot of these combinations. I know in North America, they've really catered to him. In APAC, I feel like he's always kind of been a little bit higher of a play rate, but he's definitely disappeared for stretches throughout our competitive years. It's nice to see him kind of finally return as something that can be used a lot of different ways. That offensive mechanism that you mentioned with damaging other players, the heals with teammates. The only time today we've really super seen him struggle, I think, is when he had to be spread a little bit thin, maybe on like a gym grab set earlier that we've had. But other than that, I think he's been a great asset for any team that's drafted him.
Absolutely. Really, really oppressive. And the kind of brawler that just doesn't really attract enough priority to get banned, often, at least here. Big shout out, of course, to Nighttime Clash, our stats guru, who has informed us. We're passing this on to you that, the winners of the APAC monthly finals have always been people from the APAC region, 100% of the time. That's pretty profound stuff there. It looks like that's going to be the case again this month, with only players from the APAC region competing in both semifinals so far. Center stage, Brawl Ball comes up here. The Buster going to be locked in pretty much straight away. We've seen just how powerful this pick can be. We've seen it combined with Gus. That was disgusting. Very, very potent combination in that previous semifinal here. Crazy Raccoon, though, a bit more of a classic look here, bringing the Max in.
Max doesn't surprise me. Buster doesn't surprise me. I think very common picks here. But BB this early is a little bit more surprising, and I am ready for it considering what they did with it before. Huge playmaker, can get up in the face of somebody like a Buster. Should be pretty fun, especially when synergized with some extra speed.
Oh, man, seeing more tanks picked up, scary. So Shelly picked up here now, obviously very threatening to those tanks up close. This is a very strong statement being made by Coco Loco, saying we're not going to get run over by the same strat again this time.
Can't have it happen twice. Shelly, the ultimate tank stopper with the shotgun to the face. Gotta pick it at this point. I mean, if they let it go, it's probably one of the better opportunities they have with dealing with this. And I think Coco Loco are fully aware of how good the enemy side is with BB. They don't want it to get out of hand, so they're gonna double down. First the Shelly, then they lock in Charlie, who's already a generally solid brawler, I think. One of the better ones still in the game at this point.
Oh, they're doing it.
I think it's gonna be a way to deal with it. But they're just gonna all out. This is a BB's world, and Max and Poco are kind of just going to power up.
So here on center stage, how do you feel about the Poco being picked up instead of the Byron, which is available?
It's a kind of a tricky one. I mean, we do have those kind of more narrow lanes on that left and right hand side. I feel like, at least in practices, I haven't seen either of these brawlers too much. According to my boy Costa's data set that he has just from all of these scrims, one of the analysts for Reply Totem, it looks like Poco gets played a little more frequently, I would say. That might be for the extra HP that he can bolster, the extra heals, maybe canceling out some of the effects, say, from a slow of Shelly could also be the benefit with the gadget that he brings to the table. I think combined with Max's as well, the amount of area control you get out of those two as individuals is pretty solid, and I think with just BB in the faces and kind of Max and Poco bringing it up from the rear, that might end up being why they go with this, just as more of an AoE feature rather than Byron, who can kind of only focus one at a time.
So it's a team that's really ready to stand their ground and go in for these brawls. Even seeing the Jesse and also the Charlie, who is pretty terrifying at close range because her fire rate increases when the target is closer to her, just on virtue of how the yo-yo works, bouncing back and forth. And also, this kind of invalidates Buster as well. I mean, Montage only stops Max's damage, right? I don't think it stops Poco's shots because they're not discrete particles. So, you know, that is a little bit weaker here. That's obviously the risk of you know, picking up the Buster at this stage because your opponents can play around his super. Still, slow-mo replay is very powerful and something that can definitely catch people out of position. So the game is underway. The game is actually underway. We're still here, obviously, watching them. We have not quite been able to get in right now. So when we jump in, if we jump in, mind you, it's more likely that we do so, and the game is a bit further on. So again, you know what I'm like. I really want to make sure expectations are set. Here we go. Chitapa will be able to defend, but this comp from Coco Loco looks like it's absolutely spanking Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, I'm interested to kind of see if this Shelly is enough to deal with all of this. Two supers on the other end, though. Crazy Raccoon can kind of deal with this a little more appropriately now. They've got the spawners from Charlie. They got the ultimate click away, which can stop any brawler, and that's going to be a cocoon as well. Pick up from Tensai here with the little phase shifts. Satompo not able to stay alive. So once again, a push coming in from Coco Locos. They've got 3 brawlers standing.
Not great. I mean, Coco Loco actually, yeah, very, very dominant here. This comp is filthy. Also, the fact that the Spiderlings usually eat up the home run that BB charges up, which means that her next swing doesn't knock anyone back, is pretty massive. This is a substantial comp gap here for Coco Loco. And that, by the way, was the entire set. So they had already won game 1 before we had jumped in. So they've just taken a set here in Brawl Ball already.
Well, that was a little bit of a speed run. You know, after all the hype that we gave Crazy Raccoon, a little Caster's Curse probably coming in there, in fairness, on our end, too. So nice to see Coco Loco get one there. I guess the Shelly was probably enough to deal with, to be honest with you, to the point where that shotgun brawler can kind of just get up in the face of BB, stop it. Charlie going to have a cocoon, so if BB is getting aggressive, that's another way of just kind of dealing with that. I think a lot of outs there for Coco Loco. I'm glad to see they finally picked up a set. I mean, as much credit we give Crazy Raccoon, they're just so good to the point where we kind of always hype them up. They've been historical players in the Brawl Ball scene, Brawl Stars scene across the board, but Coco Loco is still a very good team in their own right, so getting a set here, not the most surprising thing to me.
Yeah, certainly the expectation that Crazy Raccoon are the stronger team coming out here, but Chitampo is popping a hypercharge there just for the raw stats, doesn't actually have the super available, and then, you know, we just see how powerful, you know, like some of these picks that were brought in to answer the tanks here, even with the Poco heals, it wasn't really quite enough here. This is pretty definitive. Oh, they straight up won that entire set so quickly. Yeah, so we are 2-1 already. Coco Loco have to reverse sweep Crazy Raccoon. CR probably happy that not too much of that footage actually made it out into the wild because it looks like they got paddled.
Only 2 kills. That's definitely a huge deficit. You know, we talk about objective-based gameplay a lot of the times, but if you're down that tremendous in the kill category and the match went that quickly, I mean, they must have gotten annihilated pretty quickly. Respect to Coco Loco, something with the draft clearly clicked there and just didn't happen to be Crazy Raccoon's set. They have a chance to bring it back here in a hideout. However, you know, I still don't doubt that Crazy Raccoon have the ability to win this, but with Coco Loco, I think a good enough team that I'm glad to see them put a set here on the board and kind of continue this match and showcase what they can do.
Yeah, absolutely. Much better than their 3-0 loss they suffered at Crazy Raccoon last month. We've seen improvement from them here. And now we're heading over to Hideout. Obviously our bounty game type, which we've seen like a large number of different picks, but, you know, the Grey, the Max combos, always been very effective. Meg, pretty popular pickup here. One thing we've seen a lot less of is the Bell. You know, in the past, especially with a hypercharge guaranteeing a mark, especially against Meg compositions, we saw that was powerful. We also noted that we didn't see any throwers last time this map came up. Larry and Laurie, a very popular pick here, often falling out in the ban phase, but there are a number of options available to our teams. Let's dive headfirst into the draft. We see Kit, Piper, Angelo picked off, so a lot of the sharpshooters taken out of the mix, and yeah, Sprout, Larry, Laurie, Melody banned for Coco Loco.
Belle is somebody that I've observed too. Really haven't seen much for her today, and this is one of her more popular maps. So if she's not showing up here, she might just not be for APAC here this month. She's definitely been important in a lot of practices for other regions. So kind of cool to see how each region takes their own. Okay, it was about time she was due one, I would say, especially with Piper out of the mix. One thing to note is we still have Nani on board though, which can be a pretty good counterplay opportunity into Belle. So I wonder if Crazy Raccoon kind of pairs that alongside it. Instead, they're going to go for Charlie, who's been a pretty popular pick tonight too.
Yeah, really powerful brawler again. That hypercharge is subtle, but having those spawners up against single shot brawlers, really powerful. This makes Coco Loco think a little bit more about how they craft this composition. RT, common pick here can really counter some of those sharpshooters, and also is just very powerful if they have a lead, right? The enemy team is to push into them. All of a sudden, RT can split and just throw an immense amount of damage at you very unexpectedly. Carl gives you a contingency. If you fall behind or find that you need to force a fight and Magic Hand is out of range, now you have a much less subtle but equally as effective option for taking the fight to your opponents.
Plus that flying hook at the beginning of the game, going to grab them that blue star instantly. Leon going to be the choice for Crazy Raccoon, though. An assassin brawler to round out this really well-rounded Crazy Raccoon comp. I could say the same for Coco Loco, too. I mean, they bring that aggression, like you said, with Carl. They can kind of force interactions if they want. I think RT, honestly, a pretty underrated one in the common person's eye. If you're just playing your ranked games at home, I highly doubt you're seeing a lot of RT, but at a professional level here, he is very solid, very popular, and can do well into some of these sharpshooter matchups.
I don't mind the Leon here, right? Lollipop drop, there are some walls that allow you to deploy this and have it, make it pretty hard to destroy. Also, don't forget Leon's star power means that he can't really be seen even while firing when he's sort of jumping into assassinate here. Something that is well worth keeping in mind, because if an opponent is marked, it's a really easy pickup for Leon if he can close the gap under that super here. So two very strong compositions. I think RT is a bit of a scary option to try and assassinate, and also really effective at longer ranges. So people tend to forget that, those marks, being detonated really can hit you with an unexpected amount of damage. In the same way as like Kooky Popper and Gus was used sometimes to take people by surprise. Coco Loco have good damage at range. They have decent poke here. And of course, they have the ability to force fights if they want to. Crazy Raccoon, though, all hypercharged brawlers, all very powerful in their own right, all add something a little bit different. Because again, if you do take map control, you can start to deploy those nest eggs, which are probably the most powerful part of Belle's kit. It's what I feel makes her incredibly oppressive in gem grab, for example, especially if you start to have an advantage here. So two strong team comps, two very strong teams. Let's see who can take the edge.
For sure, Belle might not be the most damage-dealing sharpshooter, but I think her overall kit is indeed what makes her special. I mean, whether that's bounty and you're trying to get aggressive, step up on your opponents, you get held back by those nest eggs. If you're in hot zone, they can just kind of cover the enemy side hot zone, especially on maps like Dueling Beetles where you can get those easy choke points. A lot of opportunities for Belle to kind of be special here. I do like that, honestly, kind of worked out for him that Jean's going to be able to get some sight onto the lollipop drop if they end up placing it down. If Leon goes in biz, a little bit easier maybe to scout that out, but Tensai might be getting the best of him here. A sneaky kill on the right hand end, and Tensai with 4 stars and 6-7. A close call though. Response needs to engage. They find the pickup that they need as well. The pull going down too. It's going to be 12-7. Coco Loco holding on in the back of their spawn and really taking a fight to Crazy Raccoon right now.
I love that. They're able to pounce upon the Leon, who was a little bit vulnerable after diving deep to go for that assassination attempt. And it was only 2 stars given over to Crazy Raccoon with that Leon assassination. And immediately we saw Coco Loco switch into high gear, take advantage, and also get a big magic hand that helps secure the round win. 2 strong comps, like we said, not a lot of glaring weaknesses on either side here, but the execution for the challenger, the upstart of Coco Loco, was as cut above.
Now they're 1 game away from taking this to a set 5, something that seemed unthinkable early on in this match. Crazy Raccoon were walking through them, and now all of a sudden, Coco Loco steamrolled their way through set 3. Have a great game number 1 here on set 4. There's a real opportunity for them to cause an upset.
No doubt about it. Another lollipop drop thrown down. That's 2 for Tensai. Really trying to move the line of scrimmage up here and start to put some pressure down. Shitapa doesn't always want the matchup against Carl. Beautiful magic hand, by the way. Tensai won't be getting away with that one. Hiroshi able to use the periphery in these bushes here to avoid the damage from Shitampo. And Crazy Raccoon is struggling. Coco Loco have all that they need here. Moya would love to build hypercharge to try and make something happen. Tensai makes a great assassination, though. And he's actually able to get out alive at the cost of that last lollipop drop gadget.
I think worth it considering that they need every star they can get their hands on.
Shitampo?
Spawns, throwing one down, and Shitampo not going to be able to survive that. Hard to say what happened there, especially considering that Response made that look pretty easy with that pickaxe swipe. So 3 stars going to be favoring Coco Loco here. Still about 40 on the clock, though, for Crazy Raccoon to establish themselves.
Jay spent an entire clip there trying to bring Moya down with a mark on them. He didn't connect any of those shots. Moya had a chance to go aggressive here. Tensai, though, gets flattened. nicely done. The tailspin from Response is good, but he drops 5 gems, a whopping 5. Now Moya needs to guarantee a hit off that super, and they do, of course, with the star power. Hiroshi says, okay, I'm gonna back off here. I'm gonna let the threat of RT at close range hope to keep Crazy Raccoon at bay as we head into the last 13 seconds.
1 star, the difference maker. Coco Loco pinned in the corner right now. Nest Eggs covering this left hand in. They definitely can't walk forward. Looking for any cocoon strike, a little hypercharge. Everything going down all at once here. And Coco Loco somehow stay on top of it. They were also narrowly away from getting a kill on Satapo on that right hand in too. Insane stuff. And we were giving them a lot of grief early on, Uber, but somehow, some way, we've got a set 5 inbound.
Absolutely. It's bound to happen at some point for Crazy Raccoon, but maybe a little bit earlier along their journey than they expected. They go from a 3-0 sweep into a map 5 and a potential reverse sweep here. That is what Coco Loco have online. And I remind you, these two teams played together last month. It was nowhere near this close. The drafts from Coco Loco over the last couple of sets have been really, really good. And we don't even think the Crazy Raccoons was bad on Bounty. Hideout looked good for both sides. The Leon looked a little exploitable. Again, you know, there were times I think Tensai was diving in and trying to get out alive was very, very difficult. This assassination here, right? Look at the punish straight away. I mean, it came very quickly with a big, like, 10-star shift that put Coco Loco in the lead. This card is pretty terrifying.
That was kind of the risk, I think, with going Leon, and something I definitely didn't account for. But Leon is an assassin brawler. He dives in, and he somehow has to get out. We saw him escape at least one time with the lollipop drop, but other than that, it's kind of hard to make it out alive when all the brawlers are firing at you. And you can see it on their faces. The excitement coming in from Coco Loco. Love seeing that, honestly. I mean, the people at home voted 95% on Crazy Raccoon. These guys are underdogs and they know it. Every single set they can get their hands on, they should be incredibly proud of, especially considering how this match started.
Yeah, these guys, while we consider them underdogs in this matchup, we've gone on and on about this, but these guys have been around for quite some time. Like, I think Hiroshi is the player that we are sort of seeing on screen. The Malaysian national, you know, is always a factor in so many of these monthly finals, going back, you know, to sort of 2021. So, yeah, this team is absolutely the real deal. Like, that Team Flash squad was around for quite some time and earned some pretty huge, you know, circuit points last year in 2023. I mean, they won, geez, March, April, June, July, I want to say, in the SEA region. Now, though, that the APAC region is sort of combined, this is their biggest challenge yet. They're now little fish in a big pond, but they've been able to step up to that challenge now, putting Crazy Raccoon on the back foot. Flaring Phoenix, our knockout map. We already have the tick picked up for what's been the first time all day.
Tick's a really frustrating one to deal with still. I mean, we're not going to see him on all kinds of maps, but anytime you see knockouts, specifically Flaring Phoenix, I just think the amount of area control he can do, kind of scouting those bushes out with the mines, it's a little bit easier with him compared to some of the other throwers. That in-game super with the tick head can be really tough to deal with. I think there's a lot of things that can go really well for him, so I think picking him up here early honestly makes a lot of sense to me. On the other end, they're just going to go for something with high HP.
What the heck?
Speed. And this is definitely a bold call. I mean, the Lu has got to be an option into Buster to slow him down, but even still, I feel like for knockouts specifically, we never see Lu.
It's very rare. A map like this, I guess there's a lot of cover. You can hide behind it. There's plenty of bushes here. And let's not forget, Lu's hypercharge will freeze you instantly. On knockout, that can translate to an insta-kill, but I think you need a brawler that's a little bit better at capitalizing on that freeze than Tick. Tick is going to be good all throughout the round. Pam gets picked up here, so there's no burst damage outside of the Tick head to rely on here. This one, I mean, Crazy Raccoon are cooking. I don't know if it's going to come out 5-star or, you know, bargain bin, so we'll have to see. Always some funky drafts from these guys, even though we've become more confident in that aspect of their game recently. This seems like a pretty well-rounded composition from Coco Loco, though. Plenty of bushes to burn down. Strong side laner, good pressure in general. You can play for the late game, the long game around the Buster here, build up that super and go. And again, that super's relevant here, both against the Lu and the Pam.
Lou has to be the kind of brawler that these guys have kept up their sleeve, at least in practices. It's not something that was practiced a ton in the data set that I've gotten. He's not really been used at all. So I think those couple of plays that you see are probably Crazy Raccoon testing it out and then keeping their cards close. I think Amber's a pretty good response into all of this, though, to be honest with you. I like the Pam in general for this game mode. I like Tick. Lou, just the biggest question mark here. If they can capitalize on this and make it work, it is on paper a great counterplay into somebody like Buster with the ice ring down. It does make it harder to kind of capitalize on Max's speed. I think it's a bold call. I respect it, but putting your faith in that in a set 5, that's a pretty serious proposition.
Absolutely. Again, this is a map that, you know, maybe is less explored draft-wise for both of these teams, but you can see the idea behind a lot of the bans here. Crazy Raccoon just don't want to play Kid at all. I think they feel like it's just brutal. Whereas, you know, it's Byron that is on the chopping board for Coco Loco. They don't want to see that on a knockout map. It's too powerful. So here we go. We actually have the Amber versus the Lou. I call it a Song of Fire and Ice, but the skin's kind of obscured that reality. It's going to be Hiroshi looking to try and pinch on the Tensai now behind the Jay's super. Moya here just trying to stay clear of the fighting and cover the map. In Mines, we get sucked in there. And I think that was a last hurrah, but it didn't do nearly enough to keep the Tick alive.
There's one kill that they needed. Satampo trying to get it down and can't quite do it in time. Tensai can grab Sucker to his advantage. Now a super going down, trying to make an heroic effort and just gets cut short. It's going to be Coco Loco picking up round number 1.
I believe, though, for a second, I believed that Tensai could make a miracle happen there. But again, the Tick got caught. Moya got a little bit too close to the sun there and got drawn on in by that Buster. Not a great start for Crazy Raccoon. Again, Tick is always going to give you a good amount of map control to work with, but it's about converting on that. It's about turning map control into eliminations, and that's something that Crazy Raccoon's comp isn't necessarily amazing at doing. Here comes that head first. Hiroshi spends a whole clip on getting rid of it, and look how much space they had to give up. Space that Shitapo's been pretty reluctant to fill aggressively.
And Moya can just kind of sit back and relax. Just going to be behind these indestructible walls, and the Tick mines are really pesky, right? You're seeing Response and Jay just have to adjust. Jay has to play all the way back here and can't really do a lot. Meanwhile, Hiroshi's going to war on the left-hand end against Satampo. Just a real big dynamic here between these two lanes. Some max speed going in as Jay tries to fight for positioning as well. So an opportunity now for Coco Loco to pin Crazy Raccoon in this fog.
Tensai had Scrap Sucker there, I think, for a moment. Trying to push up, make some space for Moya behind the Tick head. Response takes a big hit, but eventually the gas is going to be a problem for Moya. Jay is down, though, and Crazy Raccoon outlast Tensai. With about 10% of their health remaining, stays alive at the end of the round to make it even here. Quite a back-and-forth game to start us off.
That burn connected too. I mean, Tensai was probably a moment's notice away from going down. That one went down to the wire, to say the least. Crazy Raccoon once again starting a little more aggressively. This time they're going to send Tensai down this right-hand lane, but Response going to power up his allies, and they're going to be able to push forward too. Max's speed alongside this Buster Super is just the easiest gateway to gaining access to the mid.
Hypercharge is up for Lou and this Tick respectively. That Tick head is hard to break under the effect of that Hypercharge. It's doable, but it takes maybe more than one player focusing on it. Chitapo freezes up Hiroshi. Now's the time to dive, and he is able to convert. Moya able to finish the job. That was a super as well, coming into the right time. And Crazy Raccoon here found their footing, found their momentum. And Response is in deep trouble. Don't worry about giving super away. This is the last round of this match. And it will be Crazy Raccoon to take away that important first game here on Knockout.
They can take at least a little bit of a deep breath here. I mean, I'm sure they're much more tense than when they started. We saw Tensai cracking smiles. They were up 2-0. And granted, it was some pretty big sweeps. I mean, they were unfazed through those first two. But Coco Loco have clawed their way back in this. And now CR putting their faith in a brawler like Lou. A very rare one for Knockout. Heck, I'm not sure I've really seen it since his Hypercharge came out that he's been played on this map. But it worked out in that second and third rounds. You saw it in round 3 too. Once that Hypercharge gets deployed, it's an insta-freeze. That is, for a pro player, a free kill, essentially. And we saw them capitalize on that, and I think a very important function of what made that composition work.
It was a nice combo, actually. They did use the Tick super combined with that to secure the kill. So it's actually a little bit more complicated because they didn't have any other brawlers that had like real burst damage. Like, what's Tick going to do? Throw some mines and wait for them to detonate? That's not really an option. So Crazy Raccoon have to take risks in order to capitalize, I think, on shots like that when they do get that insta-freeze. Good start for them here. I think they're in game right now because Tensai is absolutely locked in here. Posture leaves a little bit to be desired, but when you're young, it doesn't really matter. Ergonomics not much of a factor. When you're my age, you absolutely care about it. We'll have to see how this first round goes because we are waiting for our chance to get in this game, which likely is well and truly underway as Hiroshi seems to be communicating in a lively fashion already.
A very important one too, obviously with the match point, with Crazy Raccoon being on match point. Tough one to get through here as both of these teams are going to be fighting it out for an opportunity to make a grand finals. We'll just kind of have to sit back and relax. We appreciate you all bearing with us. Obviously some technical issues for our players though. Again, not dealing with any Wi-Fi issues on their side, no internet, competition going to be as fair as possible. It's just simply a spectator error that we were working through tonight and hope to jump back in as soon as we can.
Worth pointing out as well that, you know, each month, like up in this APAC region, it's like a $40,000 prize pool, which is, you know, serious money when you get to sort of run it back every month, especially if you're the kind of team that find yourself at least in the sort of grand finals. Quite often, there's like $20,000 up for grabs in the grand final alone here. So it's serious money, not to mention what's available, you know, in the BSC in general. So that's what these teams are fighting for, as well as those BSC points. 100 for first place, 70 for second here. And of course, we know Angelic is locked in that 3rd to 4th spot here as after falling in that semi-final. Still though, 50 circuit points going over to them, which keeps them well and truly in the running here. Even, honestly, you know, with a good shot at making second and not having to go through that LCQ, which is treacherous. And so, you know, getting exposed, I think, to you know, the rest of the international, you know, world trying to fight through that LCQ is quite challenging. So we'll keep you abreast of this. But okay, I wonder who won that round. Hello.
It looked like a one more as well. So I'm assuming that probably wasn't just a round. I'm guessing that was a game. This may be all tied up for a set 5 down to the wire kind of moment.
Oh, I couldn't ask for much more than that. I just expected that we'd see it happen in the grand finals. It is 1-1 here, so the set now and the match as a result hangs in their balance. The reverse sweep is absolutely on the table. I must admit, commentating a game from just the players' reactions is a new thing for me in my 14 years of commentating esports. But hey, it had to happen at some point. You know. Again, maybe these players should all wear reflective sunnies. Put aviators on these guys so we can see the screen in some fashion.
I can't imagine. I mean, can you imagine 10 sides of aviators right now? I feel like that'd be the most intimidating Brawl player in the play.
He would rock them, honestly. I would, you know, I'm no stylist, but I definitely recommend, you know, picking those up here. You know, I mean, you know, people sort of, you know, think that I'm trying to be some visionary in terms of what I wear, but the joke is that I literally told I literally told a member of our wardrobe staff at at a previous product I worked on that I didn't care what I wore, and I don't think they liked that much because they wanted, you know, that maybe they won't feel like their job was respected, so they tried to throw me in the most ridiculous stuff ever, and it backfired on them. And here I am, still wearing flowers everywhere. Crazy Raccoon though, able to come away with a round win here in this decider set. We finally managed to crack the code. Our cryptologist working around the clock to get us into this game. VPN be damned. And now it is on this round. Crazy Raccoon look to try and advance to the grand finals.
Coco Loco need to hold on for dear life. Getting in a more aggressive stance here as Hiroshi flanks right hand in. Response super available. Trying to take on Tensai and Satampo on his own as Jay is forced away. They're going to have multiple supers to utilize if they want though, but CR not backing down on this defensive stance.
Response super available here, so he can definitely get out of dodge if needed, but again, we've seen that tick become quite oppressive. Jay knows that he can advance here. He has a healthy amount of, you know, well, he has a healthy health pool. But once he advances, then what? That's the question. He needs to make sure Hiroshi response are in position. Until then, he has to stay outside of this minefield and bide his time. Here it is, the super comes in from response. Jay not benefiting from it though, so is half a step behind. Moya trying to stay alive, but again, the one-to-one fight against the Max is too much. Into the gas, might Tensai go? Yes, he realizes this round is beyond saving, and it all comes down to this. One more round to decide the outcome of this match, and only one of these teams can advance to our grand finals.
Coco Loco might just be able to do the unthinkable. Reverse sweeping Crazy Raccoon in a situation where they were down tremendous, Uber. They were getting absolutely bodied in sets 1 and 2, and they came out swinging in Brawl Ball, and since then, they've put their team on the radar, giving themselves an outside chance to get themselves to this grand finals.
Crazy Raccoon posturing a little bit more proactively here. I think they also sense that, I mean, it's obvious how much this hangs in their balance. So they want to show confidence, at least project confidence if they can. But again, the composition can struggle sometimes when the game is taken to them, and here comes the response, going to push up here with that speed boost. Moya in trouble. Hypercharge available. Ticket going to be used. Last hurrah. All the burst damage available. Response is brought down, but elsewhere Tensai is missing. Shitapo has super, but no hypercharge. Moya the other way around. No chance to build it up. There was Coco Loco are going to bring Crazy Raccoon down, upsetting them and advancing to the grand final. I'd have fallen out of my chair as well. The excitement is palpable. The underdog teams have made their way now into this grand final, toppling the titan of this region. And again, this is why you put Tensai in a public place. He cannot punch through the wall. He has to be restrained. I'm sure it's a tough result for Crazy Raccoon to accept a semi-final exit. Who would ever have thought of it for this team?
Hard to believe, to be honest with you. Jim Grab and Hot Zone were so convincing for Crazy Raccoon. 95% of people at home, even before this match started, even before the 2-0 stance that they had, predicted Crazy Raccoon. And nonetheless, Coco Loco embraced the moment on a crazy night for the BSC and just added in one more extra layer of just insanity.
Absolutely. What a reverse sweep. And it was in the truest sense. It all coming down to the last round was just perfect for us. But the drafts, again, in that later half of the series looked great for Coco Loco. And I'll repeat myself, I don't think Crazy Raccoon's draft on Bounty, for example, was bad at all. This one was more interesting to me just because their like individual pick potential wasn't there. I thought the Pam to round out their composition, I guess it answered a lot of the pressure that a Max composition and an Amber composition is going to put down on you. But you know, I didn't see the burst damage. I didn't quite see the vision there. We never really saw it play out. It seemed like if Shitapo couldn't build a hypercharge, it was hard for them to win the round. Like, what does Moya have to do? He has to throw super. He has to, you know, get the damage also from the last hurrah gadget to beat the Max. That's asking a lot.
We had small moments, so it's hard to get a real grasp on how everything went down. I think the Scrap Sucker maybe had been the answer to somebody like Amber, and particularly too, and Pam already going to be solid on that map. Hiroshi, though, team on his back, 11 kills. That's unreal. And a knockout set that went the distance, where kills are everything. Hiroshi did not shy away. The excitement in those guys too got me jazzed up. I mean, it's why we love this esport. It's those big moments for an underdog story of what makes these monthly finals so special. And it's clear APAC is looking like a special region. This is a team that came into this weekend 6th on the leaderboard with an opportunity to do something special.
A response here, your MVP is voted by you over at event.brawlstars.com. And I think this is such an important reminder that, you know, anyone can do this. I mean, not just anyone. You need to put a lot of time in, but you qualified through your championship challenge, right? You get your wins, you play through the monthly qualifiers, and then you get into the monthly finals, play through, go up against Crazy Raccoon in the semis, and win and advance to a final. This is something that, in theory, anyone can do. You know, I think for Coco Loco, it's incredible because last month they just did not look like this. They were not really a threatening team. They definitely didn't put a scratch on Crazy Raccoon. But now they've demonstrated to all of us and also themselves that they can do it. Because again, the SEA region didn't quite have the same reputation as East Asia last year, right? The general consensus was that the very best teams in the world came from East Asia, and SCA was considered a minor region, didn't have as many qualifying slots, didn't do as well internationally, right? They just weren't that nearly as impressive. Now when these regions come together, you think, hold on, now, you know, we're at risk of getting exposed. It's being the weaker region, now we have to play against these East Asian teams, and you've managed to pull this off. We're in a region, by the way, where like teams like Na'Vi and Revenant are yesterday's news. You know, like they're not even part of this monthly final. It is the time for these underdogs, these youngsters to shine, and I couldn't be happy to see Coco Loco make it into a monthly finals grand final, toppling Crazy Raccoon.
It's insanity and a big reason why we love the sport. It's an awesome thing to see that these guys have fought their way for so long as an underdog to get such a big victory, but we still got the big one to go. Grand finals on the way. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be back after a short break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series Brawl Stars Championship is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Sorry, Paula. Maybe we can try again if we get more comments.
It's happening!
What the? Yeah, so I was thinking at least chicken, and then chicken, and then...
I want barbarian. Barbarian.
Sure, that works. Oh, hey, look at this. The buttons are here. We should maybe...
Take it easy.
No?
Let's take it easy.
Oh, okay. Okay. Where were we? Chicken, chicken.
Barbarian.
Barbarian.
Come on, Ilka, you can do it! Yes, do it. Press it. No, not that one. Yes! Oh, Squadbusters is going global!
Here we are. We're at the business end of things here in your Brawl Stars Championship, powered by the Snapdragon Pro Series. We're starting off the APAC region this month, and we have a banger of a final. Not only does this monthly final not even feature the likes of Na'Vi and Revenant, these top teams of, I won't say yesteryear, literally last month, actually, but we have Coco, Loco, a team who's been around that top 4 to top 6, have taken down Crazy Raccoon in a ridiculous reverse sweep, but with all 5 sets. What we saw of it was pretty darn incredible. Now we're here in the grand final. Rival Esports, who made short work of Angelic, who are a real contender in this region. That's a shocking result in itself, have made their way to the grand final. And I'll spoil it here, Reddy. You definitely believe that Rival Esports are going to go all the way.
Look, I was leading with my heart earlier. I just thought Rival Esports take them down because they got the vibes and also Angelic. They didn't look so hot in the last month.
Man, my Prince
but
of Booty.
Now had it in the grand finals. I'm a believer, but you're on the Coco Loco.
I'm in love with... I'm not going to do it. Yes, I do. After that match, I think, we do hope, I think, Kenny, that they haven't played their grand final already, because it's pretty easy to, let your guard down a little bit after taking a top team like this down. But yeah, look, 2018 Mitch there definitely seems to think that Coco Loco are going to take it out here. You predicted Crazy Raccoon to win his grand final. Any thoughts?
In fairness, I also picked Coco Loco. I just want to put the record out there. Reddy's had his opportunity to pick with his heart. It's our turn, Uber. We're going to be riding with this one. So I think our 2021 images are flopped a little bit. So I mean, I would have picked Crazy Raccoon here. I'm not going to pretend like I wouldn't have. I definitely in my mind was like, yeah, they're probably going to win this. So I'm switching things up. I'm going Coco Loco. Throw out facts and logic. It's been a crazy night. Let's ride for one more.
To be fair, the predictions are myself and Kenny officially. I think Coco Loco are going to win. Reddy believes that Rival is going to win. So graphic not quite reflecting that at the moment, but that's where our predictions stand. But I mean, at this point, right, all of our expectations essentially been thrown out the window. Coco Loco have shown us some very, very good drafts. But I can see why there's a case to be made for Rival here. They walk into a game with Angelic. You guys are like, okay, I think Rival's going to win. I think it'll be a very close one. It was not. It was actually not remotely close here. So we are seeing a couple of these teams that have been floating outside of the top echelon all of a sudden come into their own. Going to be Milcrio, Melty, and Shu going up against Response, Hiroshi, and Jay in our grand final. This is a $20,000 match, the lion's share of that going to the winner, and of course 100 circuit points, which is massive. Enough to catapult either of these teams into legitimate World Finals contention. Let's talk Rival Esports already. You're high on them for a reason.
And it's not just because Milcrio is such a vibe on the cams. I think that they've been pretty impressive so far. Thank you, Milcrio. What up? Milcrio actually went to the World Finals in 2019, and maybe he's in the standings for making yet another monthly final or World Final if they keep up this pace.
Looking pretty good so far. Coco Loco, though, we just saw them on your screen. Response, Hiroshi, and Jay were down 0-2 before clawing back an incredible series against Crazy Raccoon. The question that we have on our minds, Kenny, is can they do it again?
Why not? They did it once. Let's let it be a second. I think Rival Esports, in fairness, should probably be favorites here on paper, but this has not been a night for the on-paper kinds of matchups and results. So I think, why not Coco Loco? Also, random.
Whoa, new angles.
Okay.
Okay, got that.
Ambient lighting.
Got the unmade
so we
bed.
can see the game. Look at us. Look at.
Oh,
we have a backup plan. Look at us.
Bold of us to assume that tablet is not just going to be picked up and held close to the player who is operating. But I'm a big fan of that. Live in that hotel room life. These boys about to be upgrading to a penthouse suite if they're able to take this game away. Don't worry. They will be, and already they're discussing it. Okay, what's the plan going to be? Are we going to be monthly champions here in the APAC region? Get that cup of joe in you. Get yourself ready, of course. Get fired up. This angle is doing it for me. Now we can see all of the players here. I guess it's pretty common. Like a lot of the scrims at sort of World Finals tournaments, they happen in these rooms. Or I mean, the amount of times we'd see players like in hotel lobbies in not shipping right, scrimming. After their matches or sort of before them. We still don't know what Milkrio's dance is supposed to represent. Looks like it could be out of Michael Jackson's Thriller. Either way, it's original, it's unique, and this guy's a bit of a vibes merchant. Do you know what I mean? Every team needs someone like this, not only in-game being pretty impactful, but out of game, keeping the energy going. Of course, Coco Loco have demonstrated no shortage of that either. Getting up out of their seats, getting excited. It's really a question of maintaining enough energy here to land the plane against a team in Rival Esports who, don't know, they look pretty terrifying here. As Angelica, always a bit of a gatekeeper to that top 4 in this region. I've got to hand it to him. I mean, these guys really work in the camera for us, which is, you don't always see the element of showmanship in our Brawl Stars players. There's a lot for them to focus on here. We're giving them, of course, some time to discuss with the upcoming maps what their strategy is going to be. Give them a few moments here as we jump right in. But this is pretty crazy stuff. No matter what our result is going to be, we're going to have a new winner of this region. And we saw already how close circuit points were. There are a lot of teams. I think Crazy Raccoons are like 204, 208 or something like that. There are a lot of teams at like the 140 to sort of 130 region. So we might even see, potential leapfrog here. I think it'll be hard to topple Crazy Raccoon from the top. But Kenny, we'll let you stand aside here and take a bit of a break. Myself and Ready Set going into this game with us. And you over at event.brawlstars.com have got Rival as your favorite team. And I'd say it's that dominant semi-final performance that has swayed you. Ready Set, no different here as Heist is our first map type available.
Let's see what we got here. Kaboom Canyon, yet another reintroduction into the map pool. Okay, this is a cool perspective, seeing the robot ride towards us. We'll get a different perspective, maybe top down, as we examine the geography of Kaboom Canyon. First picks coming out here. Have to acknowledge the obvious. I think Coco Loco have already done a good job of that. They banned out Melody. They've gotten Angelo out of the mix, as well as Colette. Colt, first pick from Rival Esports, I think is always going to be fairly strong. You can break open walls if you lose mid, if you want to win it back. Only problem is that Colt can get aggroed on. We'll see Piper not necessarily fulfilling that role, but I still think beats the Colt lane. Only problem is that she doesn't bring too much safe damage to the party, so she's not going to be the primary damage dealer here from Coco Loco. I see that Chuck has not been selected yet.
Yeah, not
Gale
yet.
as well. I think that, I mean, that'll be probably pretty good for getting a jump pad in a mid, but I want to see a Chuck from Rival Esports here. I think they have the Colt to beat it in a base race, maybe to prevent it from being 2-3 picked, and there it is.
Okay, Chuck comes out here. Both teams waiting on it because, again, it's a very easy counter pick. We've seen it, like, just to bring a Cordelius into your composition and have a way to shut down that Chuck getting aggressive. To some degree, Gale can handle Chuck being able to sort of superhero way, but you need to build that super. And against sharpshooters, it's a little bit challenging to do because as powerful as Gale is, very good defensive brawler, does not have the range of Colt, of B. Coco Loco, though, happy enough here with this Gale as a potential answer to the Chuck that they're going to round out their composition with 8-bit. So good long-range brawlers that can be really threatening when they get good positions on the map here. I think the Gale and Chuck matchup, though, is going to be what defines this first set.
Yeah, I look at Coco Loco, I see that early Piper pick, and it's just a little risky here on a bush map. Piper in the current map rotation is not as strong, that's why you don't see her as often, is because it's so difficult for her to push into these bushes. I don't think she'll be very good into that chuck, so hopefully X9J can find his footing over here on the left. A missed gadget from that Piper, unfortunately, but still, Jay is tapping up Melty, getting another one as well on the shoe and looking to claim the life of this defending Colt. Milkray on the right side also feeling a lot of the fire from that 8-bit. He's got to be having this boosted booster ready to go momentarily, now safely behind that obstacle on the right. Melty breaks down those walls. And we also see that it was not boosted booster, he's actually running plugged in, interestingly enough.
Yeah, again, I guess just fancying that extra movement speed, you know, to be able to avoid some of these sharpshooter shots that'll come in. But there it is, Chuck doing Chuck things, getting good damage on the Coco Loco safe, but still the constant pressure from Jay here, despite 2 missed homemade recipe gadgets, is starting to become a little bit of a problem. Yeah, again, Chuck goes on in, good damage on the safe, but Response going to turn around and live up to his name here, try and provide an answer. But if Chuck isn't moved away here, could be a problem. Good answer. Super employed there by Response, who gets flattened as soon as he steps into the middle of the map.
Melty still has not been able to get onto this enemy safe. X9J has been keeping him back so effectively. Coco Loco will take some damage from this chuck, largely ignored by every member of Coco Loco as he close in on the safe. Nice super there from Response to open the doors for remaining members of the team to take it down. That is game 1 going to Coco Loco.
A good example, again, of some of Chuck's limitations. Yeah, he can get access to the safe very quickly and can become a problem, but if you can race him with Colt or with, you know, you keep the game even and have good Piper pressure, then you can ignore him. And they just did. I like that super there from Response towards the end of the round. That just put pressure down on the safe and the players that were playing around it. And again, that super, especially the slow that it can inflict, or a stun, right, if you get a wall connection, makes it just very, very easy for your Colt or your Piper to secure the kill.
All right, we'll be hopping into game shortly. If we really squint, then we might be able to see the reflection.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Right. I like that the camera is there, honestly. But again, there's no way that there's no way that Hiroshi wasn't going to pick up his tablet and take it off the table. Like, what do you want Blood to do? You know, he's got a game. So we obviously can see that the game is underway right now. We're sort of working on getting in here. Just want to point out that, you know, sometimes in these situations, cable management not a premium. You know, I don't know if this setup is to code necessarily, so, you know, I don't want to see too much popping off, you know, in case there's any risk of tripping. You know, obviously the safety of our players is a first and foremost concern here, so maybe sort of, yeah, I think we actually saw an elimination there, which is pretty big.
Okay, cool.
Good pressure. Yeah, I think Coco Loco actually damaging that safe, because if I can see the enemy safe on their screen, it means they're in a good spot to go for it. So a Piper super there in the back corner. Piper gets caught out. Eventually, Hiroshi gets brought down here, but looks like the safe pressure has been very, very good for Coco Loco. Keeping it coming here. Thumbs be tapping. Posture horrendous in general. These necks are going to be sore if this game goes too long. Again, another reverse sweep scenario might pose a bit of an issue here. Ergonomicists, that's the official term for it right now. Absolutely just cringing. And there it is. Okay, we see, yes, Coco Loco have taken away the set. What an opener here, and ultimately they're able to handle what the Chuck throws at them pretty confidently.
He was so excited that he almost queued up solo ladders. the pink Super Ranger Brock. That was kind of legendary right there. That is set 1, going 2-0 in favor of Coco Loco, with maybe the most interesting perspective that we've ever had on BSC so
far.
Look,
listen,
I wish he'd moved his sums out of the way, honestly. Could he have just given us a better view? Honestly, I'm rating it 2 stars out of 5.
You know, if I don't get an esports award this year again, I don't know what's going on. This is the, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. I'm just thinking, you know, it's so easy to cast when the gameplay's on your screen. But I really do think that, we are pioneering here, just like a new element of esports. No longer do we need to be in the game. We just need to be in the room. We really want to, make people feel like they're in the room with these players. You know, kind of like a meet-up at Ready, Set's cramped apartment with all of NA, in there, trying to look over each other's shoulder to see who's winning, taking turns to use the singular chair in order to sit down and scrim. Do you know what I mean?
There is a singular chair. There's one gaming chair in here that was actually employed to eat lunch at the dinner table.
That's crazy. So like players can't even use it. And that's an eating chair specifically, not even like a gaming chair, which is kind of wild considering that gaming is in the name, but that's like not what's happening. So I don't know, like that for me is like a little, I'm struggling a little bit with that concept here, but you know, I'm going to be rescued in moments by some gameplay here from Brawl Ball. It's going to be Beach Ball. We're going to be jumping into this one in just a moment. And again, we've seen some really good Brawl Ball sets so far. Obviously, those games that we were able to perceive with our eyes and not, you know, like second hand over someone's shoulder. But again, great stuff for Coco Loco. We've seen games in which like Chuck has dominated, but today primarily we've seen teams be able to draft ways to counter it, to answer it, to handle it, and that should be promising, especially if you're like a ranked warrior like me that, you know, doesn't always know how to get people on the same page in dealing with a Chuck. You still have to blind pick against it though, so I don't know what to tell you. If you play Heist, play Chuck or counter Chuck. That's all I've got for you.
No, honestly, I mean, if it's not picked, then it's going to be played just about every time, and that doesn't mean it's always going to win. Chuck is going to lose a base race, for instance. Here, though, there are still races to the enemy goal if you pick a bunch of tanks. Let's check out these bans from Coco Loco. They have that first pick, but they've still taken the care to ban out Melody. Rival Esports left the Melody and the Angelo open. Now, Angelo's not like crazy here. Buster is pretty darn good. It is one of those that is weak into enemy tanks, so Coco Loco might look to that angle to get something for themselves. They always have to worry about like a really strong counter to it. As a last pick, Stu, also from Rival Esports. I was expecting something like Sandy to be selected here, but Rival Esports have done the diligence of banning that out.
Yeah, they've taken that away here. I think the Court Dealies ban, obviously pretty interesting. On a map like this is Brawl Ball, this is Beach Ball. Yep, let's just be clear on that one here. So, you know, Melody's still a strong pick regardless of sort of map type here. Dynamite also getting a bit of love on a map like this. Again, yeah, again, you can play from behind these boxes really effectively, and it can be really hard to avoid a lot of that damage. Nita picked up here. Normally a brawler, mostly coveted by a Crazy Raccoon team. This time, Coco Loco going to pick it up here. And alongside the Colonel Ruffs, you got a very, very solid core to work with.
Yeah, I worry a little bit. I feel like Colonel Ruffs really profits off of breaking some of these walls, so he can choose not to break the walls, let the Nita roam free in those. I worry about what it waits across the way for the Nita. Okay, Jean will be here to deal with that. One of like the hardest counters for Nita is actually Barley. I feel like Spike could still work pretty well here for Rival Esports, so it would be a good way to deal with the Nita. Wouldn't be too weak against the Jean. You can throw it on a life plant to block things, and maybe against the Colonel Refs, it's not the greatest, but it wouldn't be a terrible option.
Yeah, a bit of a flex spot available here for Rival Esports. They have that mobility in the form of Stu. Of course, Buster's very good. Oh, the classic. We don't see this a whole lot in Brawl Ball, but the idea of taking your opponent over and making them walk the ball into their own goals, pretty powerful. No, Milkray, we can still see you, buddy. Don't worry. I do appreciate how often you're thinking of us, making sure that we can see you, but you focus on the game, buddy. You got that Willow locked in now. Let's see this. Let's see this really make waves.
Milkrio's got to make sure that camera's focused on him when he imitates Emperor Palpatine with like the force lightning from his fingertips. That's kind of what That's
kind of what it was. I don't know if it was like, yeah, I'm like a human spider. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, maybe
like,
he's Charlie.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know if he was playing Charlie though. Also, like the vibration that he was sort of demonstrating, like he's stowed away on like a 1920s rail car or sitting on top of a washing machine. I can't really tell which one it is. Like that's like a little bit of added flair here, which honestly is just something you just can't replicate. You've just got to have that. You've just got to have that pizzazz, that X factor that Milkrayo clearly does. Someone born for this stage, and he's definitely hoping he can stand on a real one in the Brawl world later on this year. They're in game right now. So are we.
Let's get it. Coco Loco. Yeah, for now, I suppose. Coco Loco on the enemy side now, all the way pushed back. We've seen a few walls be broken open, predictably by Melty on the right. X9J still keeping him back there on the right. Those sandbags are going to be instrumental for keeping Stu back, which, of course, I guess begs the question of why Stu was selected into this. Perhaps Rival Esports anticipated that Coco Loco wanted the Stu for themselves, so they just had to go ahead and get it. I like the Willow. Also, I think it's going to be good into basically every one of these brawlers except for Jean, but with the walls being broken, she's losing a lot of that value.
Yeah, with lane swaps here, but Shu is really susceptible just to the normal damage here from Jay. Milcreo goes aggressive, Hiroshi, and he trade the ball. Here's the Bruce, but Melty got behind enemy lines. Bruce, of course, doesn't quite have the opposable thumbs. Wait, it's soccer, never mind. Doesn't have the ball control to take possession there, and he gets shot straight past him. Opposable thumbs, come on.
Yeah, you probably get a penalty called on you there if you hands it all. Oh, here's a magic hand, though, from Response, dragging Melty into his clutches and grabbing a kill. Milker tries to approach from behind, gets met with the Vengeful Spirits, but still snags a kill. See,
where are you going?
On the right, forced into those bushes, but still probably going to be pinching Buster into that goal. But no, actually manages to escape. Now around the left side, Rival Esports lead with 1 goal. If they can defend for 25 seconds, they'll pick up a game win.
Shu has super available. Gets caught by the magic hand here. That's the risk. Nice little double catch there. Beautiful work, but of course with so much of the map opened up and Melty getting flattened, Coco Loco can slot it through. Jay with the goal, and now we head into overtime. And again, pretty scary comms for both sides to see in overtime. Already most of the map blown up as it is, though.
Nice counterplay from Shu with a gadget to go into the ground, avoid that pull from Response. He's not going to have to work towards the next one. He's missing a lot of that CC. Melty, if he had a super and was on that ball, could have maybe scored. We'll see Milcreo go for this kill on Hiroshi. Does end up succeeding. X9J gets the last laugh, however. We'll see that Sunita Bear now pushing things back. Rival Esports will have to fight for mid-control once again into a Response that has the Colonel Ref's power-up and possibly going to be getting a pull soon. It's about that time that he should be getting one. Coco Loco continue to encroach on Rival Esports' territory, though. 20 seconds left. Rival Esports try to set themselves up for a goal, a pull from Response, as Coco Loco is more likely to get a goal than Rival.
17 seconds left of the round. Coco Loco looking like they're putting the pressure down. Response needs a magic hand here. That damage no longer negligible with that supply drop boost. With only 4 seconds left in the round, the possibility of actually getting the ball here, it's real! And they get it through in the final seconds. Coco Loco take that game away just at the 11th hour. They managed to find a goal here. Definitely some discussion still to be had, but they play very well around that Willow, who again is frightening if she can hit you with a super when you have possession and you're close to your goals, but it never really played out that way.
Well, this is what the Gina and the Colonel Refs were for, I suppose, for the possibility of a thrower last pick, and that's why they felt confident playing the Nita, and that confidence has been certainly rewarded and also validated by the fact that the thrower has just not been that effective here. Shu did manage to dodge a Gene pull, but didn't really make any plays with the Willow super. Willow, I understand why it would be the thrower that you want to play here on Brawl Ball. You can get a goal as a result. You have long range, you have good damage. However, with the walls broken, just does not get any of that value. On the left side, Milcreo fins off Hiroshi. He's probably close to his super by now, but still we see the Willow traded on the right side. Coco Loco, look for this mid-control. X9J has yet another super to break down walls, give it to himself, or give it to his teammate Response. Now, Coco Loco have 2 powered-up teammates. This is not a good situation for Rival.
Yeah, Colonel Ruffs, very powerful over the long game. Again, you have a lot to work with here. The Magic Puffs will continue to keep you nice and healthy when you're taking this poke damage. Milcreo wants to fight. It ends up being just a trade here. Bruce, though, is on the field. Shu forced to dive with that gadget and able to catch a Response out. That's big, and now there's a super available. A little bit scary for Coco Loco here. Jay does not want to touch the ball. But backs up here, lets it go over to Milcreo. Oh, danger! Oh, I love that so much. Milcreo passes the ball to Jay in order to make sure he takes possession, and at just that moment, the Willow super came in. Actually sick from Shu.
Oh, stellar stuff. I was so shocked because that was really at the edge of Willow's effective range where she can hit that super. Well done. And here comes Hiroshi, though. He has the super and he has the hybrid charge bear down. 10,000 health staring you down the barrel. Melty has the super away, chains those dashes over to the left. Response is the only one who can get this into the goal, and Hiroshi's just farming them, grinding them for XP. He's going to be able to walk this one in or just pass it in front of Melty. Coco Loco now tie the score with 25 on the clock.
Yeah, you don't get slow-mo replay while you've got the ball there. That's, yeah, not how you want that round to end. Bruce in again once more. Fofo doesn't do too much to stave the damage off. Here comes 3 magic hands potentially from Response, and, well, yeah. That happens a lot with James and his hypercharge. Either way, missed magic hand from response here. So we are going to be going to overtime, and it's another big Bruce again. Those hypercharges coming up awful quick for Hiroshi, though. This time Bruce gets focused down. Still, Ball in a dangerous position for Rival now. Melty trying to move up and take a little bit of space here. Jay backing up. Magic pass, keep him standing. Another supply drop for response. Willow damage also a bit of a threat. Don't want to get caught by that super if you can help it.
Looks to be the end of days here for Rival Esports. Powered up enemies and just not that much pressure. So they're going to give it all they got. A pass up to Melty could secure it. Here it is. Super right side and in the right corner pocket. Rival Esports take game 2.
That was pretty darn nice. A super shot into the corner of the goals to secure it. Just as a magic hand there was available for Coco Loco. Rival are well and truly still in this set. Now, evening things up game for game. Again, so many things went right for Rival there. Beautiful work with that Willow super, of course, to give them a crucial goal. They can't bank on that happening again.
Coco Loco still need to get these walls broken in the early game. Otherwise, they're going to get pushed back by Shu. Doesn't appear to be creating too much pressure so far. Really stalemate as it stands. You see response now with the ball, trying to put in a more optimal position for Hiroshi to get this wood. Melty now has a super to break down the walls. That's going to diminish the value that Hiroshi has, but it also has the, I guess, negative side effect of diminishing the areas where Shu has any sort of effect. Nice slow-mo replay there for Milkrio to get a kill. Coco Loco now have to opt to play defense.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I think Melty's only going to break walls on the periphery of the map and not in the middle here. You just don't want to deny Shu that advantage, you know, if you can help it. Now the wall gets broken down by the supply drop, but Jay gets caught out by Milkrio. Still not an aggressive stance here for Coco Loco. Now that might shift, though, as Hiroshi's very low. Magic hand for response. Yes, plenty of damage here to deal with a tanky Milkrio. That's the buster off the field.
Melty now having to dash backwards, stay away from Hiroshi and response, who are both powered up at the moment. See Coco Loco now, as a unit, move forwards, trying not to feed too much value to Milkrio over here. Hiroshi also has a hypercharged bear that's going to be hugely valuable, but Milkrio gets massive value on the left, and now Melty has to defend all the way. 1v3! Right is Shu Hiroshi. Oh my gosh. The amount of healing that this guy just got from running Bear with me, which is not run that much these days, it seems. It kept him alive that entire time, getting 1k healing each time.
He 1v3'd. He just 1v3'd. That's so disgusting. Hiroshi, of course, with a bit of extra help from, you know, from Bruce the Bear, but that is big. Bear with me is massive. When Bruce does damage, you heal. When you do damage, Bruce heals. It is a quid pro quo arrangement. Now with 30 seconds left in the round, remember, Coco Loco, the only team with a goal thus far. This set could be over in a short amount of time if Rival can't do something about it.
Melty's on barely any health, but he needs this kill on X9. Jake has a supply drop to go for the response, or Hiroshi breaks down the wall too. Kill on a Milkrio, 10 seconds left. Coco Loco close in for the kill. Hiroshi can just walk this in, and it closes out the set with some of the largest text I've ever seen on a Brawl Stars screen.
Very big text. Extremely large text. Yeah, just to really emphasize the point there.
Yeah.
Beautiful stuff. Again, a pretty solid composition, I think, from Rival, right? We saw the Buster. He's frightening, very powerful in his ability to take that space. And also Willow is very dangerous if you get caught by that super. We did see it happen once, and I'm satisfied. I've seen everything that I need to see there from the Willow. Towards the end of the round there, we see the Gene response just pop that hypercharge just for the extra stats, just to try and walk that ball up. But in general, I feel like despite it was being close at times, Coco Loco felt like the stronger team here. The Nita, we're seeing why everyone wants to pick her. That hypercharge just takes her to a whole new level.
That's what stood out to me, man, was seeing the Nita hypercharge come through and seeing it actually happen twice in one game. I think really the biggest thing here was that Milkrio was giving Nita the supers, and it's like not even his fault. It's just how you have to play a tank. You got to get up in people's faces. Nita is a great tank counter simply because she gets those supers fed to her. We see yet another super. I mean, why not for the victory lap as Hiroshi walks it in? That was quite the hypercharged bear also, as Hiroshi 1v3 the entire team in game number 3.
Yeah, it just looks a little bit wrong. When Nita and Bruce are both doing damage at the same time, which isn't like something you can necessarily count on, especially sometimes Nita just gets blown up. I mean, look at this. no one's dying. Like, just not happening. It's just so messed up, man. And here it is. Oh, we see Coco Loco now go up 2-0 in this series, and Hiroshi has 10 eliminations. No surprises here, because when push came to shove, we had some rounds where multiple hypercharged supers came out from the Nita, and you're seeing exactly why she's made a way into, you know, one of the most contested picks, I think, in this metagame. Saw some classy stuff, though. I really enjoyed watching Milkrio pass the ball to a brawler in order for them to be mind-controlled and have them score. That was very clever. And those are... You cannot call those moments in advance. You cannot communicate those. You just need to trust each other that you're on the same page. So it takes quite some time to build that level of chemistry up here. Gem 4's where it's going to be. Go through the fire and flames into our gem grab map here. And it is a match point. It is a championship point here for Coco Loco.
All right, let's see what it all comes down to. Gem Fort, I looked at the obvious stuff to be banned. If it's not banned, it's got to be picked. We're talking Angelo, Melody, Max, Sandy, all that jazz. Maybe an Amber appearing somewhere. Not really one of the OP picks here, but certainly valuable for getting value in the bushes, breaking things open. Max, pretty typical first selection here. How do you counter the Max? You counter the stuff that Max is typically paired with. Since Rival Esports do have a last pick, then they have more counter options than most would have.
I like this
selection as well. Yeah, I'm certainly liking it so far, but I still think there's room for them to stumble.
Okay, so I wouldn't mind seeing some hard engage here from Rival. Okay, Nita not necessarily offering you that, but also is just a huge problem. Not only is she healing the bear healing her, but also benefiting from Byron. So Melty, if they can get in position to put a good amount of damage and cycle all those supers, you're going to be in a good spot. Okay, this is a little bit of a risky pick, but very powerful and potentially, you know, oppressive. If you can get set up. Gem 4's that kind of map here where it's such an enclosed space around where the gems spawned here that if you can get, you know, if you can get your M's into position, it's punishing. Rico's very good here. Obviously because you can play a side lane so effectively. We haven't seen Rico really shine today.
Yeah, I think you're spot on with like the primary objective of Rico here is to get value on the side lanes. You are in bushes, you're not going to have much visibility onto enemies, but still having the walls that you can bounce things off of, it's not like the widest array of bushes that you're going to be pushing into. Rico should be able to scout all of it out. It's the same exact deal on a map like Center Stage, for instance, another bush map. We'll see Rival Esports finish things off here with that Stu selection. Not really countered by anything from Coco Loco. I suppose if the Stu gets too close to you, Rico could just pop the multi-ball launcher, but Rico can just honestly pop the multi-ball launcher at any time of the day and still get a kill. It's a crazy gadget with so much damage. I think it'll be valuable even for playing in mid. That's kind of the other half, is you can get value in the side lanes, obviously, but in mid, there are plenty of walls for you to bounce off of. You can push from the side into mid quite effectively.
I think it counters M's pretty hard, to be honest. You know, being able to dash at her through those shots, closing the gap on her is, you know, really where you're able to be very punishing. So I like the Rival Esports composition here. Big fan of it, but, you know, behind that pressure that Jay provides, Hiroshi's been able to get in and get 3 gems and just get out with their life. Jay here able to trade at least. That's fine. I think if you're getting pinched as that Ems and you can at least go 1-for-1, you're very happy. These walls getting broken down, making it harder for response to have that extra value. Now, you know, without them, you're just a worse Colt. Multi-ball launcher secures the trade, and Hiroshi still has the gems.
A worse Colt is certainly how I would put it personally. We'll see if Coco Loco are going to be forced into that situation. Doesn't seem like anyone's too interested, except for Melty in playing that right lane. Great pinch. Shu still falls, though. His response pushes in to pinch with Hiroshi. He's not really able to enter mid in this 2v2 with X9J now pushing in with the speed and with the Caustic Charisma ready to go. Might be able to. None of that speed really matters, but he's able to use these bushes as an avenue to push forward. Still, doesn't work out for him. Great pinch between Shu and Melty. Eliminates him on the left side. Hiroshi and Response are forced over to the right. It opens the doors for Rival Esports to push in and get another gem of their own. But Milkrio needs to get this 6th gem. Looks like Hiroshi was forced back by Melty. Still needs his next super. Yeah, a little spin there.
Oh!
Maybe a bit of frustration as well. But Shu still escapes with 7 gems.
He's not getting out of there, bro.
Oh.
No way. Caustic Charisma is going to make that very difficult. Milkrio, okay, able to secure these gems, and it's a great brawler for them to be on right now. You have a long-range, relatively safe brawler that's able to pick them up, but map control, something that Jay is solely responsible for generating. Response is, well, he's on the map, but he's not really been able to do anything super threatening. Multiple launches good there, but we're able to see Rival here go to 10 gems. Coco Loco have to do something about this. Hiroshi trying to push up that right side of the map here. Here comes that speed. Melty in a bit of trouble here. The pinch on Milkrayo is real, but there's no backup yet. Jay's going to get there, though. These gems are about to spill. Oh, they're everywhere. Shu now will be pinched off, but those gems are going to be dropped again. So just a reset here on the timer. We need to see Hiroshi get back in there.
It affords a bit more time for Coco Loco to push in, but it's nothing like a max hypercharge super that we saw moments ago. Melty safe and sound with dashes to keep him away from anyone that threatens to get even close to him. Coco Loco, they pick up gems in mid because that's all they've got by now. Rival Esports take the game win.
Look, I'm fine. I think that like the M's ended up being pretty punishing and like definitely a decent pick here. But as the map starts to get broken down, that Rico's effectiveness nosedives. I think it was really hard for Rico to be set up in a part of the map where, you could find value with those bounces because Rival Esports just took the fight onto the other side. They just go elsewhere here. Again, phase shifting used for Hiroshi to get those gems early. That's all well and good. Coco Loco, though, have to maintain map control. They let it slip last round.
Another interaction that I want to point out, by the way, nice kill there for Shu on the left side. Here stuff for Melty on the right. And some wall break, too. Oh my gosh, double kill as well. But they won't be able to get these gems. Surely they're going to go to whoever spawns on them, whoever is unlucky enough to spawn on these and not want to become the gem carrier, I suppose. I see these bushes, of what I was going to say, as being a way for Ems to utilize the speed gear. You're basically always going to see Ems using speed gear. You don't usually see her if it's not a bush map. We'll see the speed, if that gives her any additional value. She's just trying to keep Shu back. Response is a monster with 2 kills all the way on the back lines in 7 gems for Hiroshi, making 9 total for Coco Loco.
And there's the Rico, I guess, proof of concept. Now you can see why it's so good. So much of the map, so many of these walls are still standing here. Melty not able to break many of them down. Multiple launcher, absolutely terrifying. Melty starting to break through some walls here and go after Response, but it is Hiroshi that they're looking for. He needs to protect Jay, who only has two gems, yes, but Hiroshi's standing at 8. You need to keep yourself with that 10, and they have done it. Nicely done here. Coco Loco, mere steps away from being your monthly champion here in the APAC region. It feels like if they can get that Rico going, they're golden. If the map gets broken up, the game goes too long, that's where it's an issue for them.
We also saw, I think, a nice interaction there between the Ems and the Nita. Ems consistently keeping the Nita back. Looks like they've located the Nita. Now they just got to keep her from getting in mid. Once she is in there, that's when they have to start considering what this wall break is going to look like. Melty on the right side might opt to break some walls. He's keeping them up for now. His teammates, after all, need them. Nita needs them in order to stay in mid. So far, though, it's simply not working out. Jay with a surprise attack on a Byron shuts him down, and Coco Loco now are approaching 6 gems total.
Love a bit of a friend zone, and Milkrayo should have picked up the bill, bro. Jay going to use it again here behind the Caustic Charisma, but it ends up being a trade. Now Response and Hiroshi looking dangerous in the middle of the map. The latter having picked up 7 gems already. Remember, a quick game is a good game for this Coco Loco composition. They need to keep these Ems well protected, and they need to find a way to regain that map control. It's going to have to come behind Jay and Response surging ahead.
Expect Max to play much more safely from now on because she doesn't have any phase shifters left. No more get out of jail free cards. Only what she earns in terms of speed. Jay's going the long way around, though.
He's got super.
Caustic Charisma ready to go all the way on enemy backlines. Milkrayo and Shu keep their distance. Jay knows that Milkrayo could just pop a super and kill him quite easily. We'll see Hiroshi also force back. And yes, he has to stay in these bushes. He has to stay very safely behind because he's out of gadgets. He's used them all in really only the first minute of the game.
Could be dangerous. Jay needs a good super here. Or, yeah, we need some amazing Rico damage on this right side. Jay's going for it, though. Going aggressive. Shu. This isn't lethal damage from that Caustic Charisma, and Jay can't push up. Hiroshi, though, gets that 10th gem. No phase shifter, but able to use the super to get away. That might be enough for the time being, but eventually, Rival are going to come for them. Response needs to give himself up here. He needs to trade, do more. Milkrayo goes low. Jay says, I'll soak this damage. There is no way Rival are getting onto this max. And behind that, Coco Loco are going to be your May monthly champions for the APAC region. literally rising from the ashes. Last month being eliminated in a 3-0. They take down that very team, Crazy Raccoon, in a reverse sweep semi-finals, and then it's a 3-0 in the grand final. Dominant showing up against a rival Esports who looked like they could beat anyone today. Incredible performance.
Remarkable here from Coco Loco. What a story, what a comeback as well. I guess we'll never get to figure out what that dance was from Milcrio. Heartbreak once again. He always comes to these battles with such energy, and then by the end of it, it's all sapped away. We still have yet to see this guy take a monthly finals victory. The most that he has achieved has been a World Finals qualification in 2019, where I believe he took second place, and now is still seeking to reclaim that glory. Came so close today, taking a second place in today's monthly final. I have all of the best wishes for him going forward, but there's a decent chance that in the monthly finals going forward, we'll see Navi and a team like Revenant Esports rejoin the battle.
Right, I mean, you make a great point. This month is like one of the best for your underdogs to come alive here and get some serious circuit points. I think that was evidenced here by the result that we saw. Coco Loco advancing through. That is, to me, kind of crazy. And yeah, Milcrio, of course, the echoes of their legacy left by that Jupiter squad, that 2019, sort of showing from that team, I'm sure, still there, but they don't quite have what it takes here to get that monthly championship. But hey, $8,000, 50 circuit points, nothing to sneer at. Very important for this team who previously never backed down. We're already very much a part of the conversation for, monthly finals champions or, for representatives for this region internationally. Remember, there's always LCQ if that is required, and we know this APAC region right now is one of the strongest in the world, but not quite the reverse sweep that we saw in the semi-finals here. Coco Loco having a smoother run, and I sort of said at the start of the show, I posed a question at the start of the game. Have they played their grand final? Do they have enough left in the tank? I've just got to point out how immense it is that you have enough energy to not only take down Crazy Raccoon, but to show us an incredible performance like this, a straight sweep and response, silencing the doubters. That's me. I'm doubters. With that Rico, of course, who looked like he was struggling to get into the game in that first round, but came alive in a big way, paving the way for Hiroshi to snap up all of those gems.
If you think you're a doubter, I thought Rival Esports would win this, and then they did the unwin in the most significant way possible.
The unwin.
3-0'd them. Yeah, I
ever just do the unwin?
They undid the win, something like that.
Right. Yeah, I mean, okay. Maybe it's on the same level as unclose, to be fair, so I'll give you that. Hopefully, you right now are voting for your MVP over at event.brawlstars.com, because there are some real candidates for that. But if you're anything like I suspect, you're all simping for Response as usual, and he will by default get it. But you know what? This map, these stats definitely are befitting of an MVP showing from Response. Very, very good work here. Kenny, great to have you back in the booth, man. I don't know if we expected a one-sided game from Coco Loco. I don't know if we expected Rifle to have such a one-sided semi-finals. The APAC region has been full of surprises, some fantastic camera angles, and some different perspectives through which to observe this game that we all love.
I mean, what a night for Coco Loco. Definitely not something I expected, right? We all kind of in our minds baked Crazy Raccoon to be massive favorites here. Heck, Crazy Raccoon 95% favorites by the folks at home to get a second consecutive monthly victory against Coco Loco. But sure enough, they reverse sweep. They capture the hearts of many. And you said you were haters. I'm haters. The rest of the world is haters. These guys have taken down every single hater that is possibly out there right now and swept the grand finals. What an unbelievable night for them.
Here it is, Coco Loco, your May monthly finals champions here. Once again, turning the APAC region on its head. It seems like every single month there is a storyline that involves a team coming out of nowhere. Do we have to show this? Is that really necessary? Yep. Here are the prediction result. I honestly think that AGC winning semi-final one, kind of based actually. That's a self-serving thing to say. But they've been so good. I mean, this is the team that loses in 5 to Crazy Raccoon. Rival came out so strong, and then they fell flat. I mean, we all predicted Crazy Raccoon to win that second semi-final, so that is fine. Coco Loco, though, after that performance against Crazy Raccoon, both myself and Kenny, who still doesn't have the correct myself and Kenny picked Coco Loco to win that one.
Reddy's taking credit for my work. I'm not,
Reddy
Kind of looks like I predicted you guys.
Yeah, listen, I know what it says, but you know you've got to give it to Kenny. Kenny is our predictions winner from the caster team here for this monthly fight at the very least. Guys, all three of us are going to be back doing NA, so we can run this all back again. Okay, we can do that. Don't worry about it. Hopefully your predictions have gone well over at event.brawlstars.com. Remember, that's the viewing platform for not only APAC, it's for all of your monthly finals and all of your B streams as well. So do want to make a big shout out to Wiggly Spoo and Nighttime Clash, for obviously our B streamers for today, bringing you those other quarterfinals. Great to have them involved. Here is your leaderboard. So Crazy Raccoon still get a pretty respectable amount of points here, but I want to point out that missing our monthly finals can really hurt your chances of being at Worlds. Revenant and Na'Vi are outside of the top 4 with that result ready set. They've got some work to do. We've only got 2 monthly finals left to go.
Kind of worrying. I mean, they don't have much time to claw their way back. They only have 2 more months to do so. Ahead of them for now, taking full advantage of the lapse in the top competition this month. Rival Esports occupies that number 2 spot over Angelic. Yes, that one showdown determined who took second place. And no, I was not talking about who takes second place in the region overall, but it did end up ringing true for Rival Esports, if anything.
2 points separate them and Angelic. I mean, this is very important because remember, your guaranteed world final slots are your top 2 teams. Your 3rd and 4th spots are your LCQ spots, which again, LCQ is, I think 4 teams qualify from LCQ overall. So that's, you know, that is a pretty tight competition because every region is sending their 3rd and 4th, and I think maybe mainland China have 3 teams going there. Some that don't directly qualify to Worlds also have that. So yeah, obviously we're pretty stoked about this result here. I think that like Coco Loco have to be feeling really good about that. We have an interview here with Jay from Coco Loco, so let's bring him in. Let's ask him some questions. Guys, great to have you with us. Congratulations, Coco Loco. You are our monthly champions. Jay, that's got to feel pretty incredible, especially an upset win over Crazy Raccoon in the semi-finals. How are you guys feeling? I can see the energy in the room on the camera with those wins. You guys look really happy.
We faced CR in the semi-finals as well, and we got swept 0-3. So we weren't really quite happy about that. And this month we came to Hong Kong hoping to compete on even servers. So I'm just really glad that we could pull off the reverse sweep and even take it all.
What does it take to make the reverse sweep like that happen? Because you kind of mentioned, right, the last time you played Crazy Raccoon, it was a 3-0. And you guys are 0-2 in that series. You're looking down the barrel of like another 0-3. How did you climb out of that position and turn what looked like another loss into our most exciting reverse sweep? Was it something someone said? Was it something that you said to the guys, or a certain belief that you sort of had that you could win? Because your drafts in those last 3 sets were especially impressive.
Yeah, so I think when we were down 0-2, we were all kind of a bit nervous that it would be just deja vu and that we'll lose 3-0 again. But we had a good draft in Brawl, and the moment we won one of the games in like 30-40 seconds, we kind of knew that, we kind of got reminded that, oh, we are actually a really strong team. We've been doing really good in scrims, so we just converted that into confidence and played well throughout.
And this is such a big result for you because now all of a sudden, in terms of those circuit points, you are like in a spot where you would, if you can keep yourself in second place here, right, or better, you're going to Worlds. That's probably going to feel an incredible feeling for you guys because you come from the, there was an APAC region, or an SEA region, excuse me, and then there was East Asia. They were separate, right? And I'm sure a lot of people were like, oh, East Asia looks like the more powerful region, but you're showing that that SEA region can really compete on the world stage once again. I mean, how do you guys feel about the rest of the year now? Do you think that, you've shown the world that you deserve to be at the world finals? What's the next steps for you?
Yeah, so I think this month is a huge statement from our team that we can actually compete with the very best. So yeah, we're just hoping in the future months that we can continue doing well. And yeah, our goal now is just to reach the world finals.
Yeah. Jay, congratulations. You guys, you deserve it. You worked really hard this month. I could see the emotion on your faces when you had that win. So thanks so much for the time. Thank you for joining us, and we can't wait to see you in our next monthly finals.
Yeah, thank you so much, Uber.
And there it is, folks. Great words there from Jay. Coco Loco, man, I love this region. Any team, any given day can take it away. Coco Loco, I didn't get to ask a question like, how do you just turn around and then just blow rival esports out of the water? You know what I mean? That's a whole conversation for another time here. But you saw the standings, right? You saw just how exciting things are in this region. And it's not the only region that is really sick right now. Because coming up next will be our EMEA monthly finals. Traditionally, the most competitive, the most hyped, the most trash-talked region coming up. So stick around for that one, 1:30 p.m. CEST. I'll be sleeping, guys. But for those degenerates out there that are watching, I hope you enjoy the show. It's been great to be here with you, myself, Ready, Set, Kenny in the booth for another Brawl Stars Championship monthly final for the APAC region. We'll see you very, very shortly for EMEA. A pretty brutal lane assignment, though. Slow-mo replay used to draw a response in that allows Meshi to find the elimination. This is close, though. Coco Loco have now been able to surge back into control.
Bornak needs some value here.
Oh, Super on a 10 side, the stun, but no kill. 403 health left, and not a teammate in sight. Lazy Raccoon close things out, and they're going on to the semifinals.
Like, look, bro.
Oh, that's fair.
Come on, man. Do that.
That's pretty fair.
Yeah, Boston. Sick.
Does throw things. Milbrio is the king of the can.
It's missing. Chitapo has super, but no hypercharge. Boya, the other way around. No chance to build it up. There was Coco Loco going to bring Crazy Raccoon down, upsetting them and advancing to the grand final. Milk Rail goes low. Jay says, I'll soak this damage. There is no way Rival are getting onto this max. And behind that, Coco Loco are going to be your May monthly champions for the APAC region.